Under the dark, gloomy night sky, heavy raindrops poured down continuously. As the rain beat down relentlessly, a trembling hand slammed onto the soaking wet ground. A line of text appeared, "Rotate it." Deculian sat quietly under the pouring rain, watching the person in front of him with intense focus. That person gripped the sword tightly and coldly drove it straight into his body. Another line of text surfaced, "If you wish to kill me." Deculian's expression became completely blank at that moment. Ephorine's gaze looked incredibly cold. The hand holding the sword gripped it even tighter. She forcefully plunged it straight into Deculian's chest. Racked with pain, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then, Deculian suddenly raised his blood-stained hand. Another line of text appeared, "You are still." Under the pouring rain, he let out a melancholy smile and softly murmured, "So beautiful and yet so heartless." His hand gently caressed Ephorine's face, but she coldly stepped back. Once she had retreated to a certain distance, Deculian stared at her in silence. "That fucking bitch," he thought to himself. Seeing this, a mocking smile played on his lips. At the same time, the system prompt popped up, "Engagement broken. Requirement, the death of Deculian." Wu Jin stared at the congratulations notification and breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank God." Wu Jin buried his face in his hands, exhausted, and muttered, "Finally, the bug is fixed." He looked at the monitor, thrilled to have finally patched this error. "It took me dozens of lifetimes to fix this, but I finally did it." The bug kept happening right in the middle of the broken engagement storyline. "My name is Kim Wu Jin." He stretched and let out a yawn. "I'm about to escape this endless overtime." He introduced himself proudly. "I am." Out of nowhere they appeared, and ever since their founding, they have only released top-tier masterpiece games. Thanks to that, the company became world famous. The game I'm testing and debugging is Rue's latest AAA title, a game worth as much as the entire company itself. Even though Wu Jin was completely exhausted, he had to push through, because this was a matter of survival for the company. In other words, this one game will either take us to the top or drag us to the bottom. Let's see, it's about 11 o'clock. The main selling point of this game is that the difficulty and storyline change depending on the player's choices. Even though it's a single-player game, it features a complex plot revolving around unique named characters generated by an advanced AI. This fresh approach has helped us grab the world's attention. Plus, there are so many classes to choose from, some of which are incredibly rare, like knights, mages, adventurers, demons, demon hunters, nobles, and even kings. Players can become whoever they want in the game. This means that if the game gets the recognition it deserves, we'll be swimming in money. Wu Jin pondered. But rewards always come with risks. If the game flops, the company disbands. After a brief break, he dove back into his work. I should check the character profile first. While I'm at it, let me explain why I've been working overtime like this for months. Wu Jin was extremely annoyed with the character Deculian. It's all because of this bastard. Character profile, name, Deculian von Grahanyuk, class, senior professor, mana, 3357. The central character in the Death of Deculian segment. I finally cleared this segment without running into any bugs. Deculian von Grahanyuk, a notorious villain, and one of the game's mid-bosses. Since he's a major antagonist with countless connections to other roles, there's a whole mountain of errors and bugs that need fixing, but today, I successfully killed him off without a single hitch. The cause of his death this time was being hacked to death by his fiancée. Wu Jin stood up and stretched his muscles, exclaiming happily, all wrapped up. But he caused a whole mountain of trouble throughout the entire segment. Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed from behind Wu Jin. Ah, you're smiling so sweetly. How is the testing coming along? The beautiful girl standing in front of him was Yua, my lead programmer, and also. He hesitated for a long moment. My ex-girlfriend. Wu Jin looked back at the past. We were together for 7 years. Both of us were so happy, and every single moment was filled with joy. He remembered the tender kisses, the tightly held hands, and the days they spent living together. Actually, she was a workaholic, whereas I was lazy. He recalled being hired into the company by Yua and working alongside her. But what drove her forward was finding tasks for me and pushing me to do better, to do more. Thinking about what happened afterward, Wu Jin felt an immense pang of sorrow. But in the end, we broke up. I know it was my fault. I just couldn't change, even though Yua tried her absolute best. Out of nowhere, Yua looked at him gently. I heard you were struggling with a bug. I'm glad you got past it. Woojin felt a wave of sadness over the past. It's been 6 months since the breakup. I heard a rumor that she's seeing someone new now. He coldly leaned his hands against the desk. Looks like things are going well between you and your new guy? Hearing that, Yua simply offered a soft smile. Rumors travel fast in this company. I suppose you could say things are going well. Woojin felt a flash of irritation. It's really annoying to hear her say that. Pouting, he stared intently at his computer screen and said, well, I hope the two of you have a long and happy life together. Yua laughed at his childish behavior. Stop being so petty and focus on your work. Yua suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, the scenario team said they want to change some settings and tweak a few character templates. Woojin groaned in exhaustion. Again? Hilarious, they change it every single day. Resting his chin in his hand, he felt completely drained by the workload. Speaking of characters, is this guy really a mid-boss? Can players actually kill him early on if they get lucky? Yua smiled with intrigue. That's the main hook of the game. And the deeper Deculian gets into the story, the stronger he becomes. Each player makes different choices, which increases the difficulty along the way. Woojin nodded. Fair point. Resting her hand on her chin, Yua added, you know, this character was actually designed based on you. Woojin was stunned. Deculian? Yua giggled, thoroughly amused. When you were fleshing him out, didn't you realize it? Both of you have this cheesy, superficial look. Woojin was baffled. But I only met with the scenario team a few times. Seeing the expression on his face, she wanted to tease him even more. That's why, every time I play, I kill him off first. Woojin glared at her like he wanted to hit someone. What is that supposed to mean? Yua laughed out loud, mocking him. Your personalities are exactly the same too. Woojin couldn't believe it. Seriously? How could I possibly resemble a guy whose catchphrase is, that fucking bitch? Seeing his bewildered look, Yua stopped teasing him. Alright, don't worry about it anymore. What do you think of the playtest? Woojin felt a wave of anxiety, fearing the company might fail. The game is fun, but I'm worried about how the company is going to survive by betting everything on it. Yua comforted him, don't sweat those things. She was incredibly confident in her game. This unique gameplay has the whole world excited. There's no way it's going to fail. Suddenly, Woojin spotted a figure down below the company building. Is your boyfriend standing down there? Yua looked over, equally surprised. Yeah, Woojin pointed at the person leaning against a car down below. See? The guy leaning against the car. Yua panicked. It's so late already. Despite feeling sad, he put on a tough front. What are you still standing here for? Don't keep him waiting. Woojin looked down, feeling completely isolated. Go on down to him. Yua offered a gentle smile. You're right. I'm off. As she turned toward the door, she waved her hand. Bye. You did a great job today. Woojin replied coldly, goodbye. Outside, the moon hung high in a sky filled with stars. Inside the room, the ticking of the clock hand echoed. Woojin quickly pulled himself together and threw himself back into his work. Back to checking Deculian. He stared in disbelief, his face darkening with grim silence. Deculian. But is the scenario team serious? He's supposed to be me? He clicked his mouse, observing Deculian's profile. He has 6 attributes, he's both a prodigy and a mediocre mage. People always bring up his glorious past from when he was a child. Deculian used to be praised as a genius, hailed as a magical prodigy. But in reality, he has fallen far from where he started. The combination of his pride and arrogance, Woojin suspected the character was modeled after him. They created the absolute worst personality possible in mankind. Putting it this way, can you even call him a human being? He was quite questioning his own existence. They say the further he goes into the story, the stronger he gets. Even though I don't like this character, I still feel a strange sense of empathy. But at the end of the day, he's surrounded by people who despise him, with absolutely no exceptions. He looked at the computer and muttered, "Is there anything I can add to his personality? Something that won't draw too much attention." The hand holding his mouse grew more determined. "After all, I am the inspiration for him." Suddenly, he spotted a trait. "Let's see, will this understanding trait give him empathy or pity?" He didn't. "Stop adding beneficial traits. Let's just do this. At least you should be more sympathetic than I am. If I'm going to do it, I might as well go all out." As he clicked away, he muttered, "This one is good. I like this one, let's add this too." After adding far too many features, he finally realized he had gone overboard. He cleared his throat lightly to regain his composure. "Oops, I added too many good ones. On second thought, I shouldn't have done that." He decided to scrap all the traits he had just added, restoring him to his original state. While Wu Jin was editing, a sharp chime from the computer startled him. "Returning you to normal." Feeling a bit spooked, he thought to himself, "Holy crap. Who's texting at this hour?" Wu Jin looked at the monitor, surprised to see a message notification. "Wait, it's the scenario team." He quickly replied, "Yes, what changes do you want to make to the template? Just say the word, I'll fix it right away." The other side replied, "No, I just want to watch." "I'm just here to watch." Wu Jin was confused. "What are they talking about?" He replied again, "What do you mean? You mean checking for bugs together? Or what?" The other side laughed out loud, "Not at all. Look out the window." Confused, Wu Jin did as he was told. The window? What's out there to look at? Outside, the sky was completely blanketed by dark clouds, with violent streaks of lightning tearing across it. Wu Jin's eyes widened as he stared in sheer shock. What the hell is that? Why is there suddenly a hole in the sky? A bolt of lightning struck down, shaking the heavens and tearing a hole wide open. Countless terrifying faces were screaming, and an infinite number of hands were reaching out. Wu Jin still couldn't comprehend it. What's going on? My head is still spinning. Where am I? Suddenly, a painful shriek echoed. Wu Jin wondered in doubt, "Who's that?" A cold voice chimed in with a warning, "Remember, you must always stay alert." He coldly blurted out, "Deculian is no pushover. Right now, he is in a slump. He's trying to brainwash his own son, but he could rise up at any given moment. The voice continued coldly, "He is merely balancing out his own talent. After all, he is a despicable villain." Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced his ears, "Wake up! Wake up right now!" Deculian snapped his eyes open from the noise. Jeriel glared at her brother, snapping angrily, "How long do you plan on lounging around?" The servant, pale with fear, tried to pull her back. "My lady, please calm down." But she didn't care and snapped again, "Can you even call yourself a human being anymore?" Deculian massaged his temples in exhaustion and sighed, "Ah, I see. It's already been a few days since I took over this body." He bolted upright, clutching his head from the dizziness, but the sensation still felt like a dream. Jeriel clenched her fists, gritting her teeth in absolute fury. She was incredibly upset that her brother was constantly losing his mind over love. "How long do you plan to lose yourself over a single woman? Do you want to bring shame upon our family name?" Deculian remained silent, which only fueled her anger further. She slammed the documents onto the floor, coldly turned on her heel, and walked away. "I'm leaving the files here. If you don't want to get fired from that professor position you love so much, then get off your ass and get to work." Deculian sat on the bed, holding his head in grim silence. A week ago, the night sky suddenly lit up. He sat there for a long time, trying to piece together the events in his head. And then I woke up in a strange place, inside an unfamiliar body. Deculian looked around and immediately recognized where he was. "I can confidently say that I am inside the world of the very game I programmed. The familiar sights that I've seen thousands of times only confirm my suspicions." He stood up, slowly stripped off his shirt, and forcefully changed into a different set of clothes. There is no escaping death, regardless of which path the storyline of this world takes. The worst character of them all. Deculian coldly pulled on a pair of black gloves, adding an air of mystery to his appearance. His gaze turned menacing. "Because the body I am currently occupying belongs to the final boss of this segment. I have become the villain, Deculian. Early morning at the Yuckline mansion, inside Deculian's bedroom, he sat up, leaning his back against the headboard, lost in thought. A week had already passed since he arrived here. He reached up to run his hand through his messy hair, smoothing it back, and sat there in a daze. Initially, I thought it was all just a dream. Refusing to give up, Deculian pinched his own cheek hard and let out a sigh. As each day went by, the genuine sensations of a living being forced me to accept that this was indeed reality. Helpless, Deculian rested his head against the headboard, brooding. After dying like that, could it be that I'm experiencing some form of the afterlife? Whatever the case, the one thing I know for certain is that I am the villain of the game currently under development. Deculian von Greyhan Yuck. Seeing himself transmigrated from an ordinary guy into a major villain filled him with unavoidable anxiety. Deculian was a mid-stage boss that players would encounter, regardless of which route they chose. He was the sworn enemy of the parents and lovers of countless characters, and the catalyst for all kinds of incidents. I've turned into that kind of villain. The biggest issue was that he had no idea what stage of the game he had appeared in. The only thing he knew was his total amount of mana, but he had absolutely no clue how to use it. Unable to accept his current predicament, Deculian muttered to himself, I can't even defend myself in this state. However, within his heart lay thoughts that could not be voiced aloud. I'm not even joking, but when all the staff members, including myself, have playtested the game's routes over 1,000 times during development, Deculian only survived in a single scenario. He truly is a villain created solely to fulfill the role of a mid-stage boss. Pausing as complex thoughts raced through his mind, Deculian glanced down slightly, spotting a neatly stacked folder beside his bed. He spoke aloud, this is the documents that girl left behind. Senior Professor of the Imperial Academy, Deculian. Basic understanding of magic and fundamental concepts regarding mana. Looking at the folder in front of him, a name surfaced in his mind, Jeriel von Yuckline. The girl who left these papers while I was asleep is actually Deculian's half-sister. She is also the one acting as the true lord of the Yuckline family in my stead. Furthermore, he knew that she did not have a good relationship with Deculian. At the mention of her name, a fragment of memory instantly flashed through his mind. The woman Jeriel had brought up. The image of that white-haired woman appeared. It was likely Yuli. It seemed like there was something complicated going on between Deculian and Yuli. The vivid memory of Jeriel turning away in a fit of rage still lingered in his mind. I'm leaving these documents here. If you don't want to be stripped of your professor position, then get up and get to work. Snapping back to his senses, Deculian muttered to himself. Now that I think about it, she did mention something about a professor position. It took him a moment to realize that he actually had a class to teach today. After that, Deculian exhaled a breath, picking up the folder, and sighed, I should probably get going. Staring at the pile of documents before him, he fell into deep thought. Since I've never stood in front of a classroom in my entire past life, I need to gather any piece of information I can get my hands on. Most importantly, a system screen suddenly materialized right in front of his eyes. Objective, survive, become an indispensable character to the game. Quest, Academy teaching fee. Balance, 0.5. Seeing the system interface pop up out of nowhere, Deculian let out a soft sigh. These lines of text just keep showing up. Disregarding it completely, he immediately got out of bed. In his heart, he thought, whether it's for the sake of the quest or for Jeriel, I have to take action. She is one of the factors that leads to Deculian's death. While lost in thought, Deculian quickly made his way to the bathroom. The balance is quite important, so how exactly am I supposed to lecture? Of course I'm nervous, but it should be fine. After all, this body possesses the understanding trait. Just as Deculian grabbed the doorknob to step inside, the system abruptly flashed a notification. Announcement, innate understanding, the ability to comprehend all things, capable of being activated by consuming mana. Before becoming Deculian, I had added this trait to him in the hopes that he could develop some empathy. Since this is an innate trait that appears in the latter half of the game, it's bound to have some hidden utilities. After a short while, the massive bathtub was completely filled with water. In no time at all, Deculian finished his bath. As he put on his clothes, he pondered, the bathroom and the attire are totally unfamiliar, yet I can use them far more naturally than I expected. The moment the words left his mouth, his inner consciousness responded out of sheer habit, it's as if I've always lived as Deculian. Catching his reflection in the mirror, Deculian marveled. At first, I thought clothes like these were way too ostentatious, but now they feel incredibly elegant and comfortable. He silently adjusted his gloves, falling into a pensive mood. This is also due to the influence of Deculian's traits regarding vanity, dignity, and aesthetic sensibilities. Realizing something, his face suddenly turned grim as he muttered, "It feels exactly as if the image of my past self from my previous world is being choked out by the character I transmigrated into." Along with the text, everything is screaming that this is your body. He quickly brushed the thought aside, unable to help but marvel internally. To be honest, I can't bring myself to do anything that goes against the etiquette expected of this body. Even things that Kim Deculian once found uncomfortable now feel completely natural. Walking along, Deculian leisurely mused, even if it's just to gather information, attending my very first lecture seems a bit too mundane. While his exterior maintained a cold, emotionless expression, deep within his mind lay an arrogant thought, I am an outstanding and precious nobleman. On another note, a man with a look of utter disbelief spoke up softly, what the hell is this? Kim Woo-jin, a healthy young Korean man, who could be called relatively tall and handsome, borrowing the final words of someone right before a breakup. Looking at the card in front of her, Yua spoke gloomily, a boring and lazy bastard. Kim Woo-jin realized, that's right, that's exactly who I am. I won't forget myself. Back to the present, upon seeing Deculian arrive, the driver quickly bowed his head in greeting. However, he still reminded himself not to let his guard down. Stepping into the vehicle, he instantly forgot what he had just said to himself. I don't think I ever rode in such an expensive car in my past life. Before the joy could even last, Deculian recalled the past, which caused him to furrow his brows. Damn it, it's reminding me of that time again. How irritating. Just as he broke free from his chaotic thoughts, he turned around and discovered a kid sitting next to him, which caught him completely off guard. Despite his curiosity, he didn't ask for a name but simply stared intently at the kid, wondering, who is this child? Sensing Deculian's gaze, Alan turned to face him and spoke first, Professor, good morning. As soon as he finished speaking, he handed a folder over to Deculian. Watching his sequence of actions, Deculian casually took it, his mind questioning the kid's identity. Is he perhaps Deculian's secretary or assistant? Receiving no answer, he asked directly, are you a mage? Hearing this, the blonde kid replied with confusion, pardon me? I've been studying under you for nearly 3 years now. Having received his answer, Deculian quickly covered up, I was only joking. Along the way, he looked through the documents and marveled, these materials, I thought they were for the lecture, but it turns out they're just script lines that I only need to read out loud. The more he read, the more he understood the situation. The lecture content has been prepared from start to finish. I mean, there's no way the incompetent and arrogant Deculian would prepare a lecture himself. This kid must have done it all for him. At this point, he understood completely, and spoke in a low voice so others couldn't hear, good job. Seeing him act this way, Alan timidly asked back, excuse me? Instead of answering, Deculian changed the subject, get some rest until we arrive. Hearing his instruction, Alan replied, yes, I understand. Witnessing this scene, the driver couldn't help but be astonished. Did the young master just praise someone? Not long after, Deculian raised his hand to suppress a sudden wave of discomfort surging inside him, his mind relentlessly cursing, what kind of ridiculous personality is this? My stomach actually knotted up just from giving a single compliment. So this is Deculian's true nature. I felt it before leaving the mansion, but it really feels like my entire mind is being influenced by his personality. Suddenly, the car came to a halt, and the driver's announcement cut through his train of thought, we have arrived, young master. Stepping out of the vehicle, Deculian marveled at his surroundings. So this is Deculian's workplace, the Imperial Academy. Looking at the Imperial Academy before him, he vaguely recalled the lecture that was mentioned. Roto Hall? Inside Roto Hall, the lecture theater. Everyone was gossiping with intense excitement. I finally get to attend a lecture by Senior Professor Deculian, the genius of spell analysis himself? Not only that, I heard he was a prodigy from a young age. Ignoring the gossip, Deculian walked in composedly, and then projected his voice, quiet down. Seeing that the students had settled into their seats, he stepped up to the podium and introduced himself, I am Deculian von Greyhan-Yuckline. I have been assigned this lecture as a senior professor of the Magic Tower. Without wasting any words, he placed the folder down and said coldly, let us begin. Catching sight of Deculian, the female students eagerly gossiped among themselves, he's so handsome, and smart too. So cool. Hearing that, Ephraim trembled slightly with rage. Cool. We finally cross paths in this place. Deculian and the apprentices. No one noticed Renee, her face masked in murderous intent, silently cursing, "Deculian, you absolute piece of trash, the murderer of my father." Ephraim began to recount her tragic past. 3 years ago, my father took his own life at his own funeral. She didn't cry, nor did she move. She simply stared blankly at her father's remains with hollow eyes. She thought about how, after dedicating his entire life to researching and interpreting the scriptures, he had ended his own life from the sheer shock of having his research thesis stolen. The culprit who stole my father's thesis is publicly hailed as a genius of scriptural interpretation. The image of Deculian in her mind suddenly shattered into pieces. She utterly loathed him. That's right, I'm talking about that absolute bastard, Deculian. The notices sealing away their belongings stood out vividly in her memory, but she could only utter helplessly, "There was nothing I could do. After my father passed away, I lost everything." Back then, Ephraim's small, fragile frame stood completely isolated and lost inside the house that used to be so familiar. Once a noble, I didn't just lose my family name, I lost our territory and every single asset we owned. In the end, I had nowhere left to go. Ephraim wrapped her arms around herself, remaining silent, but her gaze was dead cold. It was at that exact moment that I swore to myself, I will have my revenge on that piece of scum. Now, just to secure a seat in Deculian's classroom, she had put in an unimaginable amount of effort. After that day, I worked tirelessly day and night until I was finally accepted into the Imperial Academy, the very place where Deculian teaches. Ephraim clenched her fists so hard they shook. I know the truth that the other students are completely blind to. His ability to interpret scriptures is nothing but a sham. All of his glory was stolen from my father after he utterly ruined my family. Her face was icy cold, radiating pure murderous intent. How can he act so nonchalantly? She looked at Deculian, as flawlessly handsome and radiant as ever, and felt a profound surge of anger. You are standing in the position that rightfully belonged to my father. Ephraim lost her temper, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes. I want to expose his lies and kill him right this instant. However, she gritted her teeth and endured, reminding herself, but I must bide my time for now. To bring him down, I need to prepare much more for a flawless revenge plot. Right at that moment, Deculian's voice rang out loud and clear, "Attention, everyone. I will now begin the lecture." He crossed his arms and stood tall before a myriad of watching eyes. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a senior professor at the Magic Tower, a monarch tier mage. One who can command tens of thousands of elements. I have been appointed as your special instructor. His voice was deep and steady, his face completely devoid of emotion. Mages are divided into 11 tiers, with the monarch tier ranking fourth from the top. Having made it all the way here, you all surely know this by now. First, I will give a brief overview of the classification of magic. Magic is primarily divided into 3 attributes and 9 schools. The attribute system includes Genesis, the very foundation of magic. He then went on to list in greater detail the inner workings of elemental manipulation, material composition, substances, and the mediums that channel force. In terms of classification, there are summoning, spiritual body, destruction, support, control, resilience, enchantment, harmony, and finally, specialized. While his exterior remained thoroughly dedicated to delivering the lecture, that is why a mage must, his mind was secretly drifting to other matters. Everything is going much smoother than I expected. Looking at the apprentices, who were all listening intently, Deculian breathed a sigh of relief. Not only is this my first time lecturing, but I am also teaching magical theory, a subject completely unfamiliar to me. Even though I am merely reading from a pre-written script, recalling the book densely packed with text, he felt a wave of unexpected surprise. It feels as though I have already fully mastered its entire contents. He looked up at the apprentices sitting quietly and properly in their seats. The dignity and intimidation traits forced every gaze to lock onto him, while the elite trait kept him from feeling out of place under all that attention. His face remained cold and expressionless. Instead of feeling pressure, it has become second nature. He couldn't help but praise internally, "My original self, Deculian's traits truly make him a fitting instructor." At this point, he began lecturing on mana. Mana has different applications, depending on the part of the body where it is stored. Vivid illustrations of mana storage areas flashed through his mind one by one. First, for those of the standard mage class, mages store mana inside the brain, the place where it is easiest to visualize a spell. Next are those of the swordsman class. Swordsmen store mana in the heart, the organ that pumps blood throughout the entire body. Finally, for everyone, the dantian is the most suitable storage place for all, as it holds a powerful connection between internal and external forces. Deculion wrapped up the lecture with a piece of advice. What I want to say is simple: effort is important, but if talent falls short, careful selection and hyperfocus are also necessary. At the same time, he silently acknowledged, truly a fitting piece of advice for Deculion. Afterward, his mind unconsciously drifted to the true nature of his original self. In reality, Deculion isn't an overly talented character, even though he currently possesses 3,375 mana. He raised an eyebrow in contemplation. Yet there is another character out there with a starting mana pool of over 30,000. The person who needs to take this advice to heart the most is actually him. He couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. How ridiculous. Well, whatever, it's just a pre-written lecture anyway. Right at that moment, the class time ran out. He quickly announced, today's lecture concludes here. One final thing. Deculion hesitated. I'm debating this line. Is it absolutely necessary to read it out loud? He felt a bit conflicted. The real Deculion wouldn't read this. Ultimately, he still decided to voice it. Does anyone have any questions? Hearing this, the apprentices began whispering among themselves, but it seemed no one dared to speak up. Deculion was thoroughly pleased. Very well, it seems no one has any questions. Just as he was about to make a swift exit, a resounding voice rang out, Professor Deculion. Deculion was thoroughly pleased. Very well, it seems no one has any questions. Just as he was about to make a swift exit, a resounding voice rang out, Professor Deculion. He questioned calmly, are you truly a part of the magic tower? Ephorine was taken aback. Forgive me, but why do you ask that? Deculion reminded her coldly, if you were truly a member of the magic tower, you should have introduced your identity first. Then he delivered an utterly merciless verdict, I will not answer questions from an ill-mannered child like you. This directly left Ephorine dumbfounded. What? She pleaded helplessly, but Deculion was genuinely at a loss. I'm sorry, but there's no other way. He felt incredibly drained. I just realized how much mana understanding consumes. The mana status display appeared, mana, 2005/3375. He secretly calculated, just to comprehend this lecture script cost 1,300 mana. Who knows how much mana it will take for a spell I've never seen before. His refusal to answer left Ephorine being blatantly mocked and snickered at by her circle of classmates. Someone even intentionally badmouthed her very loudly. She tried to get noticed but failed miserably. Hearing these words, Ephorine's expression instantly darkened. She knit her brows and gritted her teeth. Then suddenly, she shouted out loud, wait! Shrugging off his rejection, she went straight to the point. The magic tower refused to explain, claiming it was just a false rumor. But I believe that you, Professor, can identify this type of spell. The very next second, she channeled her power and manifested a spell. The spell was unleashed right in the middle of the classroom. Ephorine boldly declared, I officially request that you explain this spell. Deculion had only just glanced at that spell when a massive amount of his mana was instantly drained away. Now there was only 300/3375. Ephorine continued speaking. A few apprentice mages stayed behind at the dormitory to analyze it, but there has been no progress yet. If you could give us a hint. Without letting her finish, Deculion quickly concluded, this is barrier magic. Ephorine blanked. What? Deculion didn't care to drag things out. There is no need to give a hint. He coldly clarified further, this is barrier magic belonging to the illusion school. Someone attempted to imprison you all inside it. Having spoken, he casually wrapped up the matter, that is all. Leaving Ephorine stunned and completely at a loss for words. Having spoken, he casually wrapped up the matter, that is all. Leaving Ephorine stunned and completely at a loss for words. At the dining hall of the Magic Tower Academy, everyone gathered happily to eat and drink together. Ephorine arrived here as well. She munched ravenously on large bites, food sticking all around her mouth, while continuously muttering, what an absolute jerk. She angrily recalled the scene from earlier. I wanted to expose his fraudulent interpretation skills with an unidentified spell. She clenched her fists, thinking about the embarrassment from which there was nowhere to hide. Instead, he calls me rude just because I forgot to state my name?
I honestly thought I was going to die of embarrassment.
Suddenly, her mood sank. But he must have been caught off guard. In his attempt to escape the situation, he called it an illusion. Confused, she pondered over his words again. Illusion magic is highly complex and typically requires a medium.
How could it be an illusion without a medium? Ephraim was entirely confident in her memory. Even though I only looked at it once, it's unmistakable.
What I showed him was an exact replica of the anonymous magic circle drawn on the main door of the dormitory last night. Initially, everyone was quite frantic, but it quickly became research material for the newcomers. She furiously asserted, I knew he was full of lies. Suddenly, from behind, Julia rushed over, shouting out her name, Ephraim. Julia's face was beaming with excitement as she hurriedly showed off, the magic circle from yesterday has been cleared up. When we reconstructed the spell, it formed a shield.
Ephraim stood dazed, not yet understanding what was happening. Julia laughed delightfully, I am truly amazed. We were way too terrified of the professor to dare ask anything. You are really brave. Now Ephraim finally came to her senses, awkwardly confirming, huh? Wait a minute, you mean it really was a shield? Julia happily replied, yeah, Professor Deculian is incredible, isn't he? How did he know it was an illusion without a medium?
Ephraim was horrified, unable to accept it. No way, that's impossible. Unaware of her internal turmoil, Julia offered a bright smile and waved goodbye. Thanks to you, Ephraim.
We'll submit a report on this and definitely include your name in it. Ephraim thanked her politely. Yeah, thanks. After Julia left, Ephraim pulled a piece of paper out of her bag, trying to find an excuse to rationalize it. That must have just been a lucky guess. Then she found it laughable. In the end, I only ended up boosting his reputation.
Ephraim silently read through the paper carefully. Understanding Elemental Magic Advanced Tier, 5 credits.
Instructor, Deculian von Greyhan Yuckline.
Understanding Elemental Magic Advanced Tier, 5 credits.
Instructor, Deculian von Greyhan Yuckline. Her hands tightened into fists.
I'll have to steel myself if I'm going to face that bastard every single day.
Ephraim felt a wave of resentment, visualizing Deculian's figure. Just you wait, Deculian. I will unmask you soon enough.
The system popped up a notification. Subquest completed, Academy Lecture.
Story Unit, plus 0.5. Deculian's face was deadpan, though he secretly marveled. That was a close call.
He recalled the moment he saw the magic in the classroom. The instant his gaze met the magic circle with its intricately interwoven lines, his understanding had inadvertently triggered. That bizarre magic left him feeling deeply unsettled. Just looking at it was enough to drain all the mana right out of me. At that moment, Deculian could only stare, unable to break free. I didn't even know what kind of magic it was. Even if I had double my current amount of mana, I still wouldn't comprehend its rules. He felt a wave of relief, at least nothing bad came of it. Right at that moment, a voice suddenly drifted over from the opposite side. Long time no see. That voice belonged to July.
Deculian was stunned.
The person standing before him had white hair and bright eyes, someone he had seen countless times through a computer screen.
July asked gently, how have you been lately? After a few seconds of observation, he realized she was Yuli von der Frieden.
In his heart, he thought to himself, she is Deculian's fiancée, a prominent figure who will become the pinnacle of the knight profession. To think I'd run into her here. But outwardly, he responded coldly, I'm not quite sure. July swept her eyes over him. Let's just say you're doing fine.
She stood directly facing Deculian, questioning him, you think you're doing fine? Even after breaking the promise we discussed a week ago?
On the surface, July likely thought he was a heartless person, but his inner consciousness was quite profound.
What promise? I have no idea what she's talking about.
He couldn't recall any prior promise, so he wanted to find a way to sidestep the conversation.
I don't remember. July didn't give him a chance to walk away, immediately blocking his path ahead, visibly irritated. Are you planning to run away?
Just like before. Looking at the unyielding girl in front of him, Deculian thought, it seems she won't let me leave easily. He calmly replied, I forgot due to that recent fever.
Could you tell me what we promised? A memory he had no recollection of, yet July remembered it vividly. She said, promise me, if you become honest with yourself and confess your vanity and arrogance, then I will marry you, even if this world falls apart. July had likely grown disappointed in Deculian. She lowered her head and uttered coldly,
it seems I was mistaken to trust you.
You may leave now.
Deculian complied, taking a few steps forward before turning back to look at July.
He simply uttered a single line, then I'm off.
July stood behind him, biting her lip, refusing to accept the outcome.
July thought back to the first day she met Deculian. My engagement to Deculian was a matter of mutual benefit. Deculian, a talented mage, and myself, a talented knight. My father cared only for the prosperity of the family name. The combination of the two of us would undoubtedly be beneficial for politics and lineage.
The two had once sat in silence during a meal, discussing the political marriage between the Yuckline family and the Frieden family, a royal lineage. No one had opposed the marriage. At that time, she merely thought, it's fine, for the sake of the family. Even if I don't love him.
However, both families soon realized his talent didn't actually exist.
Perhaps he didn't want to admit it, but he deceived everyone by calling himself a genius of magical analysis and becoming a professor. After a few incidents, he stopped flaunting his achievements to avoid losing face before the public.
Both families covered it up. But I cannot overlook this matter.
I can still accept a loveless marriage, but I cannot forgive deceit. It goes entirely against my faith as a knight. That day, after a few minutes of negotiation, Deculian had agreed. I will do as you say.
She softly raised her voice. You. July clenched her hands tightly, trembling. You still don't intend to keep your promise, do you?
The scene shifts to the massive, magnificent Imperial Academy. The Magic Tower of the Imperial Academy is the premier institution in the game, and the Magic Department is the top-ranking faculty. You can think of the Magic Department as something like Seoul National University College of Medicine, and the Magic Tower is Seoul National University Hospital itself.
Deculian looked around, observing and marveling. It looks beautiful.
The campus was bustling with students walking to and fro, towering buildings, blossoming flowerbeds, and well-manicured gardens.
It reminds me of one of those American universities.
Deculian reminisced about the days before he transmigrated into this world. The team members and I spent those nights together creating this exact atmosphere.
He strolled thoughtfully past female students chatting happily, experiencing the novelty of youth.
I could have fared much better if I were in a different body, experiencing this campus. Suddenly, someone who was running in a hurry tripped and tumbled forward. Deculian narrowed his eyes, completely on guard. Alan stumbled right behind him, causing the crate he was carrying to collide with Deculian's chest. The contents inside scattered everywhere, and he let out a sharp cry. Alan fell to the ground, frantically apologizing while items littered the floor. I'm so sorry. I was in a rush to see the professor. Deculian was utterly startled, thinking to himself, this is that kid from earlier.
I thought it was an ambush.
You're Zoro, right? Seeing that he got the name wrong, the kid corrected him. No, it's Alan.
Deculian stared intently before responding. Must have been a mix-up. Alan stood bewildered, hesitating. All right, who on earth is Zoro anyway? The two had arrived at Deculian's office. He sat down, opening the documents. So this is the reason you were in such a rush to see me? Alan stood up straight. Yes, Professor. This is the list of sponsors for this year's Rookie Mages.
This magic tower shares similarities with real-world research facilities, making funds an absolute necessity for developing magic. Professors at the Magic Tower will sponsor rookie mages they deem worthwhile.
Deculian's gaze caught on something. He picked up a personal profile folder and noticed it was glowing. The name is glowing. I think this is because of Deculian's attributes.
He recounted a few minor details. Wealthy tycoon, a rare description for a born tycoon, and an outstanding financier with unparalleled intuition for things of value.
The more information you are provided with, the more accurate your intuition becomes.
Sharp vision, a rare description for the ability to perceive intuitively through sight.
Attributes like mana pool and similar elements are primarily used to link with other traits rather than being used in isolation.
He silently marveled. It's undoubtedly due to the combination of wealthy tycoon and sharp vision.
I believe the individual behind this name will bring an immense fortune. Flipping through each personal file, his face remained entirely unreadable.
Deculian had reviewed nearly all of them, but only one specific profile glowed the brightest. He raised an eyebrow, reading the information on the sheet. Ephorine Luna, a prominent name in the game, according to the developer responsible for designing her.
Deculian took her father away from her. There was one section in the information sheet that seemed a bit problematic. He spoke up, questioning Alan. Why doesn't Ephorine Luna have any sponsors? The kid scratched the back of his neck, stammering, Ephorine Luna? I think everyone is afraid. Before he could finish, Deculian already had his answer. I see. Everyone is wary of what I might do if they choose to sponsor her. He evaluated Luna's information sheet. She's talented enough to enter the magic tower without even going through the academy. When thinking about his enemy, his expression turns solemn. However, this Ephorine Luna is Deculian's enemy. Deculian is her enemy. The ending in the game is the most detestable thing.
If I let everything play out as it does in the game, broken engagement, the condition being Deculian's death, I will meet the exact same end. Reading briefly through the available information, Villain's Fate describes the fate of a villain. Everyone wishes for his death. However, whatever fails to kill him will only make him stronger. In the game, Deculian dies in a multitude of ways, sometimes being stabbed through the heart, sometimes being stabbed through the head, occasionally being poisoned in his wine, or dying from an explosion of art. Whichever the method, the reality of his death remains unchanged. Deculian crossed his legs, contemplating, if I want to live, I must make a different choice.
He knit his brows. A choice that the original Deculian was incapable of making.
Setting pen to paper to jot down a few lines, he spoke aloud, Alan, submit these and borrow a few books. I plan to write something before heading home.
The kid quickly complied, yes, sir. Having obtained what he needed, Alan closed the door as he left.
Goodbye, Professor.
Inside the large room, only Deculian remained now. He fell into vague contemplation. I need a massive amount of money to survive. Money can be used to bypass many instances of death.
Deculian had his own distinct plan for generating wealth.
Investing in a mage is one way to make money,
but this world harbors an immense hatred for Deculian. Nevertheless, it's not as if there aren't countless names in this world who hold a grudge against me.
He tightened his fist, brooding, they will kill me whenever the opportunity presents itself. To survive, what I truly need is a way out.
Afterward, he suddenly stood up, manifesting a glowing red sphere of power, whispering to himself, I need to become stronger. Deculian continuously reinforced the suggestion to himself, the best way for me to survive in this world is to become stronger.
However, Deculian's talent was merely average. With things as they stand, I cannot properly counter future threats.
I cannot survive the countless deaths that still lie in wait ahead. He repeatedly emphasized his own bleak outlook. I cannot survive the countless deaths that are still waiting.
Deculian's eyes narrowed, steeped in deep thought. Regardless, I have one advantageous factor, that is my attribute.
Deculian cannot control all four elements as he used to boast, but he certainly possesses potential in manipulating the elements of earth and fire. The result of combining earth, fire, and metal formed another of Deculian's attributes, known as Mouse's Hand. The unique Mouse's Hand consumes the user's mana to unlock the target's potential.
Utilizing that, I can still fight.
Consequently, Deculian's talent in metal manipulation allows him to manipulate hovering swords using internal energy. He opened the book, intently reading the section on basic manipulation magic. It might sound grand to call it flying swords controlled by internal energy, but in reality, it's just manipulating objects through telekinesis.
However, this is certainly not something commonplace in this world.
Basic manipulation magic, what I lack in raw power, can be compensated for by controlling the properties of metal. The book detailed the instructions for using internal energy that he required. But to pull all of this off, I must first learn how to control it. Placing his hand onto the page of the book, Deculian began channeling the magic. Let's put it to the test.
The power from his hand diffused steadily.
The magical incantations and symbols within the book resonated, floating up to form a grand magic matrix, which he instantly erected.
The magical power swirled, penetrating Deculian's mind.
The contents and incantations of telekinesis flooded directly into his head.
He gasped repeatedly from receiving too much data all at once.
Glancing at the quill pen beside him, Deculian thought decisively to himself, perhaps now,
with just a single command. He successfully commanded the pen to float in midair. Deculian's brain had indeed become far more enlightened. Now I have memorized basic telekinesis and no longer require incantations to cast it.
Seeing something that once only existed in a game materialize like this, he realized, memorization allows the brain to automatically cast spells that you have comprehended. He calculated with excitement, even though this is just the basics, if it's only this much, I won't reach the level I desire, even with more advanced telekinesis.
Glancing over at the stack of spellbooks, an idea suddenly struck him. What should I do? He asked himself. Could I potentially place magic matrices across my entire body?
In this world, the larger a magic matrix is, the more powerful it becomes.
If I comprehend my own body fully through understanding,
not just the brain, but also the heart and inner core, I will engrave magic matrices across my entire body to augment my telekinesis. Naturally, there's a possibility of my body overloading or experiencing adverse side effects. Iron Man, a unique tier, indicating the body's potential physical capabilities and innate attributes, are of the absolute highest tier. This body possesses the Iron Man attribute, allowing me to endure those side effects. Deculian meticulously calculated the details. This is something that can only happen for me in this world.
My current mana level is 800, which should be sufficient for a small trial.
Moving from thought to action, he decisively repeated the process of channeling magical power.
The knowledge came flying in rapidly once more, straight into his cerebrum.
It circulated internal energy like white blood cells in the bloodstream. Deculian's body, bearing an excessive volume of information, rapidly grew exhausted.
A terrifying wave of pain washed over him.
Deculian gritted his teeth and bore the indescribable agony, a sensation as though every bone in his body were fracturing into pieces, and every muscle were being torn apart. He stood his ground firmly, completely unyielding.
However, I will not falter. I will not utter even a single groan.
That is precisely the elegant grace that a nobleman must possess. The pain gradually subsided after he brought the process to an end.
Deculian's hands shook uncontrollably. Mana 1/3375. I feel utterly depleted. I failed due to a lack of mana.
Glancing down at his shoulder, he noted with clear satisfaction, but I have gained something. Now, I have a magic matrix on my shoulder. At this rate, it will take 2 weeks to engrave it across my entire body.
A month later, at the Magic Tower Academy, during Deculian's seminar on the very first day of lectures, he presented an assignment board to the entire class. Down below, the professor wished to test your capabilities. Bring back to me any results from this designated area that you managed to research. This location is teeming with elements suitable for your experimentation.
Everyone gossiped incessantly out of curiosity. This is completely different from what our seniors told us.
Are his classes always like this? Think about it, he's just asking us to self-study using the guidebook. Everyone looked left and right, continuously questioning, so we're supposed to do something with the elements? Is that why we're out here? Where did Professor Deculian go?
Ephraim grumbled irritably, cursing him silently. Of course.
What an utterly irresponsible man.
She crossed her arms, muttering vitriol. Deculian tells us to self-study on the very first day.
What kind of scumbag is he?
Suddenly, Sylvia intentionally collided right into her.
Ephraim snapped harshly, "Hey! Who on earth?" Her demeanor shifted instantly upon getting a clear look at the other person's face. She stood flabbergasted, whispering to herself, "This person is." More than anyone, Ephraim knew her identity perfectly well, Sylvia von Josephine Jucklein. Sylvia gazed directly at her in silence for a brief moment, before coldly turning her back to walk away, leaving Ephraim staring with blazing eyes, wondering in utter disbelief, does she not recognize me? Deculian had still not shown his face at the forest lecture session. Ephraim practiced her magic in isolation, her mind still plagued by questions. What exactly happened?
If I'm not mistaken, that person must be a member of the Ed family. Last year, the Ed family, fearing the potential of my father and myself, deployed soldiers to surround our mansion and threaten us.
How could she possibly not remember me?
Out of nowhere, the castle she had constructed for herself was demolished.
What's going on? Ephraim immediately noticed a sensation as if her mana was being drained somewhere.
Sure enough, Sylvia, standing right next to her, had siphoned off her meager remaining mana to erect a massive fortress of her own.
Incensed, Ephraim picked a fight, demanding, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" She aggressively confronted Sylvia, saying, "Do you even realize you're taking everything I've gathered? Hey, are you listening to me?" Sylvia remained dead silent, not even bothering to reply, which only made Ephraim fly further off the handle. What the hell is wrong with this girl? Why isn't she responding to a word I'm saying?
Suddenly, an idea struck her.
Ephraim questioned her directly, "Hey, why are you pretending you don't know me, Lady Sylvia?" She intentionally brought up the past to trigger her memory. "That's what I thought.
There's no way you don't recognize me after threatening my family and forcing me to give up magic.
Are you afraid I'm here to steal all your spotlight?" Sylvia gave a curt, cold reply, "I don't know you." Ephraim's blood boiled instantly, and she barked in sheer frustration, "You dare look down on me now?" But Sylvia's next response was completely unexpected. "I don't know you, but I know your father." Stunned, Ephraim asked back, "What?" Sylvia icily singled him out. "That arrogant noble. I heard he's dead." This line completely shattered the last of Ephraim's patience. A blinding magical light erupted, sending the crowd into a frenzy as they shouted to one another, "Huh? Look at that!" Ephraim completely lost her cool and decided to go all out against Sylvia. What did you just say?" Her magic exploded violently as she furiously challenged her, "Say that again." Confronted by Ephraim's overwhelming momentum, Sylvia quickly threw up a protective barrier, tension clearly written all over her face. An earth-shattering explosion blew dirt and rocks sky-high across the entire area. Everyone covered their faces in sheer terror. As the thick dust gradually cleared, they scrambled to get their bearings, yelling, "What just happened? Is anyone hurt?" Ephraim had tightly grabbed Sylvia by the hair. Sylvia coldly ordered, "Let go." But Ephraim, completely out of her mind with rage, screamed, "I told you to say it again. How dare you insult my father?" Right in the heat of the moment, she suddenly froze, declaring, "I'll finish you." The crowd panicked, screaming at the top of their lungs, "What on earth is that?" A bizarre pink rift tore open in the sky, carrying the stench of death. The crowd instantly went on high alert, shouting, "What is that light?" The entire class shrieked in terror, "What's going on?" Ephraim stammered in realization, "Is that a rift?" Observing its behavior, she realized, "That's where my mana and her mana collided earlier. It's sucking in everything around it." As the black hole began to expand wildly, the crowd shouted to one another, "It's gonna explode. Run!" Everyone scattered in a blind panic, leaving only Ephraim to face it calmly. "No, if it explodes, the metal fragments will fly everywhere like stray bullets." Anticipating the worst possible tragic outcome, she thought, "Everyone here is going to die." In the blink of an eye, the explosion detonated with a destructive force rivaling hundreds of tons of TNT. Ephraim closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and raised a barrier, desperately trying to hold her ground. Suddenly, she sensed something was off. "What's going on? Why is it so quiet? Wait, did it stop?" As it turned out, Deculion had arrived just in time to neutralize the danger. The debris from the explosion was blocked by him, suspended mid-air. The crowd looked on, thoroughly confused, wondering, when did he get here? Why are the exploding fragments frozen in mid-air like that? Deculion effortlessly shifted the fragments elsewhere. In that moment, they seemed to transform into a flowing stream. The narrator stepped in, describing in detail the crowd's expressions as they witnessed Deculion utilizing psychokinesis. The onlookers gasped in awe. The narrator explained the underlying reason: because they were all students honing their magical knowledge, they couldn't help but perceive the sheer magnificence of that magic, an enchanting spell whose aesthetic beauty absolutely no one could deny. The glittering fragments were piled neatly into a stack by him. Deculion coldly issued his directive, "Attention, everyone! Today's class ends here." His gaze was sharp as ice as he looked at the two culprits who had caused this catastrophic mess. "Everyone leave, except for the ones who started this fight." Ephraim panicked internally, "Oh great! I'm totally screwed." She and Sylvia were led straight to the interrogation room. The one speaking was Assistant Professor Rin. Just as expected, the serious demeanor of you two serves as an exemplary model for all mages. Walking behind him were Elementalism Professor Redl and Adelin Sagan, the president of the Magic University. Sitting beside Deculion, they cheerfully greeted the newcomers. "Welcome, Professor Redl, Professor Rin. Apologies for summoning you both without prior notice, but thank you for getting here so quickly." Professor Rin took his seat, unable to suppress his curiosity. "All right, who was it? Who had the audacity to raise a hand against the young lady of the Yuckline family?" Right away, someone spoke up to answer. "From what I gathered, it's just a low-born brat who hasn't even officially enrolled in the academy. A nobody with a dubious background, really." Rin laughed out loud, turning to praise Deculion, "But I also heard that Professor Deculion handled what could have been a massive riot quite splendidly." Redl eagerly chimed in, "I heard the same. Truly impressive stuff." But deep down, Deculion knew exactly what was going on. "I saw right through their intentions long ago. They're only kissing my ass on the surface. All the professors here are masters at reading the room, so the outcome of this disciplinary hearing is basically a foregone conclusion." To him, the interrogation was nothing more than a formality. Sylvia, the daughter of the powerful Ed family, versus Ephraim,
a fallen noble,
practically a commoner. It's blindingly obvious whose side they're going to take.
Deculian silently steeled his resolve. Therefore, I must shift the outcome of this disciplinary hearing myself. Just moments before, he had spotted something fascinating, a swirling, deep crimson aura emanating from Ephraim. I'm the only one who can see it, thanks to my unique vision. The system abruptly flashed a notification. The villain's fate describes the destiny of a villain. The entire world wishes for his death.
However, what doesn't kill him only makes him stronger.
He thought with absolute certainty, this proves the villain's fate has manifested.
If I can't alter this outcome, my death will only draw closer.
The arbiter's cold voice rang out. The disciplinary hearing regarding novice mages Ephraim and Sylvia will now begin.
Rin opened the session by barking loudly, "How dare you two brawl right inside the main hall?" If it weren't for Professor Deculian, people would have been seriously injured.
He hardened his tone, demanding of Ephraim, "Why on earth did you two start fighting?"
She merely lowered her head, offering a terse reply, "I cannot say." Rin glared at Ephraim, who still defiantly held her head up, and snapped in irritation, "What?"
Ephraim thought cautiously to herself, "That bastard is watching from somewhere up there, so I can't say a damn thing." Recalling Sylvia's words, tears of sheer frustration welled up in her eyes. "I heard your father is dead, isn't he?" Ephraim kept her head down, her thoughts drifting to Deculian. "Sylvia looked down on my father and systematically provoked me, but I can't expose that in front of my ultimate enemy."
Rin suddenly bolted upright, criticizing her arrogantly. "What kind of joke is this? Is this some sort of inferiority complex?"
He bluntly drew a comparison. "You should have kept the massive status gap between yourself and Sylvia clearly in mind.
Yet you dared too openly."
Brushing that aside, he turned to question Sylvia. "Well, Sylvia, you tell us." She replied with poised composure, "During class, I accidentally destroyed her results, which led to the altercation."
Hearing this, Rin still relentlessly went after Ephraim. "What? So Sylvia didn't even do it on purpose? And yet Ephraim used that as an excuse to cause such a scene? A nameless, low-born brat dares to. Do you completely lack anger control?" To make matters worse, he crossed the line by turning to President Adelin. "We should expel her.
We cannot tolerate such an attitude and violent behavior." Ephraim clenched her teeth tightly, overwhelmed by absolute helplessness.
"It's so cold, my mind feels like it's about to burst.
To have to endure such crude insults at a simple school disciplinary hearing. All the blame is pinned on me, yet I can't give a single reason.
Nor is there anyone left to stand up and defend me. Yeah, everything is so cold." Her eyes burned with deep resentment and indignation. "It's all because of that man," Adelin casually concluded. "Well, it seems everyone has reached a consensus."
Then, she gently deferred to Deculian for his input. Professor Deculian was the one present at the scene.
"Let us hear your thoughts before we finalize our conclusion."
His voice resonated slowly. "I, Deculian, question you in my capacity as the head professor of the tower and a member of the disciplinary committee." Ephraim shut her eyes tightly, completely giving up in her heart. "It's over."
He asked with subtle insinuation, "Do you truly believe you bear no fault in this incident?" Completely giving up. "It's over." He asked with subtle insinuation, "Do you truly believe you bear no fault in this incident?"
Suddenly, he called out a name no one expected, Sylvia von Josephine Yucklein.
She snapped her head up in surprise. "Yes?" He sternly repeated, "Let me ask you again, do you truly believe you bear no fault in this incident?" Ephraim was left completely flabbergasted. "Huh?" She was even more stunned than Sylvia. "What kind of twist is this?" Rin was equally thrown into a state of utter confusion. "What are you talking about, Professor?" Intimidated by the intense stares of everyone else, he nevertheless pressed Sylvia resolutely. "You absolutely could have prevented that incident, yet you chose not to. Or perhaps the talent everyone holds in such high regard." His closing remark left Sylvia utterly frozen in her tracks. Is actually insufficient to do so?
She directly bowed her head and admitted her wrongdoing. "I am sorry. To be honest, I didn't stop her because I wanted her to get into much bigger trouble."
Her blatant honesty only fueled Ephraim's rage further. "What?" Suspicion arose deep within Ephraim's heart. "Why did Deculian bypass me and question Sylvia instead? No matter how you look at it, isn't this clearly my fault?"
Rin adamantly continued to defend Sylvia, but even so, head Professor Deculian, the blame doesn't lie with the defending party.
The aggressor is the one at fault.
Deculian argued impassively. "If we consider the context, the fault lies with me, the person who conducted the class."
Professor Rin, are you suggesting I should be the one taking the blame? Seeing his fierce determination, Rin immediately backed down from the argument. Of course not. I just thought handling it this way wasn't quite right.
Ephraim was astonished, thinking to herself, he even shot down the professor who was backing Sylvia. Why on earth would he go to such lengths? Suddenly, a stunning realization hit her. To protect me? Adeline clapped her hands, cutting off the debate. Enough, she cheerfully proposed, they're just kids, friction is how they grow. These children are merely novice mages, so instead of bickering over who's at fault and tearing them down, let's just let it slide this time. Then she officially declared, no disciplinary action will be taken this time. Both of you may dismiss. Ephraim's small hands trembled in utter disbelief. What? I was entirely prepared to be expelled. The Deculian I know would absolutely never do something like this. So why? As the hearing concluded, Rin turned to flatter him, just as expected of Professor Deculian. You truly have a unique way of analyzing situations. As they were all talking, Ephraim's voice rang out, causing him to turn around. She clenched her fists as if gathering every ounce of her courage. Looking straight at Deculian, I have a question. She silently asked herself, if you remember the surname Luna. If you know my father, and if you know that he suffered his entire life because of you, before finally ending his own life. Ephraim looked down, her mind spinning with doubts, but even assuming Deculian does remember. What if he only decided to overturn the verdict just to protect himself? Even so, she steadfastly held on to her original purpose. Even if that's the case, if he doesn't remember my father, wouldn't that be even more heartbreaking? As if reading Ephraim's inner turmoil, Deculian spoke decisively, there is no need for you to ask. He offered a cryptic piece of advice, do not waste your talent on things buried in the past. After that, the only sound left in the room was the rhythmic clicking of Deculian's footsteps fading into the distance. Ephraim took that as her answer. Her previous doubts completely vanished. I knew it. Deculian does know me and my father. If he didn't, he would have absolutely no reason to help me. He must feel a shred of responsibility. Her trembling hands tightened into firm fists. His decision to help her brought back memories of that heartbreaking funeral from the past, cementing her conviction further. So, is the reason he helped me out of sheer pity? The tears rolling down Ephraim's face were now tears of sheer relief. Thank goodness. It turns out he didn't forget. And as long as he still remembers me, I'm content with that. Wiping her tears away, she happily comforted herself, at least for now, that's more than enough. The system flashed a prompt, the villain's destiny, overcoming death, divergence detected. Plot units, +2. Sylvia was being driven in a four-wheeled carriage by her father. He glanced back and asked his daughter, about that matter? This man was Jan von Lied, the head of the Ed family and a master of telepathy. He reassured Sylvia, you don't need to worry about that child anymore. He casually added his assessment, Ephraim certainly possesses talent, but she has already missed her window of opportunity. Sylvia stared blankly as she recalled the past, specifically a day 10 years ago during the aptitude test for entering the academy. Sylvia stared blankly as she recalled the past, specifically a day 10 years ago during the aptitude test for entering the academy. He had announced to a stunned Sylvia and Ephraim, both of you possess the talent to become archmages. That result caused a massive stir among the onlookers. What? 2 brats from our territory? Ephraim quietly looked over at Sylvia, and Sylvia innocently stared right back. The buzzing chatter showed no signs of stopping. What on earth is happening? A ruined path whose ultimate destination was paradise, the pinnacle of the magical world known as eternity, an existence at a level that even the Emperor couldn't hope to touch. Those who reached this realm were hailed as archmages and etched into the history of the continent. However, by established tradition, only 3 individuals could become archmages within a single era, regardless of their magical type or field of expertise. That was an immutable law of mages. Back then, besides Dem's position, there were only 2 vacant slots left. But one of them had already been designated for Adelin, the Tower Master of the Magic Tower. Sylvia understood it perfectly clear. In other words, I, the heir of the Yuckline family, and Ephraim, with her Luna family serving as our collateral, had to compete for that single remaining spot. That was precisely why the head of the Yuckline family had led troops to surround the Luna estate. I could figure it out without my father explaining it. He had resolutely demanded of Ephraim's father, give up on sending your daughter to the academy, Kagan Luna. Sylvia sank deeper into her childhood memories. That day, I realized the real reason the Yuckline family trampled over the Luna family was entirely for my sake. She gazed absent-mindedly into the distance. It was all to ensure that I would become the Archmage instead of Ephorine. Sylvia whispered sorrowfully, becoming an Archmage is my ultimate desire and destiny. Her expression scowled as she recalled Ephorine once asking her, "Are you afraid of having to chase after me?" Sylvia let out a soft sigh, quickly brushing aside her lingering worries. It wasn't just because I was unlucky. Jan sternly reminded his daughter, "You don't need to stress over that child. But you must remain highly vigilant against Deculion." He emphasized with absolute certainty, he is by no means a simple man. He might be struggling right now, but he was hailed as a prodigy in his youth. There's no telling how high he might rise again. Following the recent interrogation, Sylvia had more or less sensed it too. I know Professor Deculion saw right through my trap. When that horrific explosion erupted, I had clearly pulled the strings behind the scenes. I caused Ephorine's mana to vanish, setting up a trap designed to detonate the moment it came into contact with her mana. The bigger the explosion, the deeper the trouble she would find herself in. Deculion's sheer sharpness left Sylvia thoroughly infuriated, yet Deculion saw right through my scheme instantly. Even though I had carefully checked the room for any traces of surveillance magic, through his ironclad arguments, he still forced me to back down. He compelled us to reach a compromise instead of explicitly exposing that I was the perpetrator. Sylvia could feel an invisible, crushing pressure emanating from him. "I know everything. Do as I say." Even though it was a veiled threat, she had no choice but to accept it. I honestly thought he was just an arrogant bastard with slightly above-average talent. Her body involuntarily shuddered with creeping dread. What kind of monster is he really? A few days later, at Deculion's estate, Roy's respectful voice echoed, "It's Roy, sir. Are you ready?" Adjusting his attire one final time, Deculion quickly replied, "I'll be right out." The carriage waiting outside promptly set off. Sitting inside the carriage, he pondered silently, "I made the right call by supporting Ephorine. Thanks to that, I managed to eliminate a death divergence and secured plot units." Recalling his lecture in class, he couldn't help but feel surprised. I never expected the novice mage asking that question would be Ephorine, but she happens to have the highest probability of becoming hostile toward Deculion. Adhering strictly to his core principle of self-preservation above all else, he calculated firmly, of course, Sylvia might still harbor resentment toward me regardless, but I had no other options if I wanted to keep myself alive. Deculion looked out the window with a hint of weariness. As for social gatherings, I'd much rather avoid them entirely. However, I can't afford to pass up an opportunity to rake in more plot units. The system had already assigned him a new objective, subquest, attend the Flower of the New Year Gala. Plot units, plus 0.5. Ultimately driven by the need for plot points, Deculion forced himself to participate, reasoning, I need at least 5 plot units to unlock the shop. Therefore, I must check if there are any prominent storyline characters attending this event. The carriage pulled to a halt outside the grand venue. The moment he stepped inside, someone was already waiting to greet him. "Welcome, Professor Deculion." Sweeping his gaze across the room, he noted that the guests were all impeccably dressed in extravagant gowns and formal attire. Deculion evaluated internally, they all look like high-ranking nobility. I spot quite a few familiar faces from the upper echelons. Casting his eyes toward the far side of the hall, a certain figure caught his attention, feeling oddly familiar. Deculion instantly locked onto his target, Uriel, the very character I designed myself. He concluded with absolute certainty, coming here was definitely the right move. Deeply engrossed in analyzing Uriel, he failed to notice that someone had already spotted him. The man enthusiastically struck up a conversation. "Well, look who it is. If it isn't Professor Deculion?" His loud, welcoming tone instantly drew the attention of numerous curious onlookers. "My child happens to be taking your class." Suddenly, he found himself utterly surrounded by a swarm of fawning nobles trying to butter him up. "Professor Deculion, I've always wanted to meet you." "Professor, He groaned helplessly to himself, "I take back what I just thought." Just as boredom was setting in, a familiar name caught Deculion's ear, Ganessa. "I read all about your miraculous exploits in the Continental magazine." While a noble was still desperately extending an invitation, "Professor, would you care to join us for dinner? My family is." He quickly signaled that he had other business to attend to, leaving the man instantly speechless. Nearby, he quickly picked up his pace toward the direction where the name had originated. "Who mentioned Ganessa? Getting acquainted with her will mark a massive turning point in the plot."
This is the absolute best thing I can accomplish today. Deculian scanned the bustling crowd meticulously, but where exactly is she? I definitely heard her name spoken somewhere around here. He steeled his resolve. I must seize this opportunity to introduce myself to her. Up on the second-floor balcony, the very person Deculian was searching for was quietly observing him. It was none other than the adventurer Ganesa, a pivotal character from the beginning of the story. Deculian grew impatient. She has to be close by. Fortunately, his eyes locked onto her. Found you. Deculian studied Ganesa, evaluating her silently, a woman with crimson hair tied back in a ponytail, clad in standard adventurer gear. Disregarding everything else, he hurriedly made his way toward the second floor. I need to move fast. Suddenly, an astonished voice cut through the air. Is that who I think it is? Helm slowly sauntered over to him. Deculian felt a pang of intense annoyance at the interruption. Why does it have to be right now? He coldly acknowledged the interloper. Helm. This individual was none other than Helm von Jurian Rewind, a fourth-rank monarch-class mage belonging to the royal family. Helm's tone was dripping with mockery. Color me impressed. Head Professor Deculian actually remembers me. What an honor. It's been ages. How has your research been coming along? Then, rather abruptly, she added, I've caught wind of a few rumors. Failing to catch her drift, Deculian questioned back, Helm, are you being serious right now? She intentionally dropped a provocative barb. Oh, it's nothing, just that your research hasn't made a single shred of progress in the past 3 years, and some people are starting to openly question your capabilities. Deculian glared at Helm with profound contempt, thinking, did you seriously come over here just to bait me? Looking closer at her, he remembered, this guy used to be Deculian's fierce rival back during their academy days. Helm continued to ramble on self-indulgently, if you ever find yourself needing a hand, I'm more than happy to help. Completely ignoring her, he drifted into his own thoughts. They used to be quite close, but ever since she lost the head professor position to Deculian, she became entirely consumed by jealousy. He turned his head away in utter boredom. The original Deculian might have let this get under his skin, but this kind of petty provocation means absolutely nothing to me. Besides, it's not like she's lying. The rumors Helm mentioned were factual. He suddenly startled, snapping his gaze up toward the empty corridor. She was gone. Ganesa had completely vanished. He glared back at Helm, who was still obliviously soliloquizing, if you keep up that arrogant attitude, nobody is ever going to like you. Deculian was absolutely furious, thinking, I completely lost track of her because I was forced to waste time talking to this total idiot. He abruptly closed the distance between them. Cut the crap. Get the hell out of my face, you bastard. Caught completely off guard by the harsh curse, Helm stammered in shock. What? Did you just? Deculian swiftly walked away, wanting absolutely nothing more to do with him. At this moment, his mind was entirely consumed by anxiety regarding Ganesa. Seriously, I need to track her down immediately before she leaves the gala so I can establish a connection with her. He felt a deep sense of urgency, otherwise, my entire plan is going to fall apart. After Deculian stormed off, the guests at the party began looking around in a frantic buzz. Where did Professor Deculian go? Professor Deculian! Deculian! By this time, he had already slipped out onto the balcony, letting out a weary, heavy sigh. Even after shaking off Helm, there are still way too many idiots blocking my path. This is exactly why I absolutely despise parties. Suddenly, a voice called out to him, Professor Deculian? He turned in surprise to look at the person standing before him, Ganesa. Ganesa rested her arms casually on the railing, asking cryptically, is this a pure coincidence, or were you actively looking for me? Deculian paused slightly, marveling silently at the turn of events. Talk about an unexpected twist of fate. While trying to dodge those leeches, I run straight into Ganesa. He couldn't help but wonder, more importantly, were Ganesa and Deculian already acquaintances? He calmly replied, I simply lost my way. Ganesa burst out laughing, completely blunt, I know you were looking for me. You clearly have something you want to say. Crossing her arms over her chest, she offered a somewhat helpless explanation. Look, I'm sorry about that previous mission, but I've already refunded the original fee along with the cancellation penalty. Can't you just let it go this once? Deculian confirmed his suspicion internally. It seems they indeed know each other through a contract. Seeing that he remained silent, Ganesa pressed on, I do apologize for failing to deliver the children with exceptional magical talent like you requested. No, wait, it's not that I couldn't bring them to you. A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed her face.
it's just that I grew far too attached to them, so I simply couldn't bring myself to hand them over to you.
Deculian was thoroughly perplexed, having absolutely no clue what she was talking about.
However, it appeared that the original Deculian had engaged in this practice multiple times. His mind instantly conjured the grim image of a child confined in heavy chains, revealing the true nature of Deculian, who desperately sought to compensate for his own shortcomings by exploiting talented children.
Ganesa suddenly shifted the topic. Let me ask you one thing. He immediately countered. What is it? Ganesa's eyes darkened significantly, her voice turning piercingly cold. Just how much longer do you intend to live your life this way? Deculian fell into a profound silence. He asked himself the exact same question. How much longer?
Then he recalled, prior to him taking over this body, Deculian had constantly listened to the manipulative counsel of useless sycophants, utterly destroying the trust of those around him, and inflicting severe harm on countless individuals solely for his own personal gain. Leaning heavily against the balcony railing, he stated firmly, from this moment on, I will live differently.
Ganesa startled slightly, leaning in to study him with a highly skeptical gaze. Well, I certainly didn't see that coming. I honestly expected you to try and murder me on the spot.
She openly acknowledged her own blunder, seeing as I explicitly violated our secret mission and took off.
Deculian let out a helpless sigh, thinking, you are severely overthinking things.
Glancing at Ganesa, he wondered in sheer disbelief, did the original guy seriously try to assassinate Ganesa, one of the absolute top-tier powerhouses in terms of raw combat capability, at this stage? He must have had a literal death wish. Looking at the woman standing completely relaxed in front of him, his mind swirled with heavy thoughts. I might not know everything about the original Deculian, but Ganesa is the type of monster who could easily slaughter someone using nothing more than a single strand of hair. An image from the game suddenly flashed through his mind. Her attributes were an immortal body and a martial arts mastery, a warrior at the absolute peak. Deculian counted his blessings. Thankfully, since I'm in this body now, Deculian never sent assassins after Ganesa. If he had, she would be dead by now.
He sank deep into thought. This is a bit different from what I expected. His behavior struck Ganesa as bizarre, making her wonder, did he eat something weird today?
Deculian rejoiced internally, but I've achieved my goal for this party, making a connection. With that in mind, he prepared to take his leave. There's no reason to stay here any longer. He didn't forget to tell her, I'll be back, so don't overthink things.
Ganesa was caught off guard. You're leaving? She pressed him repeatedly. Is that really okay? No assassins, no bloodshed?
Deculian gave her a casual backward glance. I don't have the time.
Ganesa stood frozen, completely speechless. Deculian strode back into the main hall, projecting an aura of pure authority. Just as Ganesa had pointed out, he could easily use the Adventurers Guild to put pressure on her. However, doing so would only increase the death variables stacked against him.
Suddenly, a system prompt flashed before his eyes. The villain's fate, avoided a cause of death.
Shop currency, +1. Deculian was taken aback. What? He recalled their recent conversation. First it was overcoming, and now it's avoiding. I didn't even realize it, but was that conversation just now another cause of death?
He stood perfectly still in the middle of the hall. I absolutely cannot afford to let my guard down here.
Meanwhile, in another room, Velli asked with an unhappy, hollow expression, just how much longer do you plan on sitting there?
She was Jelly, a relative of July and a rookie adventurer ranked 12th. July shot her a brief glance. I never wanted to come here in the first place.
Velli groaned helplessly, oh goodness, enough already. July remained completely stubborn about it. Velli went silent for a moment, then abruptly asked, July, how are things going with that man? July's voice dropped. What? Velli calmly clarified, with Professor Deculian.
I'm a bit worried because there are way too many rumors floating around. July closed her eyes, remembering their rather unpleasant encounter from before. Her tone turned ice cold. Naturally, nothing good. Velli watched her with a look of deep concern.
Right as she was whispering a warning, July, if you talk that loudly.
A pair of feet slowly made their way down the stairs. July snapped her head around, completely stunned.
Deculian? He didn't say a single word, turning on his heel and walking away almost immediately. He calmly walked past two nobles. They blinked in surprise, unable to stop themselves from gossiping. What? Professor Deculian is leaving? The guy who actually loves parties? And he's leaving right now without casting a single glance at his fiancée?
They conversed casually as if no one else were around. Maybe he doesn't care for her much.
If that's the case, then those earlier rumors must be true.
July heard every word clearly, a deep sorrow washing over her face.
The rest of the crowd watched Deculian's departure with equal curiosity. Deculian is leaving the party much earlier than usual.
Rumor has it that it's due to a falling out with July.
His silhouette was cast against the light, powerful and imposing, but there was absolutely no way Kim Woo-jin could have known that.
A system notification popped up the moment he exited the venue. Subquest cleared. Attend the Flower of the New Year Gala.
Shop currency, plus 0.5. Current balance, 4.5. Time flew by rapidly.
Deculian noted to himself, "It has already been a week since I attended the Flower of the New Year Gala." Right now, he was inside his estate, engaging in physical conditioning. Aside from his daily memory training and introductory psychokinesis drills, he felt his physical stamina was severely lacking, which prompted him to start working out. The primary catalyst for this was, he was completely drenched in sweat from pure exhaustion.
Deculian had been thoroughly terrified. "I nearly lost my life after doing something incredibly reckless. In a room just a few days ago."
A piercing shriek of sheer agony echoed through the space.
Deculian collapsed onto the floor, suffering from a magical backlash and coughing up a mouthful of blood.
Staring at his trembling hands in agonizing pain, he muttered, "If I were just an ordinary mage, I would have died right then and there.
Is the only reason I survived because of the Iron Man attribute?"
After encountering Ganesa the other day, his hunger for greater power intensified, leading him to imprint the fire manipulation psychokinesis right alongside his existing object manipulation to heavily reinforce his metal control magic. The objective was to upgrade it by embedding a magical core directly into the psychokinesis, a method that drastically cut down the time required to master magic. Deculian remained quiet, wiping the streak of blood from the corner of his mouth. Though he maintained a composed facade, he couldn't mask the gravity of the situation. In return, it's exceptionally dangerous. Realizing the horrific strain it placed on his physical body, he pondered, "I've decided I must thoroughly train my body." That was precisely why he was in the training room. As a result, he established a strict morning routine. After wrapping up his workout, Deculian let out a sigh of relief. It's about time to head out to work. A short while later, inside the professor's office, Deculian knit his brows in sheer confusion. "What on earth is this, Alan?" Alan gently slid a file over to him, an official proclamation that was just delivered from the Mage's Tower. The atmosphere surrounding Deculian instantly turned ominous. The sender was the Mage's Tower Professor Qualification Review Committee. Scowling in displeasure, he took the documents from Alan. After scanning through it, Deculian quickly hurried out to gather the necessary paperwork. The proclamation read, "We hereby formally notify you of an audit hearing scheduled within the next 6 months regarding the research progress you are currently conducting, Professor Deculian. Until then, please ensure all relevant documentation is fully prepared." Deculian felt an immense wave of annoyance. If an audit hearing is being called, it means Deculian's research has been stagnant for a very long time, way before I ever occupied this body. This is a highly disadvantageous predicament. He suddenly recalled Deculian's character status screen from the game. Deculian was always a genuine professor possessing a level 6 talent. It clicked in his mind, perhaps the absolute prerequisite of this entire mission is maintaining the title of professor. If I lose it, every single shred of hope of returning home vanishes completely. Deculian halted his steps right outside a door, the laboratory. He reminded himself, therefore, I must uncover something, absolutely anything, inside Deculian's laboratory. He cautiously pushed the door open and stepped inside. The laboratory was in a state of utter ruin, dust coated every surface, and papers were scattered chaotically across the floor. Letting out a weary sigh, he muttered, "What an absolute disaster." Despite his exhaustion, he pushed forward. It looks like nobody has set foot in here for ages. If Deculian had actually been frequenting this place, there's no way the lab would be this messy. Suddenly, something caught Deculian's eye. His gaze locked onto a peculiar pile of debris. This pile looks highly unusual. Is it actively hiding something underneath? He scowled in profound annoyance. I don't know who to blame for this, but this has got to be the single most effective way to obstruct Deculian. Standing from a distance, he utilized magic to shift the debris aside. Thank goodness I managed to learn psychokinesis just in time. Immediately after, a mysterious book revealed itself. He swiftly used his magic to pull the book directly to his hand. As he flipped it open to read, Deculian was thoroughly astonished. It appears he completely encrypted all his research findings to prevent them from being stolen. A smirk played on his lips as he muttered, "Utterly pointless." He immediately activated his understanding skill. A sudden surge of light burst forth, catching Deculion completely by surprise.
The light emanating from this book is incredibly intense. He thought in sheer amazement, this brilliant golden radiance is absolutely blinding. It seems his research truly is extraordinary.
Thanks to the combined effects of the prosperity magnet and sharp sight, he was able to witness this magnificent display.
However, the illumination quickly died down. Deculion furrowed his brows in deep thought. Nonetheless, this research is still incomplete. Pages have been torn out, and there are numerous blank spots. Even the fundamental logic in this section is completely flawed.
As he turned to the subsequent page, he was struck with awe. Even so, this research is grand enough to trigger a strong reaction from the prosperity magnet. But what truly sent a shockwave through him was a photograph tucked inside. This child, is she Ephorine Luna?
Deculion went quiet. So that's how it is.
It seems that back when he was working as a researcher under Deculion, Ephorine's father desperately tried to keep this hidden. He felt a tiny pang of empathy. The deep-seated hatred the mages of the Luna family harbor toward Deculion stems entirely from the fact that he was the reason Ephorine had to endure a life of absolute tragedy. Deculion gripped the necklace in his hand tightly, declaring with absolute confidence, "Do not worry." His expression turned resolute as he stared down at the book. "I will personally complete this research using understanding.
If I finalize the thesis that way, I'll make sure your name is written on it." He nodded approvingly at his own initiative, as a co-author. "Of course, I also require my own achievements, so I can't just list your name alone." Meanwhile, at a cafe located on the Academy campus, a piercing shout rang out, "Got it? We commoners must absolutely stick together." Julia bolted upright, slamming her hand on the table as she declared, "In this class, there are only 30 of us from commoner backgrounds. If we don't cooperate, we're going to suffer sooner or later." Ephorine was suddenly singled out, leaving her completely at a loss. "You think so too, right, Ephorine?" She jumped slightly in sudden panic. "But I used to be a noble." Ultimately, she just quietly sipped her drink, tuning everyone else out. "Whatever, it doesn't even matter. Forget about fulfilling noble obligations. I don't even own a house or a single plot of land. So what kind of noble am I supposed to be?" Julia beamed with excitement. "You get it, right, Ephorine? You absolutely have to join us." The rest of the group, completely oblivious to her noble lineage, cheered enthusiastically. "You are the true representative of the commoners." "Exactly, you were a victim of Sylvia's actions too." Hearing that, Ephorine could only let out a helpless chuckle to herself. "So they actually view me as some sort of champion for the commoner class?" Suddenly, someone raised an objection. "To be fair, if we want to establish an official club, we need the formal approval of a supervising professor. I highly doubt any of the professors would appreciate us gathering like this." Julia nodded in agreement. "That is indeed our biggest hurdle." The others began tossing out suggestions. "What about asking Professor Rin? He's famous for constantly sucking up to that fat noble." Julia suggested an alternative name. "Well, how about Professor Camo?" Before she could even finish her sentence, someone cut her off. "Don't even mention that name." The moment that Professor catches sight of a commoner, they turn right back around. Someone let out a thoroughly depressed sigh, and obviously, Professor Deculion is completely out of the question. While everyone else was frantically brainstorming in a state of utter confusion, Ephorine stared longingly at a plate of pastries. "Are they seriously not going to eat that? Man, I really hope they don't eat it." Out of nowhere, Julia snapped to her feet, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "That's it. Ephorine, you should go ask Professor Deculion." Her face drained of all color, completely terrified by the absurd proposition. "You'll ask him for us, won't you?" Someone added thoughtfully, "If you think about it, he's actually somewhat fair. He looks down on absolutely everyone equally, whether they're nobles or commoners." Julia grew even more hyped up. "Exactly. You managed to dodge a punishment entirely because of him. Doesn't that mean you've already caught his attention?" Ephorine shrank back in sheer terror, desperately waving her hands in refusal. "There is no way. Do you honestly think he's that kind of good person?" Her face was deathly pale from pure fright. Why did the vibe take such a bizarre turn? "I want absolutely nothing to do with Deculion." She scrambled to her feet and bolted right out of the cafe, shouting, "There's no way I can do it anyway." Julia rushed after her, pleading desperately, "Don't say that. Just give it some more thought." Seeing her give chase, Ephorine accelerated her pace. "I told you, you are completely mistaken. If I do it, it's only going to backfire horribly." Eventually, Julia caught up and firmly grabbed her arm. Ephorine suddenly noticed Julia freeze completely in her tracks. and glanced over her shoulder in surprise. What's wrong, Julia? Ephraim froze entirely from sheer terror.
Deculion was staring directly at her, giving her a massive fright. Julia quickly hid behind the doorframe, whispering words of encouragement. Best of luck, Ephraim.
Ephraim's face flushed red with absolute fury as she screamed internally, Julia, when the hell did you get over there? You absolute coward.
She watched hesitantly as he calmly began to walk past her. Finally, gathering every single ounce of her courage, she thrust the club approval form right in front of him. Professor Deculion. Ephraim bowed deeply, her voice dripping with earnest desperation. I wish to establish a club, and I urgently require your signature. Deep down, she felt as though she had already resigned herself to total failure. Whatever happens, happens. She spoke up with absolute seriousness. I don't mean to impose on you. I'm simply anxious because it seems you wouldn't approve of a club composed of mere peasants. Her inner thoughts gradually reached a compromise. I don't want to get mixed up with Deculion, but she actually makes a solid point. She recalled their earlier conversation. It is an absolute fact that none of the other professors will cooperate with us. Ephraim steeled her resolve. Might as well just give it a shot. Deculion took the application form and, without a single moment of hesitation, signed his approval, adding coolly, send the specific details over to my office. Ephraim couldn't process it in time. Excuse me? He quickly handed the document back to her. She scrambled to receive it. Ah, right, thank you. Staring down at the meticulously elegant signature, she was utterly dumbfounded. He actually signed it. Ephraim stared blankly at Deculion's retreating figure. Did he really just agree to it? The actual Deculion? Julia came sprinting over in absolute ecstasy, wrapping her arms around her in a joyous hug as she squealed. Did you seriously manage to get his signature? Unbelievable. But why? Just like during the disciplinary hearing, why is he being so kind to me? It was time for Deculion's lecture once again. He drew illustrations directly onto the blackboard to help the students visualize. Today's lesson centers on understanding pure elements. As you are all well aware, elements constitute the foundation of all magic. However, there are still far too many mages who fail to grasp the distinction between classified magic and pure elements. Ephraim watched him intently as he lectured with absolute focus, searching for a rationale. For instance, is it out of a sense of guilt? She felt a wave of pure self-derision, empathy. He literally drove my father to his death. Even if he's being kind to me, it's nothing more than a total facade. Out of nowhere, her emotions spiraled completely out of control. Her expression darkened heavily, and her hands clenched so tightly they began to tremble violently. If he truly knows he did wrong, he should expose his true nature and repent right this instant. Julia's voice snapped her back to reality. Are you okay, Ephraim? She startled, blinking. What? Julia looked at her with concern. You really don't look so good. Then she offered words of comfort. Don't worry about those snobs anymore. They don't know how to do anything except gossip. Ephraim was thoroughly confused. What the hell is she talking about? Glancing around the room, the realization finally dawned on her. A group of girls in the class were shooting dirty looks her way, whispering in clear annoyance. What is she even looking at us for? What the hell does she think she's doing? One girl sitting directly across the aisle expressed her disgust completely bluntly. How repulsive. Ephraim felt utterly helpless. I've officially made myself an enemy of the nobility after that entire ordeal, even though I technically belong to the nobility too. She turned back to reassure Julia. I'm perfectly fine, Julia. Those people are always like that. Let's just focus entirely on the lecture. Deculion remained completely oblivious to the petty squabbles among his students. He continued to teach with poised composure. The magic circles you have utilized up until this point possess deep significance in every single stroke. Suddenly, an intrusive thought rippled through the classroom. I thought everyone said Deculion's lectures were drastically different from this. Deculion personally demonstrated a minor spell. This fire magic can completely alter its coloration simply by introducing 2 additional strokes to the circle, as those 2 strokes dictate the flame's hue. He pulled out a textbook. That is precisely what we will be exploring today. He flipped the book open, facing the class, and stated in a commanding tone, Flame Torrent. The narrator stepped in, explaining that Ephraim's line of thinking was completely incorrect. In reality, Deculion's original lectures were merely a vehicle for him to show off his status as a professor. Now, however, it belonged to Kim Deculion recreating absolute beauty through mana alone. The narrator emphasized the profound impact of Deculion's teaching style. Explaining concepts through the lens of profound comprehension was utterly shocking to the novice students sitting in the lecture hall. The narrator suddenly made mention of Sylvia, and that applied to Sylvia as well. As it turned out, the individual being referenced was a stunningly beautiful girl with brilliant golden hair, who had completely lost all interest in academic learning due to her own overwhelming genius. Deculion proceeded to demonstrate a completely different spell. As you already know, this particular magic circle is utilized to summon water. He then seamlessly integrated it with the previous fire magic. However, the moment you combine this with fire magic, a brand new form of sorcery is instantaneously generated. It will manifest exactly like this. Sylvia was struck with absolute amazement, and Ephraim was certainly no exception. Watching the stream of fire dancing fluidly through the air, the students erupted into a frenzy of chatter. It actually transformed into a fluid current. Fire is literally flowing exactly like water. Sylvia was thoroughly horrified. This is impossible. She couldn't bring herself to believe it, staring intently at Deculion. I never expected his lecture to be so deeply rooted in core theory. The narrator re-emerged, painting a vivid description of the magical reality. The vast majority of mages who are hailed as geniuses rely almost entirely on pure intuition to cast their spells. To them, established theory feels like a rigid mold. If every single mage prioritized theory over intuition, every form of magic would end up cast from the exact same mold. The narrator offered a word of advice: if you fixate too heavily on theory, you won't have any time left to actually master magic. Attempting to comprehend every single spell through rigid logic is highly inefficient. The narrator provided a concrete example: encountering roadblocks during training. This is the fundamental paradox of magic. The scene shifted back to focus on Deculion. In order to ascend to the rank of a high-tier mage, one must possess exceptional intuition. Then it shifted over to Sylvia, yet high-level logic utterly fails to explain pure intuition. Sylvia stared at him intently, thoroughly perplexed. For a man whose reputation as a genius is currently under heavy scrutiny, delivering a lecture so deeply focused on theory should be an absolute impossibility. A collective gasp of admiration echoed throughout the academy hall. This is completely different from the rumors. Back at the Magic Tower dormitory, Ephraim clutched her stack of textbooks as she dragged her exhausted body back to her room. I have never focused that hard during a lecture in my entire life. Suddenly, she stopped dead in her tracks, a wave of suspicion washing over her. As she stared at her door, which had been aggressively vandalized with hateful slurs, she muttered in sheer frustration, "Just how much longer do you people intend to keep up this childish prank?" Ephraim felt a profound sense of helplessness. It has been getting progressively worse ever since that incident involving Sylvia. Out of nowhere, her attention was drawn to an envelope slid right underneath her door. Inspecting it carefully, she gasped in shock. A sponsorship certification? Picking up the envelope, she let out a highly skeptical chuckle. Wow, I almost actually believed it for a second. There is no way in hell this is real. Who would realistically sponsor me when I'm actively despised by both the Yuckline family and Deculion? Then she reconsidered. Actually, this might turn out to be a good thing. I can easily report this incident and collect a finder's fee. At the Magic Administration office, Ephraim walked out of the office in a complete daze, utterly unable to comprehend that it was actually genuine. Recalling what had transpired just moments ago, she had shrieked in absolute shock. What? The professor sitting in the office had calmly verified, it is by no means a forgery. The official seal is entirely authentic. Ephraim had still refused to believe it. Are you pulling my leg? Yet here she was now, burying her face in her hands in pure ecstasy. Is this seriously real? To snap herself out of it, she aggressively pinched her own cheek. This ought to wake me up. Wake up already. Following her thoroughly embarrassing display, she warily scanned her surroundings. Nobody saw me do that, right? Back inside her room, she frantically began packing her clothes in a state of high anxiety. What if people find out I've come into possession of 100,000 eln? I need to pack my things immediately just in case something happens. The more her mind raced, the more regret washed over her. I never should have gone to the Magic Administration office in the first place. Thinking back to the meaningful look the office staff member had given her, she deciphered the woman's thoughts perfectly clear. What an incredibly strange question to ask. She felt a wave of paranoid fear. That employee had a highly suspicious look in her eyes. What if she's secretly plotting to steal my money? Ephraim shrieked at the top of her lungs. I should have been way more careful. In a stroke of pure bad luck, she violently cracked her head against the desk surface. Clutching her head in agonizing pain, she whimpered, "Ow, that hurts so bad." Suddenly, tears began welling up in her eyes. A solitary tear rolled down her cheek, but she let out a bright smile as she wiped it away. I still haven't woken up yet. A profound wave of pure happiness surged through her heart.
Someone out there actually recognized my talent.
The warm sunlight streamed through her window, instantly brightening her mood. This world still has some kindness left in it.
Let's do this.
Ephraim steeled her resolve, just a little bit more effort.
Over at the Yuckline estate, Uriel interrogated someone in utter disbelief. Are you telling me the absolute truth? The butler responded with poised composure, yes, milady.
He departed for the Sang-Geo auction house.
He has likely arrived at the venue by now.
Uriel flew into a towering rage, aggressively tearing at her hair. He literally squandered 10 million eln just last year, and now what kind of catastrophic disaster is he planning to unleash upon us this year? She shrieked in absolute helplessness. If he causes another massive scene, I swear I am never going to forgive him. Meanwhile, in the city of Luton-Senil,
Deculian strolled casually down the street, thinking, I've finally managed to purchase the exact item I wanted.
He recalled his very first time utilizing psychokinesis as his primary magic. I've come to realize that I require an influx of metallic armaments to fully compensate for my severely limited talent.
The metallic weapons he was referring to were crystals that were both breathtakingly beautiful and intensely glittering.
As of right now, the items I constantly carry on my person are constructed entirely from steel and wood, but this is merely a temporary band-aid solution. He pushed the door open and stepped into the waiting lounge. The item I truly require will be up for grabs at today's auction. Deculian froze dead in his tracks the moment his eyes caught sight of a highly familiar figure seated up ahead. July spotted him at the exact same time, cursing violently under her breath. Damn it, why the hell is he here? She slowly rose to her feet and walked directly over to stand right in front of him. Deculian merely stared at her intently, remaining completely silent.
July broke the ice first, stating, I trust you have been well.
He offered no response, feeling quite surprised internally. I never expected to run into July in a place like this.
July proceeded to interrogate him further. Word on the street is that you personally handed 2 novice mages over to the disciplinary committee this time? Deculian questioned her back with absolute calm. That's old news by now. Is there an issue with that? Are you seriously planning to pin the blame on me yet again?
July went dead silent for a brief moment, then offered a stern, dead serious warning. They are both complete rookies.
Do you actively desire to crush their dreams entirely? A day will come when you will feel profound remorse for this.
Stop repeating the exact same mistakes of your past. The moment the words left her mouth, she cast her gaze downward.
Deculian continued to listen in absolute silence. This is the absolute final piece of advice I will ever offer you.
He could see the fierce determination etched across her face, reflecting to himself, the final piece of advice, July's absolute parting words to me. She was fully intending to sever all ties with Deculian. The two of them continued to stand directly facing one another.
Deculian saw absolutely no problem with this development. Perfect, I feel exactly the same way. No matter how stunningly beautiful she might be, I have absolutely no desire to get married, an experience I've never even had in my real life, let alone for the sake of something this completely unpredictable. His thoughts drifted to the highly complex web of relationships surrounding July. Furthermore, her entire perimeter is swarming with an immense number of lethal variables, including herself. If I make a single careless slip, I could literally end up dead right at my own wedding. Deculian watched silently as she turned on her heel to walk away, wondering to himself, but July.
I know for a fact she isn't the type of person who frequents auction houses. Why on earth is she here?
Unable to suppress his curiosity, he called out, Did you seriously travel all the way to this auction house just to have a chat with me? July was instantly taken aback, snapping her head around. Huh?
Then she unleashed a massive torrent of words to frantically justify herself. You are seriously delusional.
There is absolutely no way in hell I came here looking for you. I only came here because there happens to be an item I urgently require. I told you, I am literally here for the actual auction. Deculian quickly tried to de-escalate, saying, All right, calm down.
He noted with amusement, You only needed to say it once for me to understand.
July, feeling a volatile mix of intense embarrassment and anger, puffed out her cheeks. Deculian couldn't help but compliment her internally. That's actually quite adorable. This is the absolute first time I've ever seen her make an expression like that.
July turned away in a huff, snapping, Well, it's your fault for misunderstanding in the first place.
Suddenly, an alarming realization struck him. Wait a minute, what the hell was that feeling just now?
I was literally just thinking about how incredibly dangerous it would be to stay by her side, and yet,
Deculian recalled the sensation with deep anxiety. Was I actually just influenced by the original Deculian's lingering emotions?
I've been being exceptionally careful to ensure our personalities don't merge.
Right at that exact moment, an announcement resonated through the communication mana orb, broadcasting to all the distinguished guests of Sangjio, the auction is officially about to commence.
Even as the event kicked off, he remained completely submerged in a chaotic vortex of thoughts. Something is seriously wrong.
This heart suddenly skipped a beat the moment I looked at her. He quickly comforted himself, reasoning, right, I'm definitely just overthinking things.
Deculian fixed his undivided attention on the item hidden beneath the cloth. The moment the staff member unveiled the cloth, the master of ceremonies immediately introduced the piece. Allow me to present our very first item of the day, the Oriental vase.
Feast your eyes on these exceptionally elegant curves. This is a masterpiece crafted by a legendary master artisan from the East. A highly powerful radiance emanated from the vase. Deculian was instantly captivated. That's the exact same light I observed when I was inspecting Ephorine's documents, the wealthy tycoon aura. That light is growing progressively stronger by the second.
The bidding price to secure ownership of the vase began skyrocketing at an astronomical rate, 993,700.
1,038,750. 13 million. The nobles took turns fighting over it, 14.13. 15 million.
Deculian quickly joined in as well, guessed 777, 25 million. He calculated silently, this vase hasn't lost its luster even though the price is already very high, meaning its value is even higher. I have enough money in my account, so investing the rest isn't a bad idea.
Current balance, 205,238,039 E. The auction reached its climax, with countless precious items being brought out, all of which were bought up by him. Ririn's ring has been sold to guest 777 for 3 million E. Lucho's scissors sold for 2.1 million to guest 777. The language necklace sold for 4.3 million to guest 777.
The MC continued to announce, this time, guest 777 has won the item for 5.5 million E. The nobles couldn't help but look at him in astonishment. Number 777 is buying everything.
Someone recognized him. Isn't that Professor Deculian?
July sighed helplessly, that pathetic guy.
Does he want to draw attention even in a place like this?
She was truly baffled. I can't believe it.
How can anyone spend a fortune just for a fleeting moment of vanity? I don't understand why he doesn't know the first thing about humility. Whatever, forget about him.
She turned serious again, silently steeling her resolve. I just need to win the winter flame.
The auction drew to a close. The MC happily introduced the most special item today. Now for the final item of the auction.
Many people want it, but this is an item that is nearly impossible to find, a type of stone used to forge countless legendary swords in history.
The MC called out loudly, a miracle of nature, the winter flame.
The voice echoed throughout the hall, snowstone. It was a massive boulder shimmering with 10,000 colors.
Both Deculian and July instantly focused with extreme intensity.
He thought about the amazing effects and rarity of the snowstone, one of the 10 rarest metals in the world, usually used to craft swords or other weapons.
True to its name, this is a peculiar item that carries both frost and flame energy.
The only items that surpass it in swordcraft are legendary grade materials like dragon bone. So, snowstone is definitely the best material I can get my hands on.
He made up his mind silently, I must win it. July was also extremely determined, this is exactly what I need.
The bidding numbers to own the snowstone skyrocketed, 10 million.
13 million. 20 million. 25 million. The MC got excited, 1089, 30 million E. Anyone else? Just as the MC was about to call it, July rejoiced, awesome. It's mine.
Suddenly, the MC changed his tone and shouted, number 777, 31 million E.
July froze in disbelief, turning her head in anger, 777. How many times have I heard that number today?
Her fury spun out of control. There's no way I can just ignore him.
Why on earth are you doing this?
Looking at the man who still sat perfectly straight and composed, she gritted her teeth.
The bidding war between Deculian and July began, 1089, 32 million E. 777, 33 million E.
Someone leaned in close to him out of curiosity and asked, he wants to buy the snowstone to forge a sword, so it must be a gift for his fiancée, right? Then they wondered, but if he wanted to give it to her, he could have just let her buy it herself.
he must really love his fiancée. Deculian snapped out of it and looked over, quickly realizing, am I bidding against July? He hesitated, she must be interested in the snowstone too. If I take it, she's going to absolutely hate me, but I need it too. Seeing the determination in her eyes, he thought about the rarity of the snowstone. This is the first time it's appeared in 3 years. Who knows when a second chance will come around? Deculian worried, I might end up in danger. However, he still chose to go head-to-head. The two of them seemed to stand face-to-face in front of the snowstone. Deculian was resolute, I absolutely must have it. The MC's voice rang out one last time from the auction room, 42 million elm. The owner of the magical metal, snowstone, is, the MC announced clearly, guest number 777. Instantly, the gallery erupted into applause. The nobles wouldn't stop buzzing with gossip. How interesting. Professor Deculian won it, didn't he? This auction might be the most dramatic one I've ever seen. They failed to notice July's strange mood and went on, and he got exactly what he wanted. They didn't know the truth, yet they spoke with absolute confidence. Lord Frieden must be thrilled. Professor Deculian went to such lengths to get a gift for his lover. They didn't know the truth, yet they spoke with absolute confidence. Lord Frieden must be thrilled. Professor Deculian went to such lengths to get a gift for his lover. They failed to notice July's strange mood and went on, and he got exactly what he wanted. July ground her teeth in resentment. Once again, it's happening just like last year. She felt incredibly uncomfortable. I don't want it to be like this. She recalled the image of an arrogant Deculian solving the puzzle of the red earth gemstones right in front of her, gloating, I can give you this entire pile. And if you want, I can buy even more. I'll do anything for you. July suffered terribly. The engagement party was the worst day of my life. Just looking at Deculian's competitive face, it's like I can read his mind. This will help me win your heart. Look how great I am. She found it ridiculous. That's exactly what I saw him saying back then. She had stared at Deculian amidst the wealth he put on display. All I felt was pure humiliation. She said nothing, only wondering to herself, do you even know? She remembered their meeting. What I truly want from you. Back then, she hadn't hesitated to turn around and walk away, so I ruined the engagement myself. But things didn't go the way I expected. Deculian's furious face stood out clearly in her mind. But that wasn't all. The noble's gossip was aimed directly at her. She tries to act tough, but in the end, she still falls into Deculian's hands. I heard she got the knight captain position by begging him. She knew full well, it goes without saying who spread those rumors to ruin my image. Furious, she ground her teeth tight. Does he think I won't get revenge, that idiot? Her hands clenched so hard they shook. He's someone I can never love, no matter how hard I try. Returning to reality, just as she was about to stand up and leave, she suddenly ran right into Deculian, who was standing directly behind her. He asked calmly, do you want the whole snowstone? July couldn't help but flare up in anger. How much longer do you plan on insulting me? She wanted to fire back, but before she could speak, he spoke first. I'm sorry. July was stunned. What? He patiently repeated himself, then turned around to leave. Right now, please forgive me. July was frozen in her tracks, completely rooted to the spot. Even after she stepped outside, she still couldn't wrap her head around it. What was that? Why did he apologize? Because he bought the snowstone? The Deculian I know would never apologize. Suddenly, someone called out, July. She looked over in surprise. Josephine? Josephine, the eldest daughter of the Frieden family and July's older sister, waved gently. Get in the carriage, sweetie. Late at night, the carriage carrying Deculian arrived at the mansion gates. He was still thinking about July. I thought you would like the snowstone. But she's probably mad at me. He was slightly surprised. The death flag variable hasn't triggered yet. Once inside, he grew curious. Just how much of a bastard was Deculian for her to kill him with her own hands? Seeing him, the servants bowed respectfully and chanted in unison, Welcome back, young master. His sharp eyes noticed something unusual. Did something happen? The terrified expressions on the servants' faces made him wonder. They immediately replied, Lady Jeriel has returned home, sir. Heading up to the second floor, he saw a figure standing in the middle of the hallway. He intended to ignore her and just walk past, but he was called back. That's my money. What did you take it for? He was quite surprised. I didn't think she would have that much money. Have I always been this thoughtless? Deculian explained calmly, Don't worry, I only buy things that generate a profit. Out of nowhere, Jeriel screamed out loud, her voice dripping with rage, You treat me like a trash can. Deculian turned his head with worry. Oh dear, I have a bad feeling about this. Sure enough, with tears rolling down her face, Jeriel interrogated him seriously. Do you think I'm the type of person who will just follow you around to clean up your messes? She seemed to completely lose control of her emotions. The family's finances are in bad shape. The workers and I have to work tirelessly to keep this business afloat, and you just go and squander all that money. A powerful surge of energy burst forth. Jeriel lowered her voice. Just how much of a bastard are you? She completely exploded, shouting, just moments ago, you took the family's money to gamble it away, didn't you? Deculian stepped back in fear, cursing inwardly, damn it. The villain's fate has triggered. He could clearly see the energy fluctuations around Jeriel, a golden glow within her red aura. The magnet of prosperity has activated as well. Facing Jeriel, he calculated silently. The meaning is simple. If I don't get through this, I die. But if I pass, I'll get a load of money. Very quickly, he thought of a solution and spoke up hurriedly. Don't worry, Jeriel. Jeriel grew even angrier, firing off questions rapidly. Shut up. Do I look like I'm worried? Did I work myself to the bone just for you to throw it out the window? Do you think I wanted to do this? Do you know I dropped out of college and missed my chance to find a lover all because of you? Deculian felt awkward. You didn't have to do that. This pushed Jeriel over the edge. She lunged forward as if ready to fight. What the hell are you talking about? You do nothing but burn through cash. After our parents passed away, now you've spent 150 million eln in a single day. Not letting Jeriel carry on her rampage, he quickly cut her off. I will hand over the position of family head to you. Just that one sentence calmed Jeriel's mood down. She stammered, what did you just say? Deculian repeated composedly, I will hand over the position of family head to you. It took Jeriel a moment to process this, her face flushing with embarrassment, as she shouted, absolute nonsense. Deculian said mildly, that is no way for a noble to speak, especially not a family head. Jeriel was still stubborn, don't lie to me. Deculian felt helpless. I am not lying. He had to resort to his final move. I can swear an oath if you don't believe me. Jeriel gasped, an oath? Do you mean a major oath? You'll die if you break it. Are you serious? Deculian answered confidently, yes. Jeriel's mind was a mess, but that makes no sense. Why? She suddenly bent down to examine him closely. Did you hit your head somewhere? Deculian remained upright and proud. You don't have to believe it. Jeriel instantly grew self-conscious, crossing her arms as she declared, if you break your word, I will kill you right away. He calmly asked further, are you going to leave this place again? Jeriel said haughtily, of course I am. Someone spent all the family's money, so I have to do something about it. Deculian quietly watched Jeriel slam the door and leave. The system panel popped up, villain's fate, overcoming death, variable. Story units, +2. He breathed a tired sigh of relief. The storm has passed. Good thing nothing happened to me. But handing the position over to her isn't a bad thing either. He closed his eyes and tilted his head back. If I change things one by one like this, Deculian thought to himself, I might be able to escape. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, have you really changed? Surprised, Deculian looked at the person hanging by the window, Ganessa. He watched her lightly hop down and teased, an uninvited guest. Ganessa explained, sorry, I was passing by so I dropped in. Because I was pretty shocked to see you like this. He sighed and asked back, why are you shocked? She raised her voice, I handle my work way better than you do. She put her hands on her hips, but, her eyes narrowed, Jeriel von Greyhan Yuckline. Ganessa lowered her voice, revealing classified information. She doesn't share the bloodline of the Yuckline clan at all. Deculian flinched in utter disbelief. What is she talking about? I don't remember any mention of that in the game. Inside the Yuckline mansion, Ganessa said nonchalantly, Jeriel doesn't share the same bloodline as the Yuckline family. Deculian, despite his inner turmoil, managed to hide his shock. Jeriel was supposed to be a half-sister. I already knew she wasn't Deculian's full sister. That little sister turns out to have no blood relation whatsoever. However, she doesn't possess a single drop of Yuckline blood. How did I have absolutely no idea about this? Ganessa looked at Deculian's expression and asked, is this really okay? You were the one who asked us to do this, Professor, to find out if you and your sister were blood related. We discussed it already, didn't we? Deculian's face remained deadpan, still deep in thought.
so that's how the lore is set up. He looked off into the distance. Even so, Jeriel is still Jeriel. Surprised, Ganessa crossed her arms. You really surprised me today.
I didn't expect you to say something like that. Deculion only thought to himself, I'm surprised too. I never expected a backstory like this to exist. Ganessa turned toward the door, looking back to make a promise. Alright, I'll make sure to keep your sister's secret.
Just as she stepped one foot onto the windowsill, oh, one more thing before I go. She turned back to announce, I heard the six-headed serpent has started making moves. Hearing the name, Deculion immediately thought of those dangerous venomous snakes. The six-headed serpent, they are a notorious criminal organization on the continent, dealers of poison. The bounties on their heads are worth several million.
Ganessa kindly offered some info. They are targeting the items from the auction house.
Even though the auction house is trying to transport them safely, you should stay highly alert when the items are delivered to your place. She turned back to add, it seems you've been neglecting your defensive magic lately, Professor. That's why I broke in so easily.
I'm off.
Her hands erupted into smoke, and then she vanished. Deculion massaged his temples and leaned against the table.
Plotting, that's something I didn't need to know.
Even knowing it changes nothing. He leaned back against his desk, staring at the dark shadow cast on the floor.
From the very beginning, I wasn't the real Deculion.
He recalled his little sister's figure. Deculion makes his own choices. Whether Jeriel is my real sister or not, I will still treat her exactly the same. Looking up at the bright moonlight streaming in, he muttered to himself, Jeriel will always be Deculion's sister. So, it's better to hide the truth. Under the moonlight, a group of people were burning a campfire. Ganessa smiled merrily, resting her chin on her hand as she recounted, I told you I was right.
Professor Deculion has changed a lot, like a different person inside his body. He's completely different now.
Sitting before the fire, she sighed in admiration. That piece of trash saying such sweet words is truly bizarre. Her subordinate looked at her, exasperated. Captain, you're just a sucker for a handsome face.
You'd love whatever he says anyway. Ganessa snapped, how about I chop you to pieces since you're ugly? The subordinate shot back, my grandma said I'm very handsome. She denied it. That's because there was a hot guy standing right behind you at the time, you idiot.
Riley, from the Red Garnet expedition team and a relative of July, put her hands on her hips helplessly. Are you saying the current Deculion actually has some humanity?
Ganessa stopped arguing and stood straight up. Whatever, we don't need to keep tabs on Deculion anymore.
I wanted to ask if he's still looking for magic slaves, but he probably isn't.
She waved her hand to her crew, shall we head back now?
Ganessa lingered, holding her chin. Oh, also. Everything you guys heard today is a secret. Keep this strictly under wraps. After saying that, the five of them held hands and summoned an energy circle. A blinding light soared along its predetermined trajectory.
The next morning on a beautiful day, at the Magic Academy,
Deculion crossed his arms, looking seriously at the expense breakdown sheet.
Level 1, System Shop Tier 1 Magic Quality Enhancement. The character's magic quality will be enhanced, slightly increasing magic output and efficiency. Cost, 10 story units.
He thought to himself, I can finally use the system shop, but I still don't have enough points to buy what I need. The system shop allowed spending story units to buff characters, not just the player character but notable figures as well. Deculion stood before the system screen, staring at the notification. Opportunities to use the shop are scarce. Only 6 chances before the end of the second half. The system explained, you can only use the shop once per level. Each time you level up, the required cost doubles. Deculion crossed his arms, looking cold. I cannot rush and waste this precious opportunity. He recalled his grueling training days, waiting for the right moment. I constantly trained my memory, worked on physical conditioning, practiced chi control, integrating them into daily life. Yet I still lack combat power compared to those notorious criminals. He pondered, to grow, what I need is to upgrade my magic quality. Deculion placed his hands on the desk, weighing his options. I must quickly gather the remaining 4 story units.
A knock came at the door.
He had to put the matter aside. Come in.
Alan poked his head in. Hello, Professor.
He walked over to the desk, politely handing over a file. Please take a look.
I just received this a moment ago.
Deculion took it, his face turning solemn as he scanned it. I think you should be careful.
This is a fresh report from the Mage Today newspaper. The content of the paper was a wanted poster for a dangerous criminal. Wanted, Luke Hack. Witnesses report the mage killer Luke Hack is in the outskirts. Please exercise caution when going out. Deculian murmured to himself, the mage killer Luke Hack?
Looking at the wanted file, he thought, he's the biggest threat to mage players in the first quarter of the game.
So he has already shown up?
He smiled faintly. Of course, if I were an ordinary mage, he'd be a threat.
But now I don't need to worry anymore.
He told himself, maybe this matter will help me earn some story units.
I hope I run into him.
Deculian stepped away from his desk. No need to worry about the mage killer.
I'm heading to the library. You should head home too.
Alan stammered, yes, Professor. As he walked past, he suddenly remembered, right.
Deculian turned back to ask for his input. Alan, would you like to become an assistant professor?
Alan scratched his head, huh? Of course. His eyes went wide with pure terror.
After processing it, he panicked and yelled, you want me to be an assistant professor, sir? But you always say I'm incompetent. Deculian said coldly, now that I see you're serious, I'm asking.
Before this, he had done a few tasks just to get them over with, even though this matter was only due to a notification requiring him to select an assistant professor. Not letting Alan finish, he handed over a bracelet. Enough. Take this. This is a bracelet engraved with the Yuckline crest.
Keep up the hard work. Overjoyed, Alan bowed deeply. Thank you so much, Professor.
Watching him tear up with joy, while keeping an eye on the bracelet, his talent for document management and running errands is indeed excellent. A bracelet engraved with the Yuckline crest, he is very useful, I can't let him run away.
He recalled the legendary Deculian, a cold-faced man who sickened others with his cruelty, driving many away. But Alan alone did everything, who knows when he might leave?
Under Alan's skeptical gaze, Deculian handed over some money and instructed, call it a day early today.
Take this money to buy dinner. Alan looked at a departing Deculian in bewilderment. Professor, this is way too much.
Deculian didn't care about such a small amount of money, just walking away in silence.
Alan stood pressed against the door, speechless. Inside the staff library room,
Deculian walked in. The reason I came to the library is because of Luna's paperwork. He recalled finding a few errors when checking it. The lab paperwork is an invention regarding pure elements, but it has many errors and loopholes, so I have to fix it. As he walked, he thought to himself, it would be even better if I could find a useful magic book related to manipulation.
Deculian walked past a girl, noticing her, and raised his voice. Why are you in the staff library room?
He looked at the blonde girl fumbling around, the freshman, Sylvia.
Sylvia was flustered.
10 minutes ago, she had silently watched the teacher talk to the professor. Yes, Professor. Sylvia says she's looking for study materials. This is an exclusive reading room reserved for high-ranking individuals. However, Rin's image appeared in the magic orb, laughing merrily. It's fine, no need to bar the heir of the Yuckline family and this year's top freshman. Let the girl use it freely for her studies.
The teacher informed Sylvia. He said it's fine, Sylvia.
Feel free to search.
Sylvia quickly stepped into the library.
Her hobby was studying literature and languages. She had gone all the way to the exclusive reading room to find materials that met her criteria. Sylvia's sharp eyes caught sight of a novel written in the Ethno language from Ethno. With the disappearance of fairies, its value had skyrocketed, making Ethno novels incredibly rare, the language of fairies.
Sylvia stood on her tiptoes, reaching out for the book, right? Deculian happened to approach as well.
This was why Sylvia came to the exclusive reading room, a place she didn't usually visit. Startled, Sylvia looked at Deculian in surprise. She didn't expect to run into him here. He asked skeptically, why are you in the restricted reading room?
Deculian threatened, do you want to be summoned by the disciplinary committee again?
Sylvia was stunned. Why are you here, teacher? I clearly heard that he doesn't come anywhere near the library. Clutching the book, she stepped back. I came to find materials.
Professor Rin gave me permission. His voice suddenly went cold, meaning the professor ignored the academy rules, and the librarian overlooked it to let you in?
If so, they deserve to be disciplined too.
Sylvia was flustered.
What? Suddenly, the book in her hands floated up and flew over to Deculian.
He gently opened it, an Ethno novel. You broke the rules just to find a romance novel written in Ethno?
Sylvia blushed with embarrassment, wondering, how can you read Ethno, teacher?
Wait, that wasn't the important part.
He tossed the book back to her. You like literature and languages.
I'll let it slide this time.
Before leaving, he warned her, however, if you come here again without valid permission, I will discipline you. So, if your goal isn't to show off your family's influence, send someone else to borrow the books for you.
Sylvia silently watched his retreating figure. Hugging the book sadly, he insulted me.
She sighed, looking at the closed door. I just wanted to learn about fairies through a novel written in ethanol.
Sylvia wondered seriously to herself, how can Deculion read ethanol? Ethanol lacked consistency, making it incredibly difficult to read. In the dense forest, the students were doing practical field training. Two people chased after an animal. Hey, I'll go that way. Don't let it run. Another group was studying herbs. Redel spoke to Rin in amazement. This is their first time experiencing real field training. They are so calm.
Hacksun smiled, wiping away sweat. The training has to stop when it gets dark, but I'm still proud of them. Deculion silently observed his surroundings, recalling the area's characteristics. Black Mountain is far from the academy, holds great significance, and has strict security connected to the magic tower. The forest serves as a training ground for students and a rich storehouse for magical materials. He thought about those terrifying monsters. The risk of being attacked by monsters and venomous creatures is very high. Therefore, the magic tower must reinforce the protective barriers and ensure professors patrol during their shifts. Rin scratched his head and asked, "Right, Professor Deculion? The professor appointed for this week's shift hasn't been decided yet. We need to assign someone new. Who do you think is suitable?" Deculion said indifferently, "I'll do it." Rin flattered him happily. "Exactly what I expected from you, Professor. The way you lead is a textbook example of a model professor for the academy." Deculion looked at him helplessly. "I'm not doing it for such a noble reason." Suddenly, a notification popped up from the system. Side quest, Shadow of the Magic Tower. Story Unit 1, Reward, Additional Title. Deculion looked warily in one direction. Something is pulling me over there. That must be why I got the side quest. He thought anxiously, what's about to happen on this mountain? It could easily turn this game into a horror genre at night. At the same time, Rin urged the students, "Alright, everyone start packing up." The students bowed politely. "Goodbye, Professor." He replied, "Alright, see you guys at home." 9 hours later, at a cafe near the Magic Tower, delicious, cold ice cream sundaes were set out on the table. Exclamations kept ringing out, "These are so beautiful. Too pretty to eat, and they look delicious too." Someone asked curiously, "Did you really buy these for us?" Smirked proudly, "Of course, dig in." She said blissfully, "Now that I have 100 million eln," she emphasized, "it's my treat." Julia clapped enthusiastically, beaming, "I already submitted the proposal to form the club. It should be approved soon. This is our very first gathering." The classmate sitting across from her quickly replied, "I just hope the others don't hesitate too much. Not many people have signed up." Julia comforted her, "Don't worry. As long as we run the club well, everyone will join." Julia shifted the conversation, "By the way, I heard there's a training session at Black Mountain today?" Her eyes sparkling as she looked at her ice cream, replied, "That's right. There are 50 volunteers, even though a lot of accidents happen there." Suddenly, a deafening explosion caught everyone's attention. The group ran in a panic to find the source. Julia screamed, "Did you hear that?" She hurriedly replied, "You too? Where did it come from? We need to go check it out." They rushed off anxiously. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out, "Somebody help me." Julia pointed urgently, "Over there." Very quickly, she realized something was off. "Wait a minute." Julia reached out in fear to stop her. "Something's not right. Stop right now." She turned around in confusion. "What did you just say?" Before she could even finish her sentence, found herself in a completely deserted place. "Where am I? I was just on the street." The cry for help rang out again, "Save me." Startled, "Right, someone is calling for help." She shouted at the top of her lungs, "Where are you? I'm coming to help." The person hurriedly replied, "Over here." Ran over to the girl with disheveled hair standing in front of her. "Are you okay?" Suddenly, she froze, her eyes widening in sheer terror. The girl was covered in blood, screaming agonizingly, "What the hell?" Clenched her fists, channeling her magic. "Someone is attacking." She froze as a foot calmly stepped into her line of sight. She looked up at Deculion in surprise, demanded furiously, "Professor, did you just attack that woman? How could you assault a civilian?" He reminded her coldly, "Open your eyes and look again. That is not a human." Gasped in shock,
What?
Standing before them was a ferocious demon.
She stammered in fear. What is that thing?
He explained calmly, it seems you've fallen under a charm spell cast by a demon.
Immediately after, S body floated up into the air. Deculion ordered sternly, stay out of this and leave. With those words, she was blown away by the wind, screaming at the top of her lungs, what is going on? Deculion stood tall and faced the demon. Now, it's time to hunt. He frowned as he observed it. It's furious because it lost its prey. He leaped powerfully into the air, attacking at a speed so blindingly fast that it was impossible to see clearly. Deculion swiftly dodged the blows, his face darkening. He deduced, judging by the core on its forehead, its attribute must be hallucination.
He recalled his own trait, iron will, the trait that resists mental attacks.
However, it won't work on me.
He felt a surge of excitement, my blood is boiling.
His face turned solemn as he watched the demon. Deculion is making me angry.
An information panel popped up, Yuckline attribute, unique grade.
Content, a lineage with unparalleled power in eradicating demons.
When facing a demon or in an area thick with demonic presence, you can purify the surrounding mana with their own mana, utilizing that magical power. Purified mana increases by 1 tier as you grow stronger. However, you will become more aggressive and gradually lose self-control. He swiftly dodged the demon's claws, his hostility flaring, the heir to the Yuckline family legacy, famous for hunting demons since ancient times.
It makes sense that it manifests in Deculion now.
He would not let this demon live. His gaze grew more terrifying than ever.
Pure rage erupted. The demon lunged forward again.
A spray of crimson blood erupted. The system displayed a notification, side quest, Shadow of the Magic Tower.
Story Unit 1, additional title, Slayer of the First Demon.
Story Unit 1, the Yuckline lineage has unlocked the Yuckline attribute. Deculion looked at the defeated demon with utter disgust, filthy creature.
You spew filth even right before you die. This is your end. He glanced up at the sky.
The appearance of this demon signals the beginning. The light of the full moon shone through the forest, enveloping him. It is a sign that this difficult game has truly begun.
Another new day arrived, and warm sunlight bathed the academy. Ephraim slowly opened her eyes, sitting up with a start. The nurse standing beside her immediately asked, "Are you awake, Luna?" Ephraim looked around blankly. What happened? Wasn't I in the forest? The nurse confirmed gently, yes, you were. It seems you don't remember everything clearly.
She began to explain to Ephraim, last night, a demon appeared on Black Mountain.
You fell under its dark magic and passed out.
The nurse continued, after that, you were found and brought to the clinic. Black Mountain has been locked down because of that demon, and the Magic Tower is currently investigating the matter. She added, the one who saved you was Professor Deculion.
Ephraim cursed under her breath in frustration, damn it, him again? Then she hurriedly asked, what's the date today? The nurse thought for a moment, it's been 36 hours since you were brought here. Today is Wednesday.
Looking at the clock on the wall behind her, Ephraim's voice dropped. Wait, if today is Wednesday?
She screamed at the top of her lungs, I'm late. The students looked toward the door out of curiosity.
Ephraim leaned against her knees, panting heavily, I was almost late.
Julia called out cheerfully, hey, over here. Ephraim spotted her. Julia asked anxiously, are you okay, Ephraim? I went to the clinic to visit you, but you hadn't woken up yet. Ephraim reassured her, I'm fine now.
Actually, I'm in tip-top shape because I slept way too much. Looking at the strange objects on the desk, she asked in confusion, but what are these?
Was there a new class announcement that I missed? Julia admitted honestly, I don't know either. It was already like this when I arrived. I guess it's some kind of special class today. Just then, Deculion stepped in, accompanied by Alan. Catching sight of the unfamiliar face, Ephraim muttered curiously, who's that?
Deculion stood at the podium and announced clearly, there is an announcement I would like to make before we begin today's lesson.
This is Alan, and he will be serving as my teaching assistant. The students immediately started whispering among themselves, what? I thought Professor Deculion preferred teaching alone.
Yeah, I heard he's never had a teaching assistant before.
In their minds, Deculion was someone standing at the absolute peak, a man no ordinary person could walk alongside.
But to become an assistant, one had to build up a profile through a professor's evaluation.
There's no way Professor Deculian would ever let that happen, right?
Hearing those words, Ephraim was stunned. Does that mean? She quickly thought to herself, that's also why my father was still just a researcher in his 30s.
He didn't have the capability to become a teaching assistant. She shifted her attention to Alan. Then why did Professor Deculian bring in a mage I've never even seen before?
Without wasting any time, he began his lecture. Today's class will be hands-on. Try to solve this problem within 3 hours.
Alan passed things out. Here is your bracelet.
Yours too. Looking at the bracelet on her wrist, Ephraim suddenly felt a wave of emptiness. My father's legacy. Before this bracelet, I always found myself questioning things whenever I looked at it. It became a habit.
Her mood turned bitter. To Professor Deculian, who was my father anyway? Why didn't he give my father a chance? Why is he doing these good deeds now?
She gritted her teeth, trying to force her mind into focus. Concentrate.
I have to finish this assignment. I need to come up with a spell fast.
But her mind was a chaotic mess of racing thoughts. Suddenly, a voice caught everyone's attention. 25 minutes and 50 seconds.
I'm finished. The students gasped in astonishment, craning their necks to look. What the heck? It hasn't even been 30 minutes. Someone responded calmly, well, of course, that's Sylvia. Deculian inspected her work carefully. Sylvia felt anxious, not daring to look him in the eye. He commented impassively, perfect. You may leave. Sylvia stood up happily,
turning to glance at Ephraim, who was still struggling to finish.
Giving a smug smile,
Ephraim gritted her teeth in anger,
watching Sylvia walk away unhurriedly, cursing furiously under her breath. Damn it, I have to finish this too.
One by one, the others quickly finished.
Deculian's voice rang out repeatedly. Julia, you may leave. Lohin, you may leave too. As more and more people finished, Ephraim still made no progress. Roten, you may leave. Ken, you may leave. Jan, you may leave.
Dren. Noticing how late it was getting, Alan reminded him, Professor, it's been 3 hours.
Let's head back. But even by then, Ephraim hadn't managed to do a thing. She felt completely devastated. I'm screwed.
She buried her face in her hands on the desk, clenching her fists tight. Please, just come up with something. Thinking of Sylvia, she suddenly felt utterly useless. Not only did I fail to do better than that damn Sylvia, but I'm also the only one who couldn't achieve a single thing throughout the entire class.
She blamed herself in agony. Why am I like this? Am I really so stupid that I can't even handle a simple task?
Just as she was about to give up and stand to leave, she thought, yeah, I'm just incompetent.
Screw revenge. I can't compete with them.
Suddenly, a voice rang out, 5 hours and 47 minutes.
Deculian asked calmly, how much longer do you plan on making me wait?
Looking at his cold face, Ephraim was stunned. He's still here? Deculian criticized her. You struggled with an easy exercise and failed to complete it on time. She lowered her head, murmuring softly, I'm sorry, Professor. He unexpectedly stepped closer. Even if people mock you, even if others finish before you. His voice remained deadpan, so brutally blunt that it terrified Ephraim.
The person you hate is standing right in front of you.
He instructed her intently, you must keep a cold, clear head at all times. Then he turned his back coldly. You will never reach my level with such a weak mindset. He glanced at her, almost mockingly. I'm disappointed, Ephraim.
I thought you were better than this.
He slammed the door behind him, leaving her standing all alone in the classroom.
Ephraim's face fell, but she didn't utter a single word of protest. The clock chimed loudly, striking 6 p.m. She plopped back down into her chair in frustration. Recalling his words, I thought you were better than this. Her hands clenched into tight fists, and she gritted her teeth. So what?
Out of nowhere, she channeled her energy, seemingly driven by pure rage. I can do this, even if someone like you isn't disappointed in me. She seemed to be pushing herself way past her limit, and her nose began to bleed. But she didn't care, shouting out with fierce determination, I will make it happen. Her eyes looked wilder than ever, completely reckless of the consequences. Deculian stood by the window with his arms crossed, keeping an eye on Ephraim. This much shouldn't be an issue. He pondered silently. I spent over 6 hours on Ephraim, but it was necessary. I need her to grow stronger to prepare for what lies ahead. After defeating that massive demon, he realized, thanks to the demon's appearance on Black Mountain, I know the main quest is about to begin.
He thought of the powerful Ephraim from the game. Once the era of evil runs rampant, the characters aligned with good will emerge in the main quest. Among them will be a much stronger Ephraim. It was as if he could see the image of Ephraim standing on the edge of a precipice. Right now, the girl still lacks the mental fortitude and sensitivity required of a mage. Deculion watched her silently. Of course, that power will eventually pose a threat to me, but I won't let that happen. His gaze was unwavering. Destiny is just a religion for those who refuse to make an effort. I only believe in myself. He was deeply lost in thought, his mood hard to read given Deculion's personality. It's highly unlikely he would ever allow a novice to catch up to him. Suddenly, a noise echoed from the classroom. With her head hanging low, Ephraim threw the door wide open, and then quickly bolted away. Deculion peered into the classroom and walked over to her desk. Sitting on it was a branch of a flower shimmering with a golden light. He fell silent for a moment, then announced to the empty room, 6 hours and 25 minutes. The assignment is complete. He picked up Ephraim's academic report and meticulously noted down, the girl has exposed the inherent weaknesses of an academy student. He paused, but set his pen down with satisfaction. A result like this is actually worthy of competing for the #1 spot. The system panel flashed, side quest completed, your path. Balance, +1. Deculion slowly walked out of the academic building. Now that Ephraim is gone, I should head home. Suddenly, someone called out, Professor Deculion. He was taken aback. The other man laughed heartily, long time no see. Deculion scowled in annoyance. What is he doing here? It turned out to be J.I.S. von Brenfrieden, the head of the Frieden family and July's older brother. He recalled the game's lore. He's the driving force behind the betrothal between Deculion and July. More importantly, he looked at J.I.S. with a sense of trepidation. His early game combat power easily surpasses Ganessa, who ranks 3rd. He's a character notorious for his monstrous strength. Why would someone like him come looking for me? Deculion was skeptical, his thoughts drifting to the snowstone. Could it be because of July's snowstone? He swallowed hard. Could this situation turn into a fatal variable? I don't have a strategy to deal with this monster. J.I.S. placed his hands on his hips, looking cheerful. It's so good to see you like this, wonderful. I've been hearing lately that you and July have been getting along well, so I was actually quite worried. Deculion offered a forced reply, is that so? J.I.S. asked, so I'm planning to arrange a dinner this week. Do you have some time? He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he's still being friendly for now. He was about to answer, I'm free. But J.I.S. slapped him on the shoulder, laughing uproariously with delight, so decisive. I love that. I've already prepared all your favorite dishes, so make sure to come. Since I'm arranging it, everything will absolutely be taken care of perfectly. His tone suddenly turned chillingly cold. Well then, see you later, Professor Deculion. He watched helplessly as Jesus' imposing figure strode away. He didn't even give me a chance to refuse. He frowned, his guard up. To put it more accurately, he made it impossible for me to refuse. He knew exactly what kind of man J.I.S. was. He puts the family above all else. Who knows what would happen if I ruined his plans? He let out a sigh. It looks like I can't cancel this appointment. The next day, at the Frieden mansion, July shouted in anger, I don't want to. J.I.S. questioned, why are you objecting so fiercely? July snapped back, we hate each other. Besides, I'm busy training the cavalry, I don't have time to meet him. J.I.S. said calmly, are you just throwing a tantrum because he took your snowstone? July immediately denied it. A tantrum? Let me tell you, not a chance. A silent figure watched their argument from the shadows. J.I.S. tried to persuade her, why else would he want a piece of metal that's only used for forging weapons, if not for you? But July rolled her eyes, if he plans on gifting me a sword. She gritted her teeth, then I am calling off this engagement immediately. J.I.S. gritted his teeth so hard that the veins bulged on his face, unleashing a powerful surge of energy that completely overwhelmed her. Warning, July, think very carefully about this. His face darkened. I told you just the other day that doing this is incredibly foolish. I explicitly reminded you, there is absolutely no room for personal emotions in politics. He needled her, as far as I know, no other man loves you that much anyway. Or do you already have someone else you like? July bit her lip. I don't. J.I.S. asked, are you really that bothered by Deculion's past? July denied it, it has nothing to do with that. He stood firm, then why? July fell silent. J.I.S. turned around to leave, commanding, make sure you show up on time. If there's an issue, resolve it. J.I.S. turned around to leave, commanding, make sure you show up on time. If there's an issue, resolve it. Clenched her fists, she abruptly drew her sword, screaming in fury as she slashed the blade wildly through the air. The sharp sword sliced through the wind, letting out her frustration. Once she finished, she froze in place again. A voice called out,
your swordplay is erratic, milady.
She turned her head. Varen? It was Varen, a member of the Ken duo and July's subordinate.
Her voice still carried a trace of irritation. My apologies, I've shown you an ugly side of myself.
Varen replied nonchalantly, it's nothing. I understand, milady.
Varen expressed his resentment. I also don't believe that ungrateful bastard is a good match for you to the point where the master has to force you into marriage.
July snapped, that's enough.
She reminded him sternly, I am a knight.
Speaking ill of others behind their backs is unseemly.
She turned to look at Varen,
her expression softening. Don't dirty your hands because of me. I'm fine.
He looked at her and said nothing.
July quickly said, I'm heading back. Get ready. Varen bowed respectfully. Understood, milady.
But a clear look of malice flashed in his eyes.
Watching July's retreating figure, he thought, my lady?
He carefully scrutinized her face. I have finally found the answer to this agony. I have found a way to prove my absolute loyalty as your subordinate. He coldly caressed his sword. This is something only I can do. Deculion strolled leisurely under the sunlight, entirely unaware that someone was targeting him. I will make you happy, milady. At the Council of Elders, a deep voice echoed, they say a demon has appeared on Black Mountain. The voice continued, initially, the mages had to employ secret arts to suppress the demonic nature.
Now that the demon has resurfaced, we must take immediate action.
Sitting at the center of the conference table, the old man clasped his hands and ordered, send a letter to the 12 archmages at once. A letter was quickly drafted to address the looming crisis. Inside his grand and magnificent mansion, Deculion let out a tired sigh, finally finished sorting through all these auction items. He calculated his options once more. I can use Ririn's ring, it helps regenerate mana faster.
The Ring of Language will store excess mana.
As for the rest, I'll store them in the basement just as Ganessa suggested.
No need to worry about anyone stealing them.
Suddenly, he placed his hands on his hips, looking perplexed. However, there is still one problem. He looked helplessly at the colossal snowstone sitting in front of him. The most important piece is completely unusable. Deculion frowned, lost in thought. I knew I couldn't use the snowstone right away, but it remains completely unyielding, no matter how much mental energy I exert.
The light on the stone gleamed blindingly bright. He wondered to himself, is it actively resisting my mana?
In the game, it was incredibly expensive.
I only ever admired it and never actually knew how to use it. If I melt it down, would I be able to control it using my mental force?
Suddenly, he noticed something.
It seems I've figured out a solution. I can read up on its characteristics in the library.
Memories of a certain sword came rushing back, a sword tamed through communication. His eyes filled with determination. I have to communicate with and understand this stone.
He reached out his hand, intending to touch it. The moment Deculion's hand gently made contact,
his face contorted in agony. A bright light erupted from the stone, completely enveloping him. After a while, he slowly let go. The system panel flashed, comprehension, plus 0.1%.
Mana, 13,700/22,570, plus 300.
He muttered helplessly, it takes a whopping 2,000 mana points just to increase it by 0.1%?
It'll take me a whole year to tame this thing. Deculion wondered, can I do any better than this?
In the end, he decided, whatever, let's put it aside for now.
I should head out for a bit. He looked at the calendar on the wall, noticing a circled number. Tonight, I have dinner with JIS. His face twisted in annoyance as he stared at the date.
There's another event that was scheduled 3 days ago, before I even took over this body.
Dusk fell over the Von Mel restaurant. JIS walked alongside Deculion, striking up a conversation. Thanks for coming. July went in ahead, she's probably waiting inside. Once they arrived, JIS stepped forward.
Deculion complimented her naturally. July, you look beautiful dressed up like this.
JIS called out affectionately, July.
She was wearing a pure white evening gown, looking at him shyly.
Deculion was instantly captivated.
Pulling out a chair while secretly praising her in his mind, she usually only wears armor. I didn't expect her to look this stunning when she dresses up. No wonder Deculion was so crazy about her.
Just then, a voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Well, obviously. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into this? JIS smiled warmly. You came too?
The person replied coquettishly, I tag along to take care of July, you know. Deculion glanced over with concern. I didn't realize she was coming because I was too focused on July.
But she's the last person I want to see here.
He looked at the smiling girl in front of him, knitting his brows.
Even though she came as the fiancé's older sister, it's not that simple. He grew wary. She's the one I need to watch out for more than anyone else.
He imagined the dangerous expression hidden beneath her mask. She would do absolutely anything to achieve her goals, like a total lunatic. He imagined the dangerous expression hidden beneath her mask. She would do absolutely anything to achieve her goals, like a total lunatic. He watched her gently stroke July's hair. The only person she actually treasures is July. Doing anything to harm July would completely set her off.
Deculian lowered his head, frowning. I still don't know why Jocelyn hasn't killed Deculian yet, but she definitely will.
He looked up at her. The second I walked into this room, I felt a chill run down my spine. She is radiating an intense bloodlust toward me, probably due to the villain's fate. He closed his eyes, his mind racing as he strategized. I can clearly feel her murderous intent.
This death variable is incredibly dangerous.
I have to act like I truly treasure July to get through this.
Right then, JIS cut in. Shall we get straight to the point, Professor Deculian? When do you want to hold the anniversary celebration?
It's already been 3 years since the two of you got engaged, hasn't it?
Hearing this, July jumped up in a panic. Lord of the house.
But JIS stopped her.
This is a conversation for the adults.
Deculian hesitated. JIS urged him. Go ahead, speak freely. He stole a glance at Jocelyn, who was resting her chin on her hand, sporting a dangerous smile. Ultimately, he chose the safe route. I will leave this matter for July to handle. If she doesn't trust me, I am more than willing to call off this marriage. July sat there, gritting her teeth in sheer frustration.
JIS turned to reprimand her. Marriage is a major life event. How can you treat it so lightly?
Every single word only fueled her resentment.
JIS suggested, it's because the two of you have been distant for too long, isn't it?
If that's the case, go spark up the romance. You can't just throw away a marriage arrangement like that.
The family elders won't accept it either.
July couldn't take it anymore, her voice rising to a harsh shout. Lord of the house. With her head hung low, she demanded, please let us speak in private.
I beg of you. JIS glanced at Deculian, and seeing him nod, he gave in. Fine then. Let's go, Jocelyn. Jocelyn quickly replied, all right. Before leaving, she popped her head back in and said with a bright smile, have a wonderful chat, you two.
Now, only Deculian and July were left in the room, facing each other.
She spoke first. What are you trying to pull this time?
She glared at him furiously. What exactly?
What exactly? Outside, JIS and Jocelyn listened in unhurriedly. Jocelyn's expression was ice cold as she caught every single word. July asked, what do you want? July questioned him in a low, heavy voice. What exactly are you trying to do? Deculian glanced toward the door.
He could feel it clearly, right outside that door.
Jocelyn was eavesdropping.
I see right through her. She made it look like she was walking away, but she's definitely using a wiretap. He thought, there's no way she actually left. He felt as if a pair of eyes was constantly tracking them. However, he told himself, this is also an opportunity.
Jocelyn doesn't know that I've figured it out.
He calculated his odds silently. If I can make her believe that Deculian genuinely loves July, I can bypass this fatal variable.
He hesitated. July, Jocelyn listened intently to every word in silence. He continued, I will tell you the truth. July gritted her teeth, questioning, the truth?
He explained calmly, as you can see, I cannot simply cancel the engagement as I please.
Neither of us can do anything about it. Things have gone way too far. July clenched her fists tight. So what kind of filthy method are you going to use to torture me this time?
She listed them off disdainfully. Before the engagement, you used your connections to force this marriage.
You promised compensation to my family elders. Do you even remember what you said to convince me?
He called her name softly, July.
She roared back in anger. Fighting is dangerous.
She seemed to lose control, venting her grievances. You forced me to give up on the imperial decree. You offered to let me take over as the captain of the Second Ken, a squad managed by the Yuckline family. When I refused, you spread all sorts of nasty rumors about me.
July's eyes welled up with tears as she demanded, what are you trying to achieve?
Deculian looked at her with an awkward expression. I know all about these things. He understood Deculian's inner mind perfectly. He wanted to bind her in chains. He mistook his obsessive fixation on keeping her by his side for love, destroying everything around her so she would have no choice but to stay.
Deculian did things that are completely unforgivable.
He quietly observed July's burning resentment. Because of that, I understand your bitterness better than anyone. He stated firmly, I won't do that anymore.
She shot back instantly, I don't believe you. He continued to admit his faults, I know I pushed you too hard. July was caught off guard. What? He lowered his head, I recognized that what I did was wrong.
She stared at him in utter astonishment.
Dekulian continued, but I didn't do it alone.
Your sister and brother have gone way too far as well.
July tried to deny it. No, they. Outside, Jocelyn froze in shock. Dekulian gently cut his meat, speaking bluntly, furthermore, shouldn't you leave your family behind to pursue your dream of becoming a guardian? She gasped, how on earth did you?
He explained, a guardian knight doesn't align with any noble house, they solely protect the emperor. His voice was completely flat and emotionless. July, I possess neither honesty nor loyalty.
She was utterly baffled. What are you talking about? He was brutally honest, I am the exact opposite of your ideal partner. I'm not a good fit for you.
July lost her patience, slamming her hands on the table. Get to the point. He remained unbothered. There is only one single thing I can do for you.
He spoke straight, we maintain the engagement, but we don't get married. I truly want you to be free.
But given this tangled web of mutual interests, I can't just break it off.
July was stunned. You're actually acting like a gentleman.
He replied, you can use my name to protect yourself for as long as you want, until you can chase down your dream.
I will wait and uphold the engagement. She questioned, what are you up to?
Why are you suddenly laying all your cards on the table like this?
Dekulian said serenely, it's not like I'm expecting anything by confessing all this.
But then he made a gentle request, however, if I could wish for just one thing, I would like to see your smile at least once a month. His face looked entirely sincere. That is what I want.
July froze in her tracks, her face turning bright red. She screamed at the top of her lungs, what?
Outside, Jocelyn was just as shocked, causing Jis to give her a curious look. Dekulian thought helplessly, to avoid the death variable, I just said exactly what she wanted to hear. He looked at July, but I didn't expect July to get so flustered after those words.
She stammered in embarrassment, why would you suddenly ask for a thing like that?
He couldn't help but compliment her in his mind, she looks incredibly cute. He fell into a solemn silence, I have to admit,
even Dekulian's love for July.
She shot back shyly, are you trying to trick me with such embarrassing words?
He didn't back down, my heart belongs to me as well. July blurted out in embarrassment, anyway,
But she quickly corrected herself, I don't believe you. I will never fall for whatever scheme you're planning.
He let out an amused chuckle, making her even more flustered. Why are you laughing?
I said I don't believe you.
Outside, Jocelyn thought to herself with amusement, even if it's a bit embarrassing, could his feelings actually be genuine? She hesitated, if that's the case, should I watch a little longer? The atmosphere between Dekulian and July had clearly undergone a massive shift.
The system popped up, Villain's Destiny, avoided a death variable. Reward, story units +2.
3 days later, a black carriage was traveling down the road.
Dekulian stared out the window in silence. 3 days went by so fast. He remembered the circled date on the calendar. The day has finally arrived.
He slowly stepped into the graveyard. A gentle breeze kicked up.
He mused, only the sound of footsteps in a graveyard can stir up emotions.
It's simply because of the atmosphere.
He looked at the tightly packed tombstones.
Sunlight filtered through the blades of grass and the cracks in the stone. My footsteps are steady. My heart dissolves into this place before my body even gets a chance to.
He stopped right in front of a grave. This is where my memories are kept. His gaze was filled with sorrow, not Dekulian's. He stared intently at the name etched onto the surface. The image of a beautiful young girl appeared in his mind, but rather, Kim Woojin's. He reminisced about the events that took place before he was reincarnated into this body. While he was grabbing a cup of water, Woojin suddenly heard a voice chime in, I'm getting ready to drop an Easter egg in.
He immediately asked back, what? This happened late one night. Gia spoke up enthusiastically, I was thinking it would be awesome to add something to Dekulian's backstory. He's a sub-boss in the game, so I think that's plenty justified. I already got the green light from the author too.
Woojin tossed the water cup away and said, that's just going to pile on our workload.
We've already been pulling an all-nighter.
It doesn't directly drive revenue, so stop trying to create more work. The team leader, she was displeased, knitting her brows in question. Why is that?
This is actually pretty important. Woojin sighed, his gaze annoyed, complaining again.
Gia flashed a radiant smile. We have to pour our hearts into the game. Wu Jin lost his patience and spun around to leave, making no effort to hide his irritation. You're talking nonsense again. The team leader said, just do whatever you want.
It's not like you brought this up to ask for my opinion anyway. Jia spoke softly, her voice filled with absolute certainty. I think it's a pretty great idea. It won't be a waste of effort.
Wu Jin just stared at her quietly without replying, letting her continue her monologue. Dekulian does have a deceased fiancé, after all. Wu Jin completely failed to understand Jia's seemingly boundless energy. Back then, she was always cheerfully talking about exciting concepts.
I couldn't comprehend what she found so amusing about it. Jia wasn't discouraged even though Wu Jin ignored her. Keeping her gentle demeanor, she spoke slowly, is that meant for our team? This is the easiest way to look out for everyone around us. She tilted her head, sporting a playful grin. Oh really? Turns out you can actually be quite sweet, huh?
Wu Jin was baffled by her lightheartedness. I have no idea what her joke was supposed to mean by throwing in an Easter egg.
What on earth made her laugh so happily?
Right now, Dekulian looked entirely melancholy, his eyes downcast as a crucial realization hit him. To piece back the memories of Kim Wu Jin, I have to track down those clues. He stared blankly at the tombstone before him, his heart heavy, asking himself, did I say that idea was fantastic, or was I brutal to her? Dekulian stood silently before the grave, his gaze locked onto the words deeply engraved into the cold stone, Uera von Fis Mahin, always grateful. Suddenly, a soft breeze swept past, bringing with it a somber stillness.
He stood motionless, an unanswered question brewing in his mind. Why did you carve my name onto this tombstone?
He fell into a deep silence, weighed down by 1,000 questions. Dekulian was created based on Kim Wu Jin.
Why did Uera use her very own name for Dekulian's late fiancé?
The text on the monument left him completely speechless.
And why is she thanking me?
His eyes were sorrowful, his heart sinking. Dekulian dropped to his knees before the grave, his hands slowly tracing over the freezing surface, feeling every single deeply carved line. Before he knew it, his tears began to fall silently, soaking into the cold face of the stone. A single word sent a massive wave of emotion through his entire body. He placed his hand on the tombstone as a surge of emotion welled up in his chest, as if he could literally hear Uera whispering to him. Memories of days long past rushed back, so vivid that it felt like he could almost reach out and touch them. Dekulian relived every tiny yet meaningful moment, the way she would shower his drawings with endless praise, the way she would drape her coat over his shoulders whenever he shivered from the cold, those warm handshakes, her words of affection, and the way she would pick him up whenever he felt exhausted. The time they spent together was something she made sure he would never forget. For 7 years she was always by his side, and Dekulian's tears flowed without stopping. He knelt before the tombstone for a very long time, weeping bitterly. At the exact same time, Lokak stood not too far away, watching him kneel and cry in front of the grave. He radiated a thick, suffocating bloodlust, gritting his teeth. I finally found you, you filthy mage. The sky cast a brilliant blanket of twilight over the horizon.
Dekulian silently turned around.
Even though his expression appeared perfectly normal, his mind was in absolute turmoil. I can't believe I'm this calm now. Just a second ago, I had never cried like that. Dekulian's stoic personality really comes in handy at times like this. Suddenly, a figure materialized from the ground. Dekulian was startled, but he coldly raised his eyes, a familiar face. He asked suspiciously, "You're Lokak, aren't you?" His face distorted with pure rage. "You know who I am? I never expected a smug, arrogant mage like you to dare speak to me like that." Dekulian narrowed his eyes slightly, a frosty gaze sweeping over him. The mage killer, Lokak. He observed him silently. This guy is the anti-mage sub-boss villain. The reason Lokak became the natural enemy of mages is his ability to completely nullify magic. Under Dekulian's astonished gaze, Lokak lunged forward, his body turning into a blur as he closed the distance through the air at a terrifying speed. But just when Lokak assumed magic wouldn't be able to touch him, Dekulian waved his hand without a shred of hesitation. A burst of magical energy erupted. Just like in the game, the nullification spell is added like a total cheat code. Not only that, but Lokak's ability is limitless, to say nothing of his physical impact. Dekulian knit his brows tightly, his gaze darkening as he noticed the anomaly. Magic can't be cast within his domain. Lokak charged like a raging hurricane, carrying a massive surge of murderous intent straight toward Dekulian without backing down. "You stupid mage.
Magic won't work on me."
As the dagger sliced through the air heading right for him, Dekulian reacted instantly. His body shifted gracefully yet decisively, stepping back just enough to completely dodge the fatal blow. Refusing to accept failure, Lokak gritted his teeth and launched a relentless barrage of attacks. But Deculion remained steady on his feet, moving like the wind as he effortlessly evaded every single strike. His eyes were cold as ice, as if these attacks weren't even worth worrying about.
Most mages would be shaking in their boots before Lokak.
But the more he fights, the more frustrated he gets.
He let out a furious roar, "Die!"
Suddenly, as Lokak pushed his face in close, Deculion landed a devastating punch right on him. Groaning in pain, he tumbled onto the ground. Deculion looked down at him with a frigid gaze. "It's completely meaningless against me." Lokak refused to yield, cursing, "You son of a bitch." Deculion lost his patience, his brows furrowing. Not wanting to waste any more time dodging, he struck him hard, making him cry out in sheer agony.
Deculion narrowed his eyes slightly as a memory flashed by.
A few days ago, he had managed to claim 10 story units from his balance and purchased mana quality enhancement. He quietly looked at the chair that was lodged firmly into the roof, musing, "This increases the efficiency of mana control.
It looks like I need to calibrate things.
I only intended to lift it up a tiny bit."
He looked at his hand, frowning, "But now I'm unleashing significantly more force with the exact same amount of mana as before." A notification rang out in his mind, "Mana Quality Enhancement Tier 1 has been applied. You can now release more mana than before. Controlling mana feels much easier."
This gave him a wave of confidence. It seems to apply to a wider scope than I originally thought. He evaluated silently. "For now, I guess I'll just go about my daily routine as usual." The moment Deculion grabbed the pull-up bar, his eyes widened in surprise when he saw it warp out of shape under his grip.
He questioned himself, "What is this?"
Right, it's just a minor enhancement, but it dramatically boosts the quality of the raw power. Returning to reality, Lokak had lost all his formidable aura, lying completely flat on the shattered ground. Deculion stood there, his cold eyes sweeping over the scene. Suddenly, an information panel popped up, "Villain's fate, overcoming the uncertain death.
Balance, +2. Deculion thought coldly, "I knew it." Mana quality enhancement is also applied as an attribute.
He cheered internally. Even with his monstrous strength, I beat Lokak thanks to Iron Man, but since this trait is much more powerful, things turned out way easier than I anticipated.
Lokak, using whatever strength he had left, spat out, "Damn it! I should have eradicated you bastard mages."
He trembled as he struggled to stand up. "You mage bastard.
Apostate. You traitors who oppose Lord VXM Break and the Magic Tower. All of you are completely insane. You're nothing but a bug who can't achieve a single thing without magic."
Deculion looked on impassively, analyzing him silently, an ability so broken it can be considered a cheat. His anger is targeted entirely at mages, showing signs of heresy.
He frowned, speaking up, "Lokak, you."
He was trying to push himself up, but froze completely at his words.
Looking up in utter shock, "You." His tone was filled with pure astonishment. "How do you know that?"
The Blood-Clothed clan was named as such because they were born within a bloody shroud.
Their bloodline was passed down from ancient demons.
They hid their true identities, living scattered across the continent, existing as the absolute antithesis to mages.
Just like magic was created to combat evil demons, the conflict between the mage faction and the Blood-Clothed clan was a pivotal element that shaped the world building,
while simultaneously serving as one of the main plotlines of the game. Deculion stood over Lokak coldly, completely ignoring him as he lay shivering on the ground. He remained entirely immersed in his own thoughts. So the Blood-Clothed clan faces a constant mortal peril, purely because of who their ancestors were. He scowled, his face showing clear discomfort. The purge is very likely taking place somewhere out there at this exact moment. Suddenly, Deculion spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere. "Lokak, I understand you perfectly. The oppression you have endured for so long must have been truly agonizing." Lokak froze, his eyes widening. Deculion paid no mind to his complex expression, continuing in a calm yet incredibly heavy tone, "But if you murder an innocent mage, you will simply turn into a monster just like them."
Lokak felt a surge of fury erupting in his chest, as if Deculion's words had struck the deepest, most sensitive part of his mind. He remained silent for a moment before roaring, "What the hell do you know? Stop talking nonsense and just kill me."
Deculion let out a soft sigh, a fleeting trace of solemnity crossing his eyes, not pity, not disdain, but a rare moment of genuine empathy. His voice was low and sincere, "I do know, because the Blood-Clothed clan is innocent too." At that exact moment, Lokak felt something in his heart waver.
Even though he was shocked by Deculian's words, he instantly brushed the emotion aside, gritting his teeth as his eyes flashed with rage, growling threateningly, "What? What did a highborn mage like you just say?" With an unbothered expression, Deculian replied, "I am Deculian of the House of Yuckline, a noble and prestigious family that has never once lost its dignity." Lokak's voice boomed, laced with a mixture of confusion and fury. "What kind of act are you trying to put on before you execute me? It's completely useless." Deculian maintained his composure, entirely brushing off Lokak's anger, speaking unhurriedly. "The only time I ever lost my dignity was when I stood face to face with a demon." His expression was no longer placid, his eyes were deep, fathomless pools of ice, creating a suffocating aura for anyone looking at him. Lokak was completely dumbfounded, his mouth hanging wide open. Deculian didn't care about that look and continued, "The Yuckline lineage has been hunting demons since ancient times. We go mad, like we're just waiting to see a demon. It's an instinct I can't overcome." He suddenly asked, "Did I lose my dignity and composure in front of you?" Lokak was surprised, not expecting him to ask a question. "Huh?" Deculian's face turned slightly sad. "Or did I hesitate when you provoked me?" Without waiting for an answer, he asked further, "Did I go mad as if I had been waiting for a long time?" "You are human," he stated firmly. Those words seemed to open a new door for Lokak. He looked up at him with godlike adoration. "This is the true dignity of a nobleman." Lokak was still skeptical. "You can believe me." Before he could finish, a group of people ran over from a distance, shouting noisily, "Over here! Hurry up!" Deculian suddenly kicked Lokak straight in the face. Caught off guard, he fell backward, blood spurting from his nose. Looking down at Lokak on the ground, Deculian said coldly, "So stay right there and turn yourself in." The inspector stood at attention, gave a sharp salute, and said in an authoritative voice, "I am Inspector Roba." He exclaimed, "That was a brutal kick." As expected of Professor Deculian. "This murderous bastard, should I kick him a few more times?" Deculian replied indifferently, "It's fine, leave him be." Hearing this, Ropa quickly replied, "Understood." Deculian reached out his hand, using magic to control a nearby tree, causing a branch to shrink down into a rope. Deculian handed over the rope while instructing, "This guy neutralizes magic, so mana handcuffs won't work. Use this iron cord to arrest him." Ropa took it, surprised. "Huh? Really? No wonder he's so good at escaping. That's also why the magic radar wasn't working." Deculian asked in surprise, "But how did you get here so early? Were you on patrol?" Ropa looked blank and confused. "We came after receiving a tip." "Didn't you report it, Professor?" He quickly denied it. "It wasn't me. Someone probably heard the commotion and reported it." In another corner, a person was hiding, watching the conversation. With his business done, Deculian turned away coldly. "Then I'll take my leave. Get to work." Ropa greeted him respectfully, "Goodbye." As he walked away, he frowned slightly, doubt rising in his heart. "Fortunately, I resolved it without spilling blood." Suddenly, a strange sensation brushed past, making him freeze. In the spot where that person's traces still remained, he looked up at the sky, his gaze sinking into the endless void, thinking to himself, "I don't want to hurt anyone." The next morning, Jeriel reminded him coldly, for the first time in 15 years, "There's a meeting at Bach." At this time, inside the training room of the Yuckline mansion, Deculian held a scroll, exclaiming in surprise, "Did you come all this way yourself just to give me this scroll?" Jeriel snorted coldly, annoyed, "Since you don't care, of course I had to come in person." She kept nagging and criticizing him. "Isn't the role of the head of the house to take care of this family?" She snapped crossly, "When are you going to put some clothes on?" Deculian didn't reply, opening the scroll to read. "Recently, a demon appeared at Black Mountain. Therefore, Bach wants to gather mages to discuss this matter." Suddenly, the quest board popped up. Main quest, the summons of Bach. Rule, within 1 week, add a bodyguard to make a party of 2. Jeriel was surprised. "You need a bodyguard? Should I ask Jeff? He used to be in a mercenary group." Deculian shook his head. "No need." He criticized, "Someone like Jeff is even more out of the question. He's more used to holding a steering wheel than a weapon now." Elsewhere, Jeff sneezed repeatedly from being talked about behind his back. Jeriel pondered, "But you can't go without a bodyguard." "I've been there before," she said worriedly. "The journey to Bach can be life-threatening." Deculian listened in silence, then asked, "Are you worried about me?" Jeriel quickly denied it. "In your dreams. Don't say such disgusting things. I just can't let you die before I officially take the position of family head from you. Her cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. Composing herself, she suggested, leave the bodyguard situation to me. I'll hire someone reliable. At the same time, at the Freeman military camp, the soldiers were training hard. The sound of clashing swords rang out continuously. July called out loudly, "Good. That's the spirit. Keep staying focused." In a small corner, someone watched from afar, wondering with doubt, "What should I do?" Varen asked back, "What do you mean?" He fell silent, glancing over. The other person turned around, locked eyes, jumped in shock, and yelled, "At least make some noise when you're walking around." After calming down, Varen sighed, "Our army just scored a huge deal. But I'm hesitant, I don't know if we should take it." Varen looked cold, his eyes sharp. "Stop overthinking it. Tell the commander your concerns, deputy commander." He sighed, "This is impossible. It's hard enough just to tell her." He said tiredly, "The mission is to protect Deculian." Varen was stunned. He leaned casually against the wall. "To be exact, it's to protect the entire train. But they knew if they put it that way, we wouldn't accept it, so they downplayed it." Varen gave a cold order, "That mission, you take it." Gilthian was reading a letter about Bircht, the name of a highland mountain range in the northern region of the continent, sitting at an altitude of 3,500 meters, which also served as the residence of the mages known as the Elders. Bircht was where all magic factions across the continent sent their thoughts and research. He immersed himself in reading. The magic tower is a given, but even the floating island of mages cannot disobey orders from here. He lost himself in thought. It has a massive influence, one that could be called the pillar of the magic world. Because the convocation is a rare event, happening only once every few decades, Gilthian focused and read on. A mage is summoned to Bircht for this event. At the same time, Sylvia approached from outside, quietly standing behind Gilthian as she read the letter. It is both an honor and the recognition of a renowned mage's status. Elsewhere, Deculian was trying to use magic, while Gilthian was still pondering over Bircht, but a summons from here is also known as the Graveyard of Mages. At that moment, at the train station heading to Break Airport, many mages had already gathered. July asked anxiously, "Are you fully prepared?" He replied instantly, "Of course, don't worry." Suddenly, he spoke up in a clear, ringing voice that echoed around, "He is coming this way." Alan trotted along behind Deculian as they walked over, constantly marveling, "It's April already, yet the snow is falling so thick, Professor. We really are in the north." July quickly greeted them, "Thank you for making the long journey here." Her voice was calm but carried absolute authority. "From this transit station onward, the Freeman Coalition will take responsibility for protecting the front half of the train." Deculian looked at her, surprised. July's face flushed with embarrassment, but she still forced herself to finish her duty. "We will do our utmost to protect you and ensure a comfortable trip." He looked at her with a speechless expression. July recalled their previous conversation and blushed with embarrassment. "I hope you'll show me a smile once a month." She trembled, asking herself silently, "What should I do now? Should I smile right now? Should I give a bright smile or just a faint one?" Her hands clenched tightly. "Why do I have to put up with this?" Standing behind, he misunderstood the scene. Even though she hates him to the bone, she's still doing her best for him. "She deserves respect, Captain." He spoke up, "Captain, I'll take care of." Suddenly, Varen introduced himself. "My name is Varen," he said coldly. "I've been assigned as the guard this time." The two of them only came to pay their respects and will hand the responsibility over to me afterward. Seeing how serious he was, Deculian smiled to diffuse the tension. "This kid is talented, recognized by the entire coalition." "You don't need to worry, Professor." Deculian said nothing, quietly staring at Varen's sword, evaluating. A talented person. His gaze turned sharp and cold. "To be certain, I should check with sharp insight. Varen looked at him with eyes full of hatred, but Deculian didn't care, lost in thought. "I don't sense any special energy from him." "Am I overthinking this?" Varen said coldly. "Most mages have guards. Each compartment is assigned one person. I will be in charge of your compartment, Professor." Deculian replied nonchalantly, "I'll count on you then." July cut in, "All right, my job here is done. Have a safe trip." With that, she walked away, leaving the three of them looking at each other. Suddenly, she turned back and gave a strange smile. He called out, "Captain." Deculian could only smile, secretly pleased, so she kept her promise. A few hours later, the three of them were sitting on the train. Deculian said supportively, "If you're tired, just sleep. There are still a few hours before we arrive." Alan replied, yes, then I'll catch a little shut-eye.
The train sped along as Alan fell fast asleep.
Deculian pondered, a summons from Bircht is also called the graveyard of mages.
There was a specific reason why Bircht was both the pillar of the magic world and a place of dual natures. Unexpected events always occurred whenever the convocation took place. He thought, for the attack on the train this time, I must choose the correct safe trip.
If not, I won't make it through.
One cause of Deculian's death was a mind game, choosing the safe train ride to Bircht. Deculian sank into deep thought, resting his hand on his chin. If I want to be safer, I could buy information about the train under attack from the underworld.
The original Deculian would have definitely done so.
He glanced at the sleeping Alan, calculating, therefore, before coming here, I prepared multiple measures to protect myself.
For instance, I used comprehension to learn the martial arts of the combat legend Eston.
He thought to himself, Alan is really fast asleep. Just a moment ago he was making a fuss out of excitement, and now he's sleeping soundly.
He recalled the conversation from a few days ago. Alan, do you want to go to Bircht with me? Be my assistant. This trip is highly dangerous, so you can refuse.
Alan cried, thank you so much, Professor. For someone like me, being granted this opportunity is an absolute honor.
Deculian threatened, if your snot runs down, I'm not bringing you along.
He hated filth. Returning to the present, he marveled, surprisingly, I didn't think he would agree despite knowing the danger.
Looking at the soundly sleeping Alan, he evaluated, could he be more ambitious than I thought?
The train came to a halt, making a loud noise. The passengers got off, leaving only Deculian, Alan, and Varen. Deculian rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Now at the final stop, only Bircht remains.
Nothing has happened so far. Did I actually choose the right trip?
He felt confident, I prepared thoroughly, but it seems it was all for nothing. His suit jacket, slacks, and leather shoes, their potential had been unlocked by Minas's hand, boosting their defense. Before leaving, he had cast magic on his outfit, enhancing its defense with the skill of a renowned master.
Suddenly, something up high caught his attention.
An information panel appeared, Steelwood darts, performance improved thanks to Minas's hand. He had reinforced the steelwood pieces inside the train carriage and even cast magic on Alan, increasing the durability of his protective cloak.
He frowned in annoyance. Lately, I've used Minas's hand so much that my remaining mana is barely anything. Should I have used it on something else? What a waste. That thought didn't last long. Unpreparedness is still preparation. But it's best if nothing happens. Deculian tiredly prayed in his mind, hoping everything would continue to be peaceful. The train was still hurtling along the tracks when it suddenly exploded. The image of the locomotive lit up vividly. Even though she was on a train, Sylvia had no intention of putting her book down.
A few days before leaving, Gilfian sat down to talk with Sylvia.
He asked, do they assign a lot of homework at the Magic Tower?
She replied casually, there's a ton of homework, but I missed a few sessions.
He smiled gently, you're going to become a great archmage in the future anyway, yet you still work harder than anyone. Sylvia told him, if I don't even do this much, how can I ever become a great archmage? Sylvia told him, if I don't even do this much, how can I ever become a great archmage? She asked, Father, why are we leaving for the Bircht convocation so early? We could have easily left in a few days.
He paused in thought for a moment, then replied, have you heard about the trip to Bircht being the graveyard of mages?
She answered, I thought that was just a ghost story. He denied it, it's not.
His words caught her a bit by surprise. Gilfian explained, every time a summons to Bircht is issued, a few mages always lose their lives.
15 years ago, 11 people died.
He said sternly, for a long time, being summoned to Bircht has been the mark of a prestigious family.
If you are chosen among the 20 families and attend, your family name will be etched into history.
He warned, but prestigious families that are summoned and fail to attend will have their names permanently erased from the registry.
There is a rule, a new family will take the vacant spot. He asked Sylvia, what do you think is the easiest way to drag prestigious families down? She stammered, no.
He continued, exactly. He explained, the trip to Bircht is no different from walking on thin ice. Those who desperately desire to become prestigious mages must lose their lives for the goal they pursue.
Sylvia felt frightened.
He continued, that's why I hurried. I received word that a group is plotting to attack the subsequent train.
Bringing you along, I wanted to be as cautious as possible.
Sylvia grew anxious, her expression darkening. He continued, his face remaining unchanged, but if this gets out, it will definitely cause trouble. He thought to himself, I should explain so Sylvia can face the cruelty of this world.
Gilfian asked, out of the 12 traditional families, which one do you think always upholds tradition? Sylvia didn't know, looking puzzled.
He said gently, if there is anyone who must face punishment for this, it's all mages. He explained in a grim atmosphere, the deaths on the way to the convocation are like natural deaths of a magical nature. The scene shifted to the train, where two men sat inside, one reading a book, the other resting his head as he slept.
Beneath the train, an explosive went off with a loud blast.
Varen grimaced, thinking, Deculian is also on this train.
Deculian's gaze turned resolute.
A flash of light appeared.
Alan woke up, raising his head, and screamed in a panic, What's going on, Professor? Look at that! The entire train was floating in mid-air. The image of the train with a gaping hole in its hull appeared, suspended in space. Deculian let out a soft sigh, thinking to himself, what a relief.
The system notified, basic telekinesis has been memorized. He thought Eston's martial arts were one thing, but memorizing basic telekinesis before leaving is what kept us alive. Suddenly, a pair of legs appeared outside the train. Individuals dressed in black cloaks were standing on the roof.
They talked among themselves, this makes no sense. The whole train, are professors really that different?
One replied, it's a bit surprising, but we've only just begun.
Stay focused. If we succeed, the reward will be worth it. They rappelled down, leaping into the hole caused by the bomb, close to Deculian and Alan.
He didn't care, muttering, fools. Sharp stones suddenly materialized in the space. He thought, unfortunate for them, I already anticipated this. The sharp stones attacked the black-cloaked figures. One of them outside the train stood stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening.
Alan stammered in fear, Professor, this is an attack. What the hell is going on? A force struck his neck. Deculian hit Alan hard, knocking him unconscious, then turned around to ask, Varen, right? Take this kid to safety. If there are passengers in the other compartments, evacuate them. Then turned around to ask, Varen, right? Take this kid to safety. If there are passengers in the other compartments, evacuate them.
Deculian stood above, looking down with a frown, the sensation is too soft. With the 5 acute senses of Yuckline vision, there's definitely a difference. He muttered to himself, deal with everything else first, then think about it. Recalling the incident, he raised his voice, since you started this, you must already know your deaths await you here.
The black-cloaked figures turned pale with fear. Deculian said, it's also a natural death.
A blue surge of power radiated around him. A hand appeared next to Alan. Varen set him down by the tracks, looking up. The train was enveloped in a blue light, filled with the corpses of the black-cloaked men.
Deculian sat on the sofa, blood splattered on his body, panting, this is more exhausting than I thought.
He looked at the black-cloaked figures, thinking, minimizing the damage from the explosion while fighting at the same time completely drained my mana. His hands trembled. The system notified, mana, 10/3/657. Mana, 10/3/657.
Varen ran in, I've brought the remaining passengers to safety. Deculian praised, good job.
But his gaze was intense, noticing something. Varen thought to himself, his eyes turning sinister, this guy, his gaze is different from before.
Deculian closed his eyes, smiling inwardly, I'm in shock from the attack, so he must be surprised too. Varen unleashed a powerful red aura.
Deculian thought, the fate of a villain.
Varen unleashed a powerful red aura.
Deculian thought, the fate of a villain. He observed carefully, he traveled with me while hiding his attribute from the start.
I let my guard down.
Varen raised his sword, it's a miracle you survive. He said to Deculian, a terrifying power radiating from him, I have to kill you with my own hands. With that, Varen pointed his sharp sword at Deculian, his face filled with resentment. He spoke up, I've evacuated the other passengers safely. He aimed his sword at Deculian, so now it's your turn to die.
Deculian asked, Varen, let me ask you one last question. Are you doing this because someone ordered you to? Is it July?
Before he could finish, Varen screamed, shut up. He raged, if you mention my master's name one more time, I won't show mercy. She is a brave warrior who would never think of such a thing.
Wipe that imagination from your mind.
His gaze turned cold and sharp, you will die by my hand for the sake of my master.
Deculian silently assessed, it seems this has nothing to do with July, based on his expression.
He evaluated his options, this guy is trusted by everyone on the team.
I only have 10 mana left. Can I defeat a talented fighter like him, even with the Freeman Coalition, in this state?
Varen shouted loudly, rushing fast toward him. My watch duty ends here.
Deculian struggled to dodge the strike, thinking to himself, this is the only way.
Suddenly, something happened outside that caught Varen's attention.
Deculian thought, that way is to cancel the telekinesis.
The train that had been floating just now lost its telekinesis and plunged into the deep abyss. The scene shifted to Sylvia's room.
She sat inside, letting out a tired sigh.
Sirio walked in holding 2 snowman-shaped ice creams and asked, Would you like some, my lady? This is a birched specialty, everlasting snow ice cream.
Sylvia replied, I'm fine. You can have more, Sirio. I'm sick of them. Sirio cheered happily.
A voice echoed from outside, Is everyone here?
Sirio asked back, May I ask who you mean, my lady?
Sylvia guessed, except for Yuckline and Rewind, everyone is already here.
He asked, Is my lady waiting for someone? Sylvia sighed, No.
Seeing her answer, Sirio observed for a moment, then excused himself, Then I'll take my leave first. If you need anything, just call me, my lady.
Sylvia agreed, all right.
She quietly muttered Deculian's name, looking up at the sunny sky, pondering, I didn't plan on witnessing that. Sylvia stood before a bouquet of white flowers placed on a grave. The tombstone read, Zelia von Ellen Yed, the proud wife of Mage Jiden and mother of lovely Sylvia.
She sat down, speaking to it. How have you been lately, mother? This is just an ordinary day, coming to visit and talk with you.
She confided in her deceased mother, Professor Deculian is terrible. He assigns way too much homework, as if I'm only taking his class. Suddenly, a noise rang out, drawing her attention.
Sylvia raised her eyes, wondering, what's that sound?
She hid behind a large tree to watch, startled by the sight. Before her was the back of Deculian. She thought, even though I can only see his hunched back, I still recognize that aristocratic posture.
Just one look is enough to know it's Deculian. She pondered, why is he in a place like this?
I didn't think he was someone who grieved over the loss of others.
From a distance, Sylvia continued to watch.
Deculian was crying, his face filled with sorrow.
She was astonished, he's crying? The man who was always cold and strict is shedding tears? This is incredible. Afterward, Sylvia walked away, thinking as she went, I always thought of him as an annoying professor who acts all high and mighty.
But he also has memories of losing someone he loved. She remembered the scene of tears rolling down Deculian's cheeks. Those tears are like shooting stars, weaving through my mind. Sylvia placed her hand on her chest, lost in thought, remembering Gilthian's words, I received word that a group is plotting to attack the subsequent train. She thought to herself, those things are such a nuisance. Sylvia continued, after listening to Deculian's lecture that day, I wanted to try something. She observed a mana stone. If I use this, it might be possible. Among the 3 original magic attributes, everything is created from the source spell and its transformations. My magic is a combination of 3 basic attributes. Initially, she used the mana stone as a medium, transforming it at will. The stone glowed, and then her body also emitted various colors. Sylvia said to herself, I did it. In her hand was a tiny, bright yellow bird. She named it, from now on, you are sweet. She and the little bird gently touched heads, then she tossed it into the air. Fly away and show me what you see. The scene flashed back to the memory of the train. Deculian, inside the wrecked carriage, his body covered in wounds, struggled to stand up. He thought, fortunately, the train held on and didn't fall. It's hanging precariously off the cliffside, by a literal thread. He muttered to himself, I might have broken a few bones, but they'll heal quickly thanks to Iron Man. A red surge of power surrounded him, causing him to panic. Varen rushed forward, striking hard. Deculian was blown back. The attack is too fast. Using the tiny bit of strength he had left, he countered, blasting a green energy source toward Varen.
Varen guessed, a protective barrier?
He was taken aback. You really are resilient and strong. He continued to fight. The faces of both men were tense.
Deculian evaluated, he's incredibly strong. He far surpasses the current me. Even at my best, I wouldn't be able to win. Right as he thought this, he was attacked again. The system notified, rare resolution. Even if broken, they do not submit.
This activates during battle, maintaining mental strength until the end, making one virtually immune to psychological magic.
Deculian thought, I will never fall in a situation like this. He watched Varen prepare a finishing blow. He slashed Deculian's defense into 4 pieces, his face distorted with rage, intent on destroying him. Deculian grew tense, racking his brain for a solution. Sweat rolled down his face. Varen charged with immense power. He muttered, cold as ice, damn it.
Varen swung his sharp sword.
In that split second between life and death, Deculian asked himself 1,000 questions. If I get slashed by the sword, does the game end? Will I just open my eyes in the office as if nothing happened? What if I don't?
Right after, a splash of blood from an unknown source sprayed across the space inside the train.
Juvia's yellow bird hovered above the train hanging off the cliffside. Varen lunged at Deculian with lightning speed.
Looking at the sharp blade right in front of him, he smirked, it's all over. Suddenly, Deculian gasped.
He could clearly sense everything around him. What? Space itself is fluctuating.
A line of blood appeared on Varen's wrist. A split second later, his hand was severed completely, red blood spraying everywhere. Varen screamed in agonizing pain.
Deculian quickly seized the opportunity. I don't know what just happened, but this is my chance.
Harnessing every last bit of his remaining mana, 1/3, 657, he launched a cutting crystal at Varen's leg. He lost his footing, lost his balance, and went tumbling down. Varen hurriedly pulled out a small dagger, stabbing it downward as he fell from the compartment, luckily managing to save his life. His hand trembled as it gripped the hilt tightly. A foot gently stepped right in front of his hand.
Deculian looked down coldly at the struggling, miserable Varen. He glared at him with resentment, asking curiously, what did you just do? Deculian answered honestly, I don't know either. He asked back, more importantly, why are you trying to kill me?
His voice was slow, I don't recall any bad blood between us.
Varen said in a cold tone, what?
I remember perfectly clear the crimes you committed against my master.
Deculian calmly questioned, are you seriously saying this is for July's sake, even though she never asked you to? His expression turned dead serious. What exactly is July to you that you would go this far?
Varen sneered, mocking him, you would never understand, Deculian. He recalled a fateful day in his life. Back then, a noble mother and son were cordially talking to July, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, things would have turned out terrible. July bowed her head humbly, of course, I was merely doing my duty as a knight. Varen, who was a naive youth at the time, struggled against his restraints, let me go.
I didn't do anything wrong.
That guy was the one who started it. The noble woman pointed a finger in his face, her voice shrill, do you have any idea how good my Jiden is?
You must have done something wrong.
Jiden hid behind her back, smirking triumphantly, exactly.
Varen roared in fury, you want to die? She snapped in annoyance, haven't you learned your lesson yet?
Varen hissed,
what? July witnessed it all silently. The woman said snootily, I'm about to hand you over to the police. Let's see what happens to you. On your knees and beg for mercy.
She snapped viciously, you beat up my son, so you'll be charged with assault and trespassing. Unexpectedly, July cut her off, hold on a moment, milady. The woman glanced over.
July questioned, did you say the boy trespassed? Her voice echoed through the mansion, yes. His character matches his social status perfectly.
July quietly watched Varen, the scrawny boy climbing up the high walls. She requested seriously, milady, I will personally escort the child to the police station.
Please go get some rest.
The woman replied instantly, well, that works out beautifully for me. In the end, Varen was taken away, still trying to justify himself, let me go.
It was self-defense.
I didn't do anything to deserve the police. From start to finish, July remained silent, which shut him up entirely.
Suddenly, she noted calmly, the Freya family is notorious for their behavior.
I'm certain you're telling the truth, at least partially.
Varen shouted, it's not just partially.
July shouted back louder, but you still shouldn't hit people.
Varen flinched.
She gently placed a hand on him, stating firmly, if you follow me, I will teach you how to control yourself.
What is your choice? Varen was stunned and asked softly, will you feed me?
He thought back nostalgically, that was how my master and I first met. He recounted, after that, I joined the Night Order. The image of him being helpless and isolated appeared.
Because of my childhood and personality, I didn't get along with others.
But when I looked back, the person who cared for me the most was July.
Her face was gentle as she asked, Varen, are you having any difficulties? He lowered his eyes, everything is fine.
In his heart, he thought, yes, everything is truly fine, as long as I am by the captain's side. He remembered her fierce look when she fought, and how cheerful she was with commoners, always helping others. He could not forget the image of her directly slapping away a bag of dirty money, never compromising with injustice. He had always watched her silently, his respect and admiration growing more every day. Varen placed his hand on his chest, and so did my love for her. Now facing Deculion, he was straightforward. I know my feelings only hold her back, he said open-heartedly. I know it's a burden. He gritted his teeth in determination. However, I must kill you. One day, you will bring ruin to my master. Deculion fell silent. He's right. Every bad event in the game is a butterfly effect from what Deculion did. But he said in a low voice, however, you are wrong. In his mind, he knew, I am originally Kim Woo-jin. I will change what Deculion does. His end will definitely not be destruction. He seriously reached his hand out. Take it, Varen. No matter what happens, I will not harm July. Varen froze, listening to every word. Suddenly, he raised his severed arm. Deculion was startled by the bursting aura. He gritted his teeth, angry. Don't even think about changing your mind. Varen was expressionless. No, I'm not changing it. No matter what, I will kill you. Deculion clenched the stone in his hand. Idiot. He held the stone up, his voice cold. Your foolish choice today. Varen calmly watched the stone slam down, hearing him say, it will torment you forever. At the same time, July gasped in terror. The man next to her asked, Captain, are you not feeling well? July replied, it's nothing. He reassured her, but she worried about Varen. How can he manage on his own? She smiled faintly, right. At this moment, Varen shed his final tears, silently leaving his last wish, Master, I hope you will be happy. A yellow bird hovered over the roof of the train carriage. Sylvia, through the eyes of the bird, saw the entire incident clearly. Deculion killed his guard, and the guard fell down the cliff very fast. She corrected her thoughts, not exactly. The knight tried to kill Deculion first, and out of self-defense, Deculion killed him. Right at that moment, a servant stepped up, interrupting her train of thought. There you are, Lady Sylvia. Let's head back, the conference is about to start. Sylvia replied quickly, all right. She looked into the distance anxiously. Deculion, will he make it on time? At the ruins on the tracks, a group of people appeared. A solemn voice rang out, it is an honor, Deputy Director. That person was Lilia Freeman, the Deputy Director of the Security Bureau. She calmly verified, was there an explosion and an attack? The train driver explained, yes. However, this happens frequently as the Birched convocation approaches, so it's not a major issue. Lilia lowered her head, looking at the logs. I see. Are there any casualties? He reported, yes, but no one was injured. 2 people are missing, a guard named Varen and Professor Deculion. He pointed toward the unconscious Alan nearby. You can hear the details from that survivor over there. Lilia wondered, who is that? He replied, I don't know. He hasn't woken up yet, probably in shock from the incident. Lilia began taking statements from the people on the train. One person recounted, a knight saved me. The train floated in mid-air for a while. When I woke up, it had fallen down. I think assassins tried to attack again. Lilia questioned doubtfully, in mid-air? That person handed over a photo. Here is the picture. I was so shocked that I just had to take a photo. Lilia looked closely, curious. Did he lift the entire train with magic? She mocked gently, how ridiculous. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her head, the knight Varen is dead. I don't know why, but Varen tried to kill Deculion and failed. Professor Deculion survived. Lilia grew alert. What? Where am I receiving a telepathic signal from? She silently scanned the crowd. Suddenly, someone pointed behind and shouted loudly, someone is coming from the other side. Looking at his disheveled appearance, that person recognized him, Professor Deculion. He recalled with dread the moment Varen was about to strike. If not for the strange phenomenon that happened right on time, I would have been killed by a nameless knight. He remembered the vivid helplessness. Without that mysterious helper, I can't believe I would be that useless. Deculion frowned, puzzled. At that time, who helped me? Lilia suddenly spoke up, pulling him back to reality. Professor Deculion, I see you are safe. I am Lilia Freeman from the Security Bureau. I have a few questions about the incident. He asked back, what time is it? Lilia was startled but replied, 3:30. He looked at the shattered tracks, calculating silently, I have 6 hours left. Lilia intended to question him formally, but Deculion cut her off. Is this train the only way to Birched? Lilia gritted her teeth in anger. No, there's also the land route and the sea route over on the other side. She returned to her task.
let me ask you again. Please hear me out until the end. The knight who was with you. But when she looked up, Deculion had already vanished. Lilia turned to the train drivers. Wasn't Professor Deculion just here? They shrugged, completely clueless. She made an excuse for him. Perhaps he used acceleration magic. Lilia was astounded, listing out, after keeping the train from falling with telekinesis, fighting the assassins in Varan, he even used high-level acceleration magic. Just how much mana does he have? She noted with amusement. So he's the Deculion you mentioned, Lockhart. In the Birched Convocation conference room, everyone was buzzing with excitement. Gilfian von Leeuwen sat up straight. It's almost 9:30, the moment the stars align. Sylvia looked at the empty seat anxiously. He still hasn't arrived. A low voice echoed. Before the convocation begins, I would like to express my gratitude to those who answered the summons. A powerful purple aura swept across the room. Sylvia gritted her teeth, gripping the armrest tightly. What extraordinary magic power! He must be Daigon, the great elder of Birched, the closest candidate for the position of Archmage, a living legend who has forsaken secular society. Her face was serious. I must at least reach that level to challenge becoming an Archmage. Daigon announced. After roll call, we will begin. He read the names: Gilfian of the Ed family, present. Insil of the Brand family, present. Baron of the Voris family, yes, I'm here. Yem of the Rewin family, present. Very quickly, Daigon reached Deculion of the Yuckline family. No one answered. He asked again, Deculion hasn't arrived yet? Daigon grew impatient. If he doesn't arrive before I call his name 3 times, I will consider him as failing to respond and he will be disqualified from the 12 mages immediately. The crowd murmured, disqualify Yuckline? This is a huge deal. They were first summoned 200 years ago. Someone mocked, for such a momentous event, wasn't there a prophecy beforehand? Deculion's capabilities are far inferior to his ancestors. The person next to him chimed in, exactly. Many stories say his talent amounts to practically nothing. They burst into laughter. Hearing that made Sylvia's heart ache. How has Deculion been living until now? Is no one worried about him? How pitiful. She lowered her head, frowning. It makes me so uncomfortable. Daigon called the first time, the current head of Yuckline, Deculion. The second time, the current head of Yuckline, Deculion. The crowd covered their mouths, snickering. Sylvia listened helplessly. Daigon called the third time, the current head of. Suddenly, the door swung open. Sylvia turned around in surprise. Deculion walked in casually. She watched his powerful figure with emotion. He waved his hand, calmly fixing his hair, and stated, Deculion von Greyhan Yuckline, present. Every eye fixed on him. His face was cold. The current head of Yuckline has arrived. The scene shifted to shortly after. The meeting started in silence and proceeded quickly. The first issue discussed was the monster that appeared in the Black Mountains. Essenal of the Brand family said angrily, a dark demon appearing on the map carries extremely serious implications. Therefore, we must issue directives to every magic faction or cooperate with the Holy Sanctuary. At the same time, we need to dispatch mages to the suspected areas for inspection and surveillance. The discussion continued, and the first item on the agenda passed smoothly. The head of a family spoke up to voice his perspective. Since no one objected, the proposal was accepted without any obstacles. Shortly after, a female guard announced, we will take a short break. At this moment, Deculion let out a breath, thinking to himself, how exhausting. I ran like crazy, without resting for even a single minute, just to make it to this damn meeting on time. Now both my physical strength and magic power are in absolute tatters. But he still maintained his calm demeanor. Deculion's traits and personality were indeed incredibly steadfast. Right after, everyone stood up, heading toward the door to leave. A voice rang out. Deculion turned over and saw Alan running up with a panicked look on his face. He stammered, Professor, are you all right? I'm sorry for being late, so I wasn't allowed to participate in this important meeting. Deculion replied calmly, I'm fine, don't worry. In his heart, he thought, now I no longer look at this kid with the same pure eyes as before. He silently analyzed, he definitely knows I'm hiding my identity. But why is he doing that? For what purpose? Deculion's gaze turned pensive. He remembered a line from a famous movie in his previous world, keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. He spoke up, Alan, from now on, stand right next to me. Alan was surprised, only uttering a yes. Deculion thought, it's best to always keep an extremely close eye on him. Alan, I will definitely find out which side you're on.
The scene shifted to after the break, with everyone returning to the conference table. The chairman's voice rang out. The next issue we need to discuss is dealing with the blood medic who appeared recently. The announcement caused the atmosphere to shift. Deculian quickly realized, thinking to himself, with such a sensitive issue, this matter definitely won't end easily.
A loud slam on the table echoed, making the room vibrate.
Betten of the Beerad family said angrily, the blood medics are nothing but a pack of filthy cockroaches. They multiply by sneaking into society, gradually eroding this land in a disgusting manner. Essenal countered with a serious face, where is your proof to dare say that? We have no way to distinguish a blood medic from other races.
Betten replied, then we just need to find a way.
There must be a clue, a certain characteristic of their race. We must destroy them early using imperial magic at the magic tower.
Essenal barked angrily, Old man Betten, watch your words. Destroy them all? What the hell are you talking about?
Deculian was deep in thought. I knew beforehand that their perspectives would clash like this. Betten snapped, I don't know the reason, but the blood medics are recognizing each other and gathering into groups.
There must be a leader guiding them. We don't know what they are plotting by acting this way.
Essenal slammed the table hard, countering, that's just one-sided speculation on your part.
Betten did not back down, lowering his voice threateningly, speculation? The blood medic leader hides, secretly gathering comrades, while we have no idea what they are plotting. Doesn't that disgust you?
The other representatives nodded in agreement. Betten said loudly, the spell from 60 years ago, countless mages lost their lives just because of your hesitation. The atmosphere hit a dead end, and no one spoke up.
After a moment of silence, someone asked, so Deculian of the Yuckline family, what do you think?
Everyone knows your family is a great lineage of exorcists, having long stood at the forefront of the battle against demons. Deculian was silent for a moment, thinking to himself, as someone of this era, I understand these situations perfectly well.
Hatred born from abandoning reason always leads to unnecessary misfortune, but putting everything else aside, suppressing the blood medics is a mistake. Even if I can't stop them, I must delay it as long as possible to complete the main quest in the future. The common enemy of this world is not the blood medics.
He spoke up. For a long time, the blood medics have indeed been a common enemy. However, if you look at the records, it all stemmed from a mistake.
Betten said in annoyance, a mistake? Deculian stated calmly, that's right.
237 years ago, during the Rodden Witch incident, Rodden was wrongfully convicted and burned alive while innocent. From then on, a large-scale suppression broke out, causing countless blood medic people to be slaughtered. They fought back, and the cycle of slaughter continued,
but now everything has settled down.
The event you mentioned from 60 years ago was actually a political matter, because a mana stone mine was discovered on blood medic land.
Betten flared up, political?
I think a Yuckline, the ones who seized the mine 60 years ago and slaughtered the most blood medics, has no right to speak like that. They are a blood race born with demonic energy, naturally violent and aggressive. The Yuckline family, which specializes in destroying demons, should know that better than anyone. Deculian remained calm, his gaze turning sharp and cold. My family tradition is to hunt evil demons, not slaughter the blood medics.
Betten barked, the blood medics are demons. The atmosphere grew tenser than ever before. Deculian continued, do you dare take responsibility for your words?
Next to him, Alan listened in silence, filled with anxiety.
Deculian's face was serious as he emphasized, don't casually view humans as demons.
What runs in their veins is just red blood, like ours. Those who utter such words are the ones who might be even more cruel demons.
Betten was furious but could not counter.
The first meeting ended without a conclusion, and the topic was postponed to the next day. Elsewhere, Jan said to his daughter, it is a pity that I have to leave you for the next meeting, my beloved daughter. She replied, we'll see each other again tomorrow anyway. He said, according to the rules, each member of the divination family must stay in a separate room.
Are you all right being alone? She answered, what are you talking about, father? Kids my age all have their own rooms already. Stop treating me like a baby.
He looked gloomy, muttering, my daughter doesn't love her old father anymore.
She was speechless, not knowing what to say.
After a few seconds of silence, he smiled cheerfully, then see you tomorrow. People of the divination family have a high density of mana, so all kinds of magical phenomena can happen at night. Read the hotel rules carefully. She sighed, yes, I'll be good.
Don't worry, father.
Shifting to the resting area, she held a piece of paper, muttering,
"It seems these rules only instill fear into children. I just need to sleep normally."
When night fell and she was resting, a yellow bird appeared nearby. Shortly after, she opened her eyes, getting up because she was thirsty. She went to the table, picking up a glass of water to drink. Suddenly, her expression shifted. A sense of danger spread throughout the space. From behind, a surge of death energy approached, like a black shroud covering everything.
She was surprised, immediately getting into a defensive stance, thinking to himself, the space turned into a hallway? Did I do something wrong?
Right after, Sylvia saw her surroundings change.
She reread the instruction sheet. One section stated, "Once you have laid down on the bed and rested, you absolutely must not leave it before sunrise.
If you violate this, you may be teleported to an unpredictable location." At this moment, she broke into a sweat, realizing, turns out if you've already gone to bed, you have to wait until morning to leave.
That's why I ended up in this situation.
A few days ago, in the second hallway, she hadn't encountered this phenomenon, but now, it seemed that because the family leaders and powerful individuals were nearby, the surrounding energy had become dense and easily volatile. She blamed herself, "I was too conceited and careless. To think I thought nothing bad would happen as long as I was inside the room." Trying to stay calm, Sylvia told herself, "Calm down, I need to calm down." She blamed herself, "I was too conceited and careless. To think I thought nothing bad would happen as long as I was inside the room." Trying to stay calm, Sylvia told herself, "Calm down, I need to calm down." A shroud of death energy gradually approached.
Sylvia noticed it, her pupils contracting as fear crept in.
She whipped around, thinking to herself, something is coming.
She immediately ran in the opposite direction of the hallway.
Very quickly, she saw a staircase glowing with a purple hue ahead.
But she remembered, the Rosary Hotel only has one floor.
The instructions also warn not to follow staircases leading up or down when they appear. Afterward, she ran past a door that was already wide open.
Light and a faint death energy spread out from within.
The warning flashed in her mind, if you encounter an open door in the hallway, absolutely do not enter. Sylvia closed her eyes, bit her teeth, and ran past as fast as she could, reassuring herself, "Don't panic. I remember there's a door ahead that will help me escape this."
She ran to the spot, knocking loudly on the door. "Is anyone in there? Please help me."
But her mind was flooded with fear. Another warning flashed, if someone knocks on your door at night, do not respond or make a sound. She feared the person inside would view her as a threat and refuse to help.
She continued to knock in desperation. "Is anyone there? Please help me."
After a few seconds with no response, she felt terrified, tears welling up in her eyes. Suddenly, the door opened.
A warm light shone on Sylvia's startled face. A familiar, gentle voice rang out, "It's late. Why are you getting lost, Sylvia?" It was Deculian.
He appeared right in front of her. Sylvia calmed down a bit, but her eyes were still glassy with undried tears.
Deculian spoke up, "All right, come inside quickly."
Sylvia quickly obeyed, answering softly, "Thank you."
Shortly after, the fireplace in the room was lit, bringing warmth.
Sylvia regained her composure, saying quietly, "I'm sorry for bothering you. Because I carelessly left my bed in the middle of the night, I was teleported to a random hallway."
Deculian wasn't angry, replying calmly, "Matters related to chaotic magic frequently happen in divination.
Lost souls wandering around because of magic also cause quite a bit of trouble." He paused, then continued, "You should have read the rules carefully, then you wouldn't have run into trouble like this." Sylvia sat behind, listening and observing him, thinking to herself, he is always so calm, his gaze so steady.
Is it because he has experienced so much loss and pain that he defied the rules to open the door and help me?
While she was lost in thought, a chilling growl echoed from the crack of the door. A purple fluid snaked through every nook, turning into a terrifying skull, roaring as it lunged toward her. Sylvia was terrified, but Deculian's calm voice rang out, "Calm down, you don't need to fear." Two projectiles zipped past her, flying straight into the dark spirit.
It was struck and dissipated.
It turned out those were two floating shards of ice crystal.
Sylvia was surprised, marveling, incredible. That wandering spirit was blown away.
Deculian said softly, "You don't need to be surprised. That's just a personal spell meant for killing, nothing worth mentioning." He paused, because magic shouldn't be created for killing.
His words made Sylvia blush, not knowing how to reply. She looked at the flames, wondering, isn't that flowing flame? Deculian looked away from his book, replying softly, yes. Sylvia began casting a flurry of spells, lightning element, iron element, wood element, elf fire element, to grab his attention. But Deculion didn't pay any attention, which made her angry. He didn't even bother to glance at the light in my hand. She thought to herself, should I do something more breakthrough? But Deculion's voice rang out, you did very well. Sylvia blinked. He continued, however, the wind element magic circle you attached when casting the fire element is a bit unstable. Sylvia was surprised, asking, Professor, what is that instability? Deculion said coldly, that is something you should figure out on your own. Sylvia was a bit annoyed, countering, but you gave detailed guidance to Ephorine. Deculion remained focused on his book. Nonchalantly, Ephorine figured it out herself, I didn't teach her. Sylvia bit her lip, frustrated. Deculion's voice rang out again, cast away your impatience and hastiness, Sylvia. He paused, then continued, you are young, you have plenty of time to grow. As long as you try hard, you will soon get what you want. Deculion tilted his head slightly, his voice steady and confident, therefore, you can take your time but surely take every single step. He closed his book, looking at her, after all, aren't you one of the 3 most talented young mages in the world? Sylvia was surprised, is this Professor Deculion's evaluation of me? She recalled words from the past, oh my goodness, what a genius. This girl will definitely become a great archmage. So young yet so strong, the future is incredibly bright. Those were stale social pleasantries she was sick of hearing. But why did Deculion's words feel so different? Shortly after, Sylvia felt tired and was given the bed to sleep on. Deculion continued reading his book. Suddenly, a faint but strange ripple of power caught his attention. He looked outside, thinking to himself, this surge of power, could it be? Deculion headed into the forest, thinking as he walked, I received a warning, outside the divination meeting, this secluded mountain path is a forbidden area. It seems I might find a rarer item than expected. Behind him, a phantom appeared, rushing forward with a ferocious gesture, roaring to scare him. But Deculion didn't react, continuing to move as if he hadn't seen it. The phantom broke into a sweat, baffled, following him and repeating the scary action, but it was useless. After searching for a while and finding nothing, Deculion stopped. The sudden action startled the phantom. He turned around, asking nonchalantly, hey, have you seen any item containing a lot of magic power around here? The phantom gasped, wailing and groaning nonsensically before running away. Deculion was puzzled. What on earth is wrong with it? He continued his search and soon found what he wanted. There it is. Before him was a piece of wood radiating a golden power. The moment he picked it up, the system displayed pure mana wood shard details, a piece of a ma tree struck by lightning. This type of wood carries a large amount of mana, refined by lightning, making it an excellent material. Category: Special Wood. Deculion marveled, just as I thought, it really is a good item. Clutching the wooden fragment, his eyes gleamed with calculation. Since coming to this world, I've been constantly training and studying, but this body's capabilities aren't up to par. I've failed quite a few times. With this type of wood, I can craft a high-quality wand, and my power will increase. He stared intently at the piece of wood, the corner of his mouth curving upward. With an effect like this thing is even better than expected. After a night's rest, the clans returned to the conference table to resume their unfinished meeting, though the atmosphere this time was significantly more tense. The patriarch of the Vethan clan bellowed, demon blood runs through their veins, doesn't it? Then doesn't that make them actual demons? Hearing this, Deculion didn't flinch and shot back immediately. What a preposterous argument. If you add salt to water, do you call the water salt? The fierce debate between Deculion and Vethan left many at the conference utterly astonished. Whispers rippled across the room, is Deculion siding with the enemy? Looks like it, but I thought he was intentionally baiting them to force them into showing their hand. Patriarch Gilfian grew pensive, his sharp eyes filled with suspicion as he let out a soft, cold snort. What exactly is the grand design Deculion wants to paint? What is he plotting? On the other side, Sylvia looked at her father, lost in thought. She was certain that not just her father, but everyone here shared that exact sentiment. They believed Professor Deculion must have a profound reason for taking the enemy's side. But she knew better, as his words from last night still echoed in her mind, they're all wrong. He's just stating the obvious truth. In the midst of the heated argument, an authoritative voice rang out, cutting them off, enough. It was the venerable elder, who spoke in a low tone, a formal conclusion cannot be reached under these divided circumstances. The matter regarding the Blood Shadow clan will be put on tomorrow's agenda.
For now, let us focus on discussing the other issues. Unlike the blood shadow topic, the remaining items on the agenda were passed quickly, and after just a few days, the meeting drew to a close as everyone began filtering out of the room. Furious about failing to get the upper hand in the debate, Patriarch Vedhan aggressively slammed into Deculion as if to vent his frustration. Deculion frowned at the childish behavior, feeling deeply annoyed. I only wanted to secure a victory for important future missions, yet I've inadvertently made another enemy. Cut to the following day at the Birch shopping district. Deculion and his assistant were browsing through a magic tool shop. Holding the shimmering gems, his mind was flooded with calculations. I need to craft a wand before returning to the academy.
But which material is the most suitable? Having never tried this before, it's hard to choose.
Suddenly, Alan's gaze shifted toward the entrance as someone walked in, prompting him to call out excitedly, "Professor!"
Deculion turned around, raising an eyebrow. What is it?
Alan pointed toward the newcomer. That's my hero. Thanks to them, I made it here safely. Deculion was caught off guard for a moment but quickly regained his composure, recognizing the person who just appeared as Lilia Primian, the deputy director of the security bureau.
She smiled. What a coincidence, you're here too, Professor Deculion.
The two decided to grab a bite at a local eatery to catch up, with Deculion thinking to himself, this is also a way to show my gratitude for her getting Alan here safely. Lilia flashed a friendly smile and spoke in a warm voice, "Thank you for the meal, Professor Deculion. I know bringing this up over food is a bit inappropriate, but the investigation is wrapping up."
What exactly happened to your escort, Varen? Deculion calmly replied, he was killed in an enemy ambush.
They either perished or escaped, so there was nothing more we could do.
Lilia nodded, I see.
While the staff continued to serve the dishes, Alan was the only one who seemed genuinely cheerful.
Observing Deculion's placid expression, Lilia grew suspicious. What's actually happening is different from what I just heard. Isn't that right?
She suddenly recalled her conversation with Lockhart not too long ago. By imperial order, the Imperial Security Bureau had decided to escort Lockhart to Rekadak, the most notorious prison, an inevitable sentence after he murdered innocent mages.
Lilia asked, do you have anything else to say? Lockhart remained silent, his eyes lost in thought as he tried to collect his wits.
Lilia crossed her arms, her voice laced with exhaustion. So you plan on staying tight-lipped throughout the entire interrogation? Out of nowhere, she commanded, activate your power. Her eyes turned icy, her voice heavy with intense pressure. A distinct smirk broke across Lockhart's face as energy flooded the room, short-circuiting the recording equipment. The place transformed into a private space just for the two of them. Lilia slammed the table, her eyes blazing with fury. You idiot!
How many times did I tell you not to go out and cause trouble? Why do you keep making things worse? It's because of people like you that our race is looked at like demons. Lockhart merely smiled, offering no reply.
Lilia gritted her teeth in sheer resentment. If you didn't carry that blood in you, I would have killed you a long time ago. If this truth gets out, it won't just be you, I'll be facing immense pressure from the other clans as well.
Lockhart chuckled. Do you really think you can escape the Empire?
He lowered his voice. It's entirely possible, as long as we don't leak our racial secret.
We've been different from the moment we were born.
His voice turned grave. We were born with the power of demons.
The only thing they fear is that very power. Lilia barked, shut up. The Blood Shadow clan isn't the only one with unique capabilities. Why did you have to go and provoke Deculion? We've been monitoring the Ucklin clan for ages, haven't we? Lockhart looked momentarily stunned. Are you saying you want to kill him? Lilia lowered her voice. We're just observing for now. But if he keeps causing trouble, we won't have a choice but to eliminate him. Lockhart's expression shifted. Don't do that. He's a true aristocrat. We don't need to kill Deculion. Lilia was dumbfounded. A true aristocrat? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Are you insane?
I have mountains of documents proving the atrocities he committed.
Lockhart countered. Remember our conversation at the cemetery.
Deculion once claimed that the blessings he received proved the Blood Shadow race aren't monsters, but humans. His eyes didn't hold a single shred of deception, only justice. If there were more people like Deculion in this world, everything would change.
The Blood Shadow clan could coexist without facing discrimination.
He declared firmly. He didn't kill me, even though he knew I belonged to the Blood Shadow clan.
Lilia was taken aback for a second but quickly burst into laughter. Don't you realize the Ucklin ancestors were the ones leading the suppression and slaughter of the Blood Shadows? Lockhart replied, "Of course I know, but if we treat their descendants the way they treated us, aren't we just admitting that we really are demons?" Lilia stood frozen in shock. "What are you even saying?"
That family has never stopped trying to wipe out the blood shadows.
"You said so yourself," Lockhart asked. "How long do you think you can sit in that position of power before you get caught?" Lilia shrugged nonchalantly. "This is just my life."
There's no way to distinguish a blood shadow from a regular human based on looks or lineage anyway.
Lockhart smiled. "But isn't there something we can't eat?"
Lilia dismissed it casually. "Are you stupid?
I have absolutely no reason to touch that stuff." She changed the subject. "Anyway, the Emperor's health is failing. Sooner or later, someone will replace him.
We just need to see how the successor treats the blood shadows before deciding our next move. Until then, just keep your mouth shut and wait." She looked at Lockhart with a faint, mocking smile. "As for you, just sit tight and behave yourself in prison." Back in reality, Lilia studied Deculion intently, her eyes locked onto him. How could a guy like him be a true aristocrat?
He looks exactly like all the rest.
Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps caught her attention as the heavy stench of alcohol wafted over.
Lilia covered her nose in disgust. "Is that smell alcohol?" A voice called out. "What's going on here?" "I have absolutely nothing to say to you."
It was the blonde man whom Deculion had bluntly insulted at the banquet before. He had been furious but unable to do anything, and now he was likely back for revenge.
He spoke with an arrogant sneer. "Oh really? Well, I have a few things I'd like to hear from you. It seems like there's something hiding within that dark soul of yours." At the exact same time, over at the Primian mansion, July stood frozen, unable to believe what she had just heard as her voice cracked. "What? Say that again."
The captain standing before her hesitated for a moment, understanding that this was a harsh reality to accept. Varen was killed in action during the last mission. Each word felt like a clap of thunder striking her ears, leaving July completely shattered by a reality she had never even dared to imagine.
She immediately barked an order. "Get ready.
I expect a proper explanation from Deculion the exact moment he gets back."
Inhem strode over with a pompous attitude. She looked at him and thought to herself, "This guy is the head of the Rewind clan, right? What on earth is going on here?"
He slurred his words like a drunkard. "You really caught me off guard with what happened at the last meeting."
"I couldn't help but wonder, why did you act like that? Are you trying to pick a fight with another clan?"
"That question has been haunting me, and I just can't shake it off."
"What's the real reason?"
"Don't tell me you're actually siding with those blood shadow freaks.
You come from a family of demon hunters, for crying out loud."
Faced with the highly provocative interrogation, Deculion's face remained entirely placid, showing no emotion whatsoever.
Conversely, Lilia, who was sitting across from him, was taken aback. "What in the world? Didn't you want to completely wipe them out before? What caused this change of heart?"
"Back then, you were the one insisting those lowly, filthy creatures had no right to exist.
Your essays condemning the Blood Shadow clan are still kept at the university, you know."
Inhem stepped closer to Deculion, his tone dripping with mockery. "Ah, or maybe you found yourself a blood shadow slave to service your research, so now you're playing the hero to protect them, right?" Hearing the provocation, Alan couldn't suppress his rage and slammed his hand hard on the table. "How dare you?
Stop insulting the professor this instant."
Inhem stepped closer to Deculion, his tone dripping with mockery. "Ah, or maybe you found yourself a blood shadow slave to service your research, so now you're playing the hero to protect them, right?" Hearing the provocation, Alan couldn't suppress his rage and slammed his hand hard on the table. "How dare you?
Stop insulting the professor this instant."
His brains have clearly rotted into a pile of spoiled cheese for him to stand there spouting such utter nonsense.
"I get it."
The blond man gritted his teeth in fury but forced a strained smile to save face. "Fine then.
Let's see how long you can keep up that arrogant act. I heard the deadline for your research presentation is only 6 months away, or was it 3?
I can't wait to see the look of failure on your face.
It's bound to be quite entertaining."
With that, he spun around and walked away, leaving Lilia with a heavy heart, her hands trembling slightly. Deculion is going against everyone just to side with the Blood Shadow clan.
She muttered to herself, "Is that guy seriously Deculion? It's hard to believe." She recalled her earlier conversation with Lockhart. "Was what you said actually true?"
A few days later at the magic tool shop, just before leaving the city, Deculion commissioned a renowned artisan to craft a wand. He had completed the subquest Crafting Jog's Wand by meeting the conditions, gaining enough fame or infamy, becoming explicitly kind or evil, using high-grade materials to catch Jog's eye, and visiting the shop at least twice. This artisan was incredibly famous, and since Deculion had likely dropped by in the past, he had inadvertently completed the quest without even realizing it. After wrapping up his business at the high-level conference, Deculion and his assistant boarded a train back to the academy. On the train ride back to the Empire, Deculion and Alan had to share a compartment with Thethan. The man didn't even bother to hide his murderous intent and hostility, though fortunately, no serious conflicts broke out during the journey. Deculion sat in contemplation, mulling over everything until the long journey finally came to an end. At the station, crowds of people bustled about, creating a non-stop flurry of noise and movement. Alan stretched his tired arms after the long trip, turning to ask, "Professor, there's only one connecting train left. Will we get to see any scenery other than falling snow anytime soon?" Before he could even finish his sentence, a squad of swordsmen led by Julie approached from a distance, looking for Deculion to question him. He offered a casual greeting. "Oh, it's you," Julie replied, though her face looked bleaker than ever, still completely unable to come to terms with Varen's death. Her voice choked up slightly. "I heard you were ambushed during your trip." "I'm glad to see you're safe." Deculion gave a slight nod and quickly responded, "Thank you." He thought to himself, it looks like she already knows about Varen. For someone who cares as deeply about her subordinates as Julie does, this definitely won't be easy to accept. He glanced at the soldiers standing behind her, thinking, I don't know what else she heard, but they don't look thrilled that I'm the sole survivor. Julie fought to suppress her emotions, clenching her fists tightly as she spoke in a heartbreaking voice. "I read the reports. I heard you worked together with him to save the passengers, right? I just want to ask you one thing." She gritted her teeth, her voice trembling with agonizing pain. "How exactly did he die?" A heavy silence fell over the area. Everyone assumed she was about to lash out in blame, but it turned out to be pure grief for the deceased, someone Julie had taken in and deeply cherished. Julie's gaze locked directly onto Deculion, filled with a profound sense of pain and loss that nothing could ever alleviate. Deculion met her gaze, at a total loss for what to do, knowing that some truths would only bring more agony to the listener if spoken aloud. The two stared at each other in silence, letting the quietude envelop the tragic atmosphere. He wrestled with his thoughts. Should I tell Julie the truth, that Varen intentionally tried to kill me, and that all of this was premeditated? The confrontation ended in a way no one could have anticipated. Initially, he had intended to tell her, but standing before her now, the words caught in his throat. Should I really tell the truth about that day? Doing so would be far too cruel to her. Julie's resolve wasn't easily shaken, but her heart wasn't made of stone either, and it wouldn't be able to handle such a devastating reality. If she found out, she would blame herself, carrying a permanent weight of guilt and torment. Julie is just that kind of person. She'll take full responsibility for her subordinates' mistakes and tortures herself over it. Some things are better left unknown, he reasoned. Even if he had to face her wrath later for keeping it a secret, Deculion was willing to accept that. As he hesitated, the conductor's voice rang out, shattering the silence. Train number 4 bound for the Empire is about to depart. All ticket holders, please board immediately. The surrounding passengers quickly began to move, meaning Deculion couldn't prolong the conversation any further. He spoke slowly. It's a difficult matter to put into words. He was simply far too emotional. He spoke slowly. It's a difficult matter to put into words. He was simply far too emotional. Julie lowered her head. I understand. We'll head out to search for him now. Please get some rest. The squad quickly marched away, leaving Deculion with a barrage of doubts and heavy thoughts. He recalled that exact moment when Varen was hanging precariously outside the train. Ironically, he wasn't any different from the boy. Overwhelming emotions can easily make a person lose their mind, but at the end of the day, what truly is the right thing to do? Once the swordsmen were gone, Alan expressed his frustration. They're so incredibly rude, Professor. We were victims of that attack too, yet they look at us with such contempt. Deculion replied calmly, don't let it get to you. They're nothing but a bunch of fools. Suddenly, a familiar voice drifted over from behind them. Why did you keep that a secret? It was Sylvia, who happened to be heading back to school on the exact same train. Deculion turned around, his eyes filled with confusion. Huh? Keep what a secret? Sylvia reached into her bag, pulled out a book, and handed it to him, speaking softly, this is a gift for you. With that, she turned on her heel and hurried off. Witnessing this, Alan looked bewildered. Professor, what is that? Deculion let out a tired sigh, his voice exhausted. I haven't the slightest clue. This trip was entirely too long. Even though everything is over, he was still completely drained, and the only thing he wanted right now was to get home and rest as quickly as possible.
He looked at Alan and gestured, "Let's head back quickly."
Alan replied, "Yes, Professor." During the first ambush, Professor Deculian successfully stabilized the train, ensuring everyone's safety and saving the lives of the passengers along with Knight Varen. Immediately afterward, during the second attack, the entire train car was flipped upside down, during which Knight Varen seemingly plummeted off the cliff along with the train. However, the VIP passenger car where Deculian was staying miraculously ended up dangling off the edge of the cliff. In short, both of them had done everything within their power to control the situation, but Varen ultimately fell off the cliff during that second ambush. After hearing the explanation, Julie bowed in gratitude, her face alongside those of the swordsman around her darkening as deep thoughts etched across their features. She turned to leave, leaving the vice commander behind to press further. "Did he leave any belongings behind?" Deculian replied, "Unfortunately, nothing at all." The vice commander asked next, "What about the masterminds behind the ambush? Surely you must know who they are." Julie silently walked over to the edge of the cliff where Varen had fallen. She gazed into the distance, her eyes filled with sorrow. "Did I really just lose my trusted right hand like that?" She gazed into the distance, her eyes filled with sorrow. "Did I really just lose my trusted right hand like that?" Back at Deculian's mansion, his younger sister, Uriel, was absolutely furious, yelling, "Did you seriously write another family check for your extravagant spending?" The butler held her back, trying to soothe her. "Please calm down, my lady." Uriel showed no mercy, screaming right in Deculian's face, "Have you already forgotten everything? We aren't as wealthy as you think we are. At this rate, the family won't even survive another 2 months, let alone sustain your meaningless spending. Do you even have a brain?" Deculian recalled his time in Burt, where the cost of crafting the wand turned out to be far more expensive than he had anticipated, making him think, so this is the fallout from writing the check? But the Uckland finances can only last for another 2 months? If that's the case, I need to take action. He composed himself. "Calm down, Uriel. I already have a way to make money," she demanded. "What way?" The three of them walked over to the vault storing the treasures Deculian had purchased at the previous auction, all of which were incredibly valuable and expensive items. Uriel looked suspicious. "What are you suddenly up to? You bought all these things just to flaunt your wealth, didn't you?" Deculian turned around, looking exhausted. "Just compose yourself. Speak like a true lady instead of venting pointless anger. You're the next head of this family, you know." Uriel blew her top. "What did you just say? You don't like my choice of words when you're the one driving us straight into bankruptcy?" Ignoring her tirade, Deculian stepped forward, thinking to himself, "Initially, I had no idea why the items at the auction radiated such a wealthy energy. I figured it was just like investing in art back in the real world. But recently, while preparing for the trip to Burt, I finally understood the proper way to utilize them to bring in a massive fortune." Deculian raised his hand, casting his skill, the Midas touch. A stream of golden magic enveloped the antique vase, causing it to undergo a transformation. Behind him, Uriel grumbled, "What are you just standing there holding your hand out for? Have you gone completely insane?" Deculian turned back, ordering the butler, "I plan on putting these items up for auction again. Summon an appraiser." Uriel panicked. "What? You literally just bought this item, and now you want to sell it? Antiques are meant to be kept. Selling them now won't even net you half of what you paid." Deculian replied, "Just hold your tongue, Uriel." She snapped, "Hold my tongue? How can someone who squanders money as recklessly as you say that?" Deculian commanded, "Roy, call the appraiser immediately and have these items moved." The butler bowed his head. "Right away, sir." Looking back at the item, Deculian thought, "I made the right move." The vase radiated an aura of wealth, carrying an extraordinary description, a vase crafted by an Eastern master artisan, infused with his heart, soul, and talent. Thanks to the Midas touch skill, its hidden potential had awakened, granting a special effect. Flowers placed inside would never wither and would gradually transform into new blossoms, with each petal possessing a medium to high-grade rejuvenation effect. The vase radiated an aura of wealth, carrying an extraordinary description, a vase crafted by an Eastern master artisan, infused with his heart, soul, and talent. Thanks to the Midas touch skill, its hidden potential had awakened, granting a special effect. Flowers placed inside would never wither and would gradually transform into new blossoms, with each petal possessing a medium to high-grade rejuvenation effect. The vase radiated an aura of wealth, carrying an extraordinary description, a vase crafted by an Eastern master artisan, infused with his heart, soul, and talent. Thanks to the Midas touch skill, its hidden potential had awakened, granting a special effect. Flowers placed inside would never wither and would gradually transform into new blossoms, with each petal possessing a medium to high-grade rejuvenation effect. Deculian replied, "Don't worry, we're going to make a fortune off of these." Uriel shouted, "Don't worry about what? Explain yourself properly." Feeling annoyed by the hassle, Deculian deflected, "Oh, look at the time, I have to get to work. We'll talk about this later." The scene shifts back to the academy, inside the Magic Exploration Club room. Ephorine and her friends were having a grand old time playing games, as she dropped a straight with 3 kings, easily securing the win. Ephorine laughed, "I don't even know what this hand is, do I just leave it like this?" Her friend groaned, "No way. Ephorine already won 3 rounds straight?" Another person chimed in, I'm officially exempt from cleaning duty for a whole week. I was so close to winning. If only I had just one more card." Ephorine shot back, "Don't make excuses when you've already lost." The group shared a light-hearted laugh, enjoying a sense of normalcy they hadn't felt in a long time, almost like a passing dream. Ephorine, hailing from a baron's family, hadn't attended the academy previously, and when she first stepped into the tower, she was constantly subjected to spiteful glares. It wasn't just the aristocratic students, even the professors treated her terribly. After experiencing countless hardships, Ephorine hung her head, a testament to the bitter grievances she had quietly endured. Yet, she never imagined a day would come where she could laugh so genuinely with real friends in a club like this. She remarked, "I'm genuinely starting to love this original Magic Exploration Club." A red-haired girl chimed in to correct her, "Technically, we're just a regular Magic Exploration Club." "Watch your wording, Ephorine." Ephorine smiled, "Oh, is that so? My bad." Before she could even finish her sentence, someone burst into the room as an angry voice boomed, "You foolish brats, what in the world is this chaotic mess? What the hell is this club even supposed to be doing?" It was an infuriated Professor Rellin alongside Beck, with Beck adding, "Professor, these lowly commoners are just wasting space in the tower doing utterly useless things." Ephorine's face scrunched up in disgust, "These 2 bastards again? They throw a tantrum literally every single time commoners are involved." Rellin glared at the nameplate outside the room, "The regular Magic Exploration Club? Absolutely ridiculous." He barked, "Hey, what do you think you kids are doing in here?" Even though this was far from a welcome visit, Ephorine had anticipated something like this, so she kept her tone smooth and polite. "We submitted our club proposal and it was approved. We are an official club." Rellin snapped like a rabid dog, "What? Who authorized the creation of this idiotic club?" "Wait a minute, aren't you that commoner brat who got disciplined last time?" "You again?" Ephorine narrowed her eyes in sheer indignation. "There it is again, commoner this, commoner that." Ephorine narrowed her eyes in sheer indignation. "There it is again, commoner this, commoner that. Hey, you dog, do you hear me talking to you? You better fix that uneducated attitude of yours." One of her friends urged, "Ephorine, please calm down." In the background, Beck smirked gleefully at the sight of the commoners getting reined in. He sneered, "Fine, if you're so confident, let's hear it." There is absolutely no way a professor would ever sanction a joke of a club like this. Suddenly, Ephorine's eyes widened in sheer astonishment as if she had just realized something, while Beck gloated, "See? I knew it. You're all just a bunch of arrogant brats trying to pull a fast one on me with these ridiculous lies." As the stream of insults continued to pour out, Deculian's voice suddenly cut through the air, silencing everyone. "I was the one who authorized it. I approved the creation of this club." He locked eyes with Rellin. "Do you have an issue with my decision, Professor Rellin?" Deculian's gaze was piercingly cold and laced with a subtle murderous intent, leaving the old man utterly tongue-tied as Rellin stammered, "What on earth?" Ephorine stared at Deculian, her eyes filled with sheer disbelief. "Professor Deculian, why are you showing up now of all times?" Right now, Deculian was standing in front of 2 professors who were trying to squeeze out the commoner students, his face visibly annoyed. He spoke up, "I am the one who approved the founding of this club. Do you have an issue with my decision, Professor Rellin? I heard you calling my name all the way down the hallway. If you have something to say it to my face. Since when do I need your permission to approve a club?" The conversation turned tense, leaving the students anxious. Deculian recalled that he had been exhausted since this morning. Early today, Uriel had nagged him about money, and now that it was time to teach, these 2 were bothering him. On top of that, Rellin had dared to raise his voice and yell. Relin's face panicked, sweat pouring down the moment he saw Deculion, and he stammered, "Sir, that's not what I meant."
He pointed toward the room, offering a ridiculous excuse. "Isn't this place just too shabby?"
"I only thought that the mages of the Imperial University Magic Tower deserved better equipment and furniture."
"Ha, I just got upset seeing everything like this."
"I will take responsibility for replacing it all with better things." Hearing this, Deculion thought, this old man is just as sly as a con artist. However, since it wasn't disadvantageous to him, he replied, "You are always thoughtful, Professor Relin.
This room is indeed old and shabby. I will pay special attention to it."
He turned to Beck, the one who sparked the trouble, with a cold voice and a sharp gaze. "Lowly, cunning types always act this way because they can do nothing but destroy."
With that, Deculion turned and walked away, leaving the two professors dazed.
Beck was furious at being humiliated, but he could only grit his teeth, feeling completely helpless. The scene shifted to the classroom where Deculion was teaching today, with whispers echoing non-stop.
"It's been a while since we had Professor Deculion's class, huh?" "Yeah, because he was busy going to Bert. I wonder what happened there." "Who knows?"
But the train attack incident was published in last month's Wizard magazine.
"Right, I saw that. The entire train was floating? That's insane." Ignoring the gossip, Sylvia quietly observed Deculion and asked her friend, "Do you think he'll talk about what happened there?"
Deculion placed his hands on the desk and spoke, "Quiet, everyone.
Class has started.
I will begin the lecture immediately, so listen carefully."
Today's topic is pure elements and magical interference.
Magical interference, simply put, is when a mage's spell is blocked by another mage and replaced by a different magic. He continued, "Before we dive into the lecture, let's do a warm-up." Alan stepped forward, carrying a crate filled with mana stones.
Deculion snapped his fingers, casting his magic.
Each stone, enveloped in magic, floated into the air,
glowing with a mesmerizing light, wrapping the space in a mystical ambience.
One by one, the stones flew and hovered right in front of the students.
Sylvia and Ephorine each received one stone. Deculion introduced, "Each mana stone in front of you is worth 3,000 eln. I will keep it levitating. Try to seize it by interfering with my psychokinesis. If you can take it, it's yours."
Ephorine slammed the table in excitement. "Yes, Professor." For a poor noble like her, 3,000 eln was no small amount. The red-haired girl next to her covered her mouth. "Hey, Ephorine, don't yell while the professor is speaking." Though annoyed by the interruption, Deculion continued, "For a caster, preventing an opponent's interference is just as important as casting a powerful spell.
If your magic is cancelled halfway through, you lose for sure. Whoever has a strong magical defense will hold the upper hand. In this class, just give it your all."
Without hesitation, the students quickly tried to interfere with Deculion's psychokinesis to grab the stones.
The room fell into a heavy silence. No one wanted to miss the opportunity.
While the students struggled, Deculion recalled that he had lifted an entire train before, but he had only recently memorized basic psychokinesis.
He needed to use it more to get used to it.
He was curious, even though these are freshmen, how long can I maintain my psychokinesis against 150 young mages, and how will I perform against top talents? Sylvia and Ephorine exerted all their effort to interfere, but it was not easy. Ephorine, looking bright, thought, "Mage tools are so expensive, and my funding is about to run out."
"But Professor Deculion is handing out mana stones." "Thanks, I'll take one."
Sylvia glanced at Ephorine, remembering Deculion's words. Ephorine passed on her own merit. That drove her. "I can't lose, especially not to Ephorine." The competition between the two natural geniuses grew intense, neither wanting to fail.
The other students were completely helpless against Deculion's psychokinesis. Some got nosebleeds, others shook from overexertion, but they still failed. Alan praised, "Professor, you're amazing.
Fighting against 150 opponents, you don't show a single opening. The students can't interfere at all." Deculion was surprised. "I didn't think the freshmen would get nosebleeds and exhaust themselves only to fail." Suddenly, one stone was successfully targeted, breaking through the psychokinesis.
Deculion looked over immediately.
Unsurprisingly, Sylvia was the first to succeed. She was panting heavily, looking exhausted, which showed the difficulty was no joke. Once finished, Sylvia looked at Ephorine. She still hadn't succeeded.
Sylvia breathed a sigh of relief. "Looks like I'm the only one." She won again.
Deculion walked over and congratulated her. "Well done, Sylvia.
You are the first to finish. Sylvia was taken aback, only giving a slight nod. Deculian thought, I knew Sylvia could do it, but I didn't expect it to be this much of a struggle. He looked around and asked, is there no one else? The students were still floundering, no miracles happened, but before he could even finish his sentence, Deculian had to correct himself, well, another person just succeeded. Sylvia was stunned, what the heck? Just as expected, Ephorine's talent was no less impressive. She flashed a happy smile despite being so exhausted she was on the verge of fainting. I did it. The 3,000 eln is mine. Sylvia's face distorted with annoyance. It looked like this rivalry was going to get fiercer and a lot more interesting. By this time, the students were exerting every ounce of their strength, drenched in sweat, trying to break through Deculian's defensive magic wall to seize the glittering mana stones. Everyone was utterly drained, looking gaunt with blood trickling from their noses, yet they still gritted their teeth and fought on, refusing to back down. Seeing the chaotic situation, Deculian frowned and quickly ordered the mock test to stop before everything turned into a disaster. The moment the words left his mouth, a student turned pale green and threw up all over his desk from dizziness, while someone else actually lost consciousness, collapsing flat onto the floor. Deculian massaged his temples, letting out a weary sigh. You guys are truly pathetic. Take a break right now, and make sure to clean up this horrifying mess. The students wobbled to their feet, their legs shaking as if they were about to collapse, and dragged themselves away from their seats. Julie, completely wiped out and gasping for air, turned to Ephorine with a look of curiosity mixed with admiration. Ephorine, how did you do that? I gave it everything I had, thought I was going to die, and still couldn't break it. Ephorine, her face pale as a ghost, rested her head on the desk and smiled weakly. I almost bit the dust too. Right now, I can't even feel my tongue. But I actually figured something out, seriously. Julie's eyes widened in excitement. Huh? Figured something out? Like what? Ephorine curled her lips, her eyes sparkling. I'm not great with telekinesis, but when I pierced through Professor Deculian's magic, it felt like tearing through an invisible veil. It was amazing. Julie cheered. Oh my god, I'm so jealous of you, Ephorine. On the other side, Sylvia observed them quietly, frowning in confusion as her heart grew restless. This makes no sense. How did someone at the bottom of the rankings jump up to second place? Could the rumor that Professor Deculian is giving Ephorine private tutoring actually be true? Did he dare lie to me? Sylvia glared at Ephorine, her eyes flashing with fire. What's so special about that stupid girl anyway? But her contempt had now given way to extreme wariness. After all, Ephorine was prophesied to be one of the 3 great archmages of this era. Sylvia gritted her teeth. She's so arrogant. After the warm-up session filled with sweat and tears, Deculian stepped up to the podium, his calm, deep voice starting the lecture on the magic they had just used. During the practical, you risked your lives trying to disrupt my magic and psychokinesis. But there's a simpler way to neutralize telekinetic power without exhausting yourselves like that. Those who succeeded have probably vaguely realized it by now. It's no grand secret, in fact, it's surprisingly simple: mana disruption. He continued, his voice thoroughly captivating. Unlike blocking an already cast spell, mana disruption is the art of reading your opponent's magic and shattering it before it can even take shape. However, this method has a major limitation: only mages who possess multiple magic circles can pull it off, and only with magic they understand perfectly. In real combat, people rarely use it, usually opting for shields or counter magic instead. But if you want to be great, you must push your boundaries. I want you all to master mana disruption. The greatest challenge is finding the central pathway of the magic circle. Every type of magic, whether offensive, support, or elemental, has a different central pathway. You must track it down to disrupt it. Once you get used to it, this will be as easy as turning over your hand. Deculian lectured on, pointing at the board. Now I will teach you how to find the central pathway of common magic circles. Take a look at this lightning spear spell. Offensive magic has a pathway that ignites from the inside out, brilliant like fireworks. As for support and healing magic, it's soft and flowing like this. The student scribbled notes furiously, but his pace was fast as the wind, leaving a few in a panic. The lecture lasted for 2 hours. Deculian glanced at the clock and abruptly stopped. There is a little bit of the lesson left, but time is up. You all wasted my time earlier, so surely no one will dare complain. Study, reflect, and figure out the rest on your own. The midterm exam is coming up, featuring an open practical exam. Keep what you learned today engraved in your bones, it is extremely important. Class dismissed. Goodbye.
Having said his piece, Deculion left in a hurry, swift as a whirlwind, leaving the students staring blankly with their mouths wide open.
Ha! Why did he leave before finishing the lesson? What's wrong with the professor? It feels like we've been abandoned halfway through. Julie stretched and groaned. Gosh, what does he mean by figuring it out on our own? I'm dead tired.
Ephraim, on the contrary, was radiant as sunshine, but today, I feel like a whole new door just opened for me.
It's hard to describe, but it's amazing.
Suddenly, a shrill voice rang out, "Hey, Ephraim, the commoner representative." She whipped around, locking eyes with Beck, that obnoxious snitch, wearing a textbook snobbish noble expression.
The red-haired girl snapped irritably. Beck, what are you trying to start now? Last time you dragged Professor Rowlin over to ruin things, what's itching you this time?
Beck curled his lips in a sneer. Gosh, it's just that you commoners love to show off so much.
Ephraim, how did you climb from dead last to second place?
Ephraim remained calm, letting out a smirk. Even if I explained it, you wouldn't understand.
Before she could even finish, Beck spat out an insult. How does a homeless, penniless commoner bribe a professor anyway? Ephraim's blood boiled as she roared. What did you just say? Beck lifted his chin arrogantly. The truth. Everyone knows you're getting private lessons from Professor Deculion.
Ephraim shouted. Bullshit.
I've never done that. Sylvia watched quietly, her eyes flashing with curiosity.
Beck continued to provoke her. It's plain as day, so why deny it?
How could an idiot from outside the academy improve so fast?
Ah, Professor Deculion must be playing favorites, deliberately giving you that mana stone. Mana erupted around Ephraim as she gritted her teeth, hands clenched tight, completely ready to throw a punch that would knock Beck flat on the floor. Easily swayed by her emotions, she screamed, "Say that one more time."
Beck, with his fragile noble pride, refused to back down. You think I won't? You filthy commoner.
The atmosphere turned scorching hot, as if it were about to explode. Julie got worried, her heart pounding wildly. She quickly reached out to pull Ephraim back.
Drop it, Ephraim. Don't lose your cool. What if you get punished again?
The words snapped Ephraim out of it as she remembered Deculion's advice. As a mage, you must keep a cold head.
If she hit back, everything would be ruined.
Ephraim pulled her hand away from Julie, her face darkening, but then she suddenly flashed a bright smile. Thanks, Julie.
You're totally right. I got a little carried away. I almost lost my mind arguing with a brainless idiot. Julie sighed in relief. It's fine, it's good that you calmed down. Beck's face turned purple with rage. What did you just say?
Ephraim smiled brightly, her voice ringing clear. Julie, let's go grab something good to eat on the way back.
Julie nodded. Sounds great. The two of them walked away, leaving Beck growling in sheer frustration.
Hey, I'm not done talking to you. Sylvia watched them, the corner of her mouth twitching upward as she thought to herself, looks like there's going to be a good show to watch soon. The scene shifted to outside the academy. Ephraim walked along, anger still smoldering inside her. She bit her lip. Thanks to Julie, I managed to hold back.
But what should I do about that damn Beck? She muttered, shaking with rage. I'm so mad I could explode. By chance, she spotted a figure waiting ahead. Ephraim murmured, what should I do with that elite bastard anyway? But the figure in front of her made her freeze up. Sylvia? What is she doing here?
Sylvia stepped forward, her voice light as a breeze but her gaze sharp and cold.
Can we talk for a moment?
Sylvia and Ephraim's eyes met, and the air seemed to freeze over, creating a suffocating tension.
With her wariness flaring up, what secret about Ephraim would Sylvia uncover? Were the two girls scheming to test a rival they once looked down upon, kicking off a dramatic underground war?
Hearing Sylvia's words, Ephraim's face puckered up in a mix of confusion and irritation.
What is wrong with her? Is she trying to pick a fight? Wrong timing, leave me alone.
Completely ignoring that explosive reaction, Sylvia cut straight to the chase, her voice cutting like ice. You're getting private lessons from Professor Deculion, aren't you? The question was like pouring gasoline onto the smoldering fire in Ephraim's heart.
She roared in sheer outrage. What the hell are you talking about? I knew you wanted to start something. Fine, bring it on. Why would you even ask that? What do you know about my past with Professor Deculion? Why would I need him to tutor me privately? You don't know anything. Did you stop me here just to spout that utter nonsense? Why does everyone want to mess with me today?
Seeing her explosive expression, Sylvia suddenly realized that Ephraim wasn't lying. She turned her face away, her voice softening slightly. I see.
Ephraim huffed. Whatever, who cares?
Sylvia curled her lips. who cares?
But did you know? After your father passed away, Professor Deculian didn't step into the laboratory even once for 3 whole years.
Ephorine tilted her chin up, her eyes flashing with arrogant pride. Well duh.
What could Professor Deculian ever accomplish without my father? My father was a brilliant genius.
But her smugness vanished instantly when Sylvia shot back, her voice sharp as a knife. Then you should know that 3 months ago, he started going to the laboratory every single day. He cleaned it up, picked assistants, and bought a ton of magical equipment.
What do you think that means?
Ephorine's face shifted from arrogant to skeptical, her eyes widening in sheer shock. No, that's impossible.
Could he be planning to revive my father's research? But how could Professor Deculian ever have enough talent for something like that?
Her hands clenched tight, trembling, unable to accept the reality. Even so, she tried to maintain her composure, her voice sounding forced. Who knows?
Maybe he's just testing something out.
He is a professor, after all.
But what does that have to do with me?
Seeing that Ephorine was no longer easily riled up, Sylvia flashed a mysterious smile,
turned around, and walked away. It's nothing.
I just mentioned it to let you know, just in case you hadn't heard.
Don't worry about it. As Sylvia faded into the distance, Ephorine stood there dazed, her mind in absolute turmoil. What on earth is he planning to do?
The scene changed to a few days later at Deculian's class, where the students gathered in a strange arena rather than their usual familiar lecture hall. Whispers and chatter echoed all over the place.
Julie, Ephorine's best friend, asked in utter confusion, "What kind of practical lesson is the professor planning? Why did he drag the whole class all the way out here?" Ephorine shrugged, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Who knows? He's probably up to something again.
Suddenly, Beck rushed over, deliberately shoving his shoulder hard against Julie's with a smug look on his face.
Julie snapped back angrily, but Ephorine pulled her away, her voice gentle. "Is it that blockhead again? Let it go, Julie. Don't waste your breath on a brainless idiot."
Up on the platform, Deculian appeared, carrying an aura of absolute authority as his voice boomed like thunder. "Class, quiet down.
It's time for the lesson.
As I mentioned before, today is the final practical session before the final exams."
As he spoke, Deculian snapped his fingers. The cloths covering the stands dropped, revealing a bustling crowd of spectators.
Standing at the center of the arena, he announced grandly, "Today's assignment is a public duel."
Ephorine and Julie's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. "Oh my god, look at how many people there are."
Deculian continued in a calm, steady tone, "In front of this audience, you will engage in mock magical combat.
Each of you will face an opponent and deploy all your skills to take them down. However, you must utilize at least 3 different pure elemental spells.
Don't obsess over winning or losing, focus entirely on how you execute your magic.
I will monitor everything, recording your strengths and weaknesses so you can improve for the final exam." He pointed. "Professor Rel-Lin will ensure there are no casualties. Therefore, do not hold back your power." Leave it to me." Rel-Lin laughed out loud. Deculian nodded. "If there are no further questions, let's begin. First person, step up and choose your opponent."
The matches proceeded in an exciting and lively manner,
with the students gradually getting used to the pressure, and their skills showing massive improvement.
Below the stands, Deculian took notes meticulously, while Rel-Lin struggled just to keep up. The quality of the duels rose significantly once the students focused on their spells instead of the eyes of the crowd.
But for a choice few, this kind of pressure meant absolutely nothing.
Sylvia won overwhelmingly, taking down her opponent as effortlessly as a gentle breeze, without breaking a single sweat. Watching this, Beck and his gang of nobles laughed mockingly. Another commoner bites the dust. They should have just stayed servants at my house. Why even bother coming to the magic tower just to embarrass themselves?" Ephorine gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with rage. Those bastards. If they fought Sylvia, they'd get their asses kicked just like the rest of the losers. She turned to her classmate, her voice warm. "Cheer up, Ferris.
You did great."
Deculian called out. "Beck, step up.
Choose your opponent."
Beck curled his lips in a smirk, pointing his finger. "I choose Ephorine.
I want her as my opponent." Ephorine let out a mocking laugh, her aura exploding. "Fine by me. You want a beating? I'll gladly give you one."
In the massive arena, the two stared each other down like tigers stalking prey, sparks flying from their eyes.
Beck sneered. "Are you sure you're gonna be okay? No one's here to give you private lessons."
Ephorine shot back, her voice sharp as a razor. "Is your mouth only good for barking nonsense?
Did your parents only teach you how to talk trash? Look at you, wearing that cheap imitation of Professor Deculian's outfit. Aren't you embarrassed?" Beck lost his cool, roaring, "What did you say?" Ephorine raised her hand, her mana exploding outward. "I'll make you realize that your magic is just as useless as you are." The two clashed, their fury reaching the heavens. Beck screamed, "You lowly insect!" He gathered his mana, unleashing a powerful counterspell. "Let me send you to the afterlife to meet your parents." The magic blasted toward Ephorine, forcing her to leap back. A massive explosion triggered, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Beck laughed triumphantly. "Ha, you idiot!" But before his smile could even widen, the magic surging in his hands suddenly shifted. Ephorine had interfered, hijacking his casting rights. Her eyes flashed with light, her voice dropping to a freezing temperature. "The old-timers at the Magic Tower have a saying, all nobles deserve a good ass-kicking." She hurled the hijacked magic right back, aiming dead at Beck. He panicked, trying to bolt, but how fast could a noble even run? A solid hit sent him crashing to the floor in utter humiliation. Julie cheered from below the stands. "Awesome job, Ephorine." "But there is absolutely no saying like that." Beck crawled around, completely disgraced. Ephorine walked over, placing her hands on her hips with pride. "Well, how does it feel to get trampled on by an insect?" Beck gritted his teeth. "Just pure luck, you filthy peasant." Deculion, watching from afar, shook his head in disappointment. "Look at this bunch of idiots." The fight ended almost as soon as it started. "I invited all these spectators, yet there's nothing exciting to watch." Ephorine quickly cut in. "If you find it boring, Professor, why not give me another chance? I'm supposed to execute 3 pure elemental spells, but I only got to use one because my opponent was way too weak. The match ended before I could finish the assignment." Deculion nodded. "I see. It's not your fault. Fine, pick anyone you want as your next opponent." Without a second thought, Ephorine pointed straight at Deculion, her voice firm and resolute. "I want to choose you, Professor Deculion, as my opponent, if that's allowed." The atmosphere in the arena instantly exploded as the crowd gasped in shock, eagerly anticipating an earth-shattering showdown. Upon hearing Ephorine's daring declaration, the arena erupted into a frenzy of shock and alarmed murmurs. "Has she lost her mind?" Professor Rellin's face flushed purple with rage as he roared. "What did you say? Look at that crazy brat. Do you even know what kind of nonsense you're spouting?" Below the stands, Sylvia narrowed her eyes, her gaze filled with deep suspicion as her heart grew incredibly restless. The criticisms echoed from all directions, sharp as knives, but Ephorine stood tall, completely unfazed. She thought to herself, her eyes burning with resolve, "Just as I thought. Everyone is shocked by what I said, but I'm no fool who acts without a plan. This is a golden opportunity to challenge Professor Deculion." She curled her lips, telling herself, "Even if I get yelled at, as long as I make good use of this, it'll all be worth it." Beside her, a mysterious smile played on Deculion's lips as he thought, "This is getting more and more interesting." Relin, as if letting out all his past humiliation, screamed, "Do you see that, sir? That brat has no idea what she's doing." Deculion coldly cut him off. "Enough, Professor Relin. Calm down." Relin stammered, "Huh? But that brat." Deculion turned to Ephorine, his deep voice echoing, "Very well. I accept your challenge. I said you could choose anyone, with no exceptions. I will be your opponent." He raised his hand, his gaze razor-sharp. "However, it wouldn't be fair for an unrestricted professor to fight a freshman. I won't strike first. If you can make me move from this spot, even by a single step, you win." Ephorine flashed a bright smile, though a hint of anxiety flickered in her eyes. "I understand." The two stood facing each other in the quiet arena, with nothing but the whistling wind and swirling dust around them. Ephorine's heart hammered wildly against her ribs, feeling as though it might burst. Her dream of facing Deculion had finally become a reality. He spoke up, his voice deep as thunder. "If you are ready, begin." Without a moment's hesitation, Ephorine unleashed sharp wind arrows from every direction, aiming straight at Deculion. She knew perfectly well that the gap in power between them was as vast as heaven and earth, and that she couldn't possibly do anything to him. But Ephorine didn't back down, her eyes burning with determination. "This is the enemy I must defeat with my own 2 hands one day to get my revenge. This match will show me just how wide that gap really is." She channeled all her strength, casting a dual wind-fire fusion spell, which erupted brilliantly like fireworks, looking incredibly impressive. Deculion stood perfectly still, observing her, an amused smile touching his lips. "Not bad, not bad." The magic surged forward, causing an explosion right in front of him, but it couldn't pierce through his ironclad defense. Ephorine gritted her teeth and poured every ounce of her energy into a desperate glimmer of hope, adding the earth element to complete a flawless combination attack. The arena was engulfed in a brilliant sea of fire and thick smoke,
blinding everyone to Deculian's condition.
Down on the floor, Relan's jaw dropped in absolute shock. The commoner I looked down on just unleashed magic that could threaten even me? The audience fell dead silent, their eyes glued to the visually stunning performance. Although the actual damage remained unclear, Ephorine's magical structure and execution far surpassed any ordinary freshman.
Deculian was trapped inside a layer of molten earth that closely resembled lava, but for a high-ranking professor, breaking free was no trouble at all. He stood there without a single scratch, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he looked at Ephorine.
Furious, she roared, "I'm not done yet."
A barrage of wind spells continued to pelt him, even though they were completely ineffective. Deculian, deciding he had seen enough of the show, spoke up, "Your magic has a fatal habit. The grander your incantation gestures are, the more obvious that habit becomes."
Instantly, Ephorine's magic was disrupted as Deculian interfered with its flow. She froze in sheer disbelief. What? My magic isn't working? Did he read right through it?
Deculian said in a low tone, "Now you can no longer cast magic in front of me."
"What do you plan to do?" Ephorine gritted her teeth. "Damn it! He blocked everything, but I still have one last move."
She dashed forward, switching to close-quarters combat, clenching her fist tight as she threw a powerful punch. But Deculian merely snapped his fingers casually.
An invisible shockwave blew Ephorine back dozens of yards,
sending her crashing onto the floor like a stone, looking utterly pathetic.
Deculian pondered, combining fire, wind, and earth elements to create a distraction.
Ephorine's mana perception is truly impressive, but no matter how good your perception is, if you can't control the elements, it's all meaningless.
Her talent and grasp of the magic circuits are what give her an edge. If she wears that bracelet, her ability to use all elements will explode. That bracelet is something everyone covets. He let out a satisfied breath. Ephorine is on the right track.
A virtuous person like her will achieve great things.
Deculian walked over, his voice softening. "The results are clear. Honestly, you didn't fight half bad." Ephorine was stunned, a strange look in her eyes as she thought, "Professor Deculian just praised me?"
He turned away, leaving her with a final instruction: "The public training session is over.
Focus on your midterms." The students in the stands buzzed with excitement. What? Did Professor Deculian just say that for the first time? Yeah. Ephorine did amazing.
The match with Beck was boring as hell, but this one was top tier. Beck, thoroughly humiliated, could only grit his teeth, his arrogant attitude completely shattered.
Ephorine flashed a radiant smile. "I actually got acknowledged?" Her friends swarmed over, cheering, "Wow, you're awesome, Ephorine. That was so incredibly cool. You're our absolute pride."
The scene shifted to the docks, where the hunter Ganesha and her crew were waiting for someone, their eyes full of excitement. As the boat docked, Ganesha's team stepped forward and called out, "Leo Kalos.
Long time no see, how've you been?"
A young boy hopped down, beaming, "Ganesha, long time no see." Suddenly, a clear voice echoed from the deck, "Ganesha, welcome."
Ganesha gave a playful grin. "Have you seriously not missed me at all this whole time?"
Yuria teased. "Well, maybe a little." The girl who was rubbing her head right now was Yuria, the girl from the Dodoi archipelago who had been possessed by Ura, Kim Woojin's ex-girlfriend. At the bustling docks where Ganesha's mercenary group was waiting impatiently, the person they were longing for finally arrived, carrying the salty sea breeze. Ganesha rushed over and pulled Yuria into a tight embrace, her face bright as sunshine. "Ah, sweetheart.
I missed you to death." The tight, affectionate hug made Yuria blush in embarrassment. Her crewmates quickly ran over, panicking as they tried to pull them apart. "Captain, calm down. You're gonna hurt the kid squeezing her like that. This is straight up child abuse." Ganesha laughed out loud, letting go and scratching her head apologetically. All right, my bad."
Yuria looked down, her eyes pensive as if lost in a distant memory. She recalled the fateful moment she was transported into this world. That day, the blinding light that had once appeared in Deculian's office engulfed her as well, as if erasing her from reality. That light flared up brilliantly, wrapping around her and causing everything in her surroundings to vanish. No sound, no images, just pure nothingness. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a completely unfamiliar world, both magnificent and shrouded in mystery. The first voice she heard was Ganesha's, dripping with rage. "How dare Deculian use a child like this? I'm not doing this mission." A teammate argued, "Then why did you accept it in the first place? You probably got mesmerized by his good looks again, didn't you? Do you even know how much the cancellation fee is?" Looking at those familiar faces, Yuria suddenly realized these were the characters she and her team had stayed up all night designing. pouring their hearts into. Now, they were alive right in front of her, like real flesh and blood human beings.
Ganesha walked over to where Yuria was sitting, her voice warm. "You're Yuria, right?"
Yuria glanced around, the scenery of the docks filled with the sea breeze and the sunset making her feel sentimental. She recalled the game's lore. Standing before her were Ganesha and the Red Mercenary Corps, absolute legendary figures. If this really was the game world, drawing on her memories, she spoke softly with a hint of anxiety. "Yes, I'm Yuria." And just like that, everything led to this fateful encounter. In the very game she had created, Yuria had become the main character, embarking on a turbulent journey. Back in reality, Ganesha's voice rang clear across the docks. "Hey, Leo Kalos, stop running around like that, you're gonna fall." Watching Ganesha hold her hand, Yuria thought to herself, this is Ganesha, the strongest adventurer in this world. Her biggest goal right now was simply to survive.
The best way to do that? Stay close to Ganesha, who was an absolute guarantee of safety.
In the meantime, she had to find a way to return to her old world, no matter how slim the hope was. The scene shifted to Deculian's mansion, where he had just received a package from the Magic City, his heart racing.
It's finally here. He opened the box, his eyes lighting up.
Inside was the custom wand he had ordered earlier. The Yuckline Staff of Lakalak, a masterpiece crafted by the Grandmaster Lakalak himself, made exclusively for the Yuckline house.
It belonged solely to Deculian von Greyhan Uckline.
Categorized as a magic staff with special effects, it could store up to 500 mana, functioning like a mana recovery circle to smoothly elevate spells to the next level. Deculian held the staff, unable to suppress a breath of admiration, exquisite down to the smallest detail.
Absolute peak aesthetics.
The staff was not only breathtakingly beautiful but also attuned perfectly to its users' will, optimizing their magic. Furthermore, it dynamically changed its appearance to match his outfit, like a high-fashion masterpiece.
The item's special skill was even more astonishing. The Yuckline staff possessed extraordinary power when it came to exorcism and purification.
Deculian muttered, "At first, 9 million elns seemed expensive, but now I see it's worth every single penny."
An artifact that is both beautiful and powerful. With this, the road ahead will be a lot easier to manage.
Suddenly, the voice of Roy the butler echoed from behind the door, "Master, dinner is ready." Deculian turned around, replying gently, "I know, I'll be right down." Sitting at the dining table in front of an array of top-tier dishes,
he was completely taken aback. What is the meaning of this? Aren't the family finances tight right now? This meal is even more lavish than a holiday feast.
Uriel, sitting across from him, replied shyly, "Of course it has to be lavish.
This is a celebratory meal." Roy smiled and explained, "Do you remember the artifacts we sold according to your wishes, sir?" The response was beyond expectations.
The moment we posted the listing, bidders came flooding in, turning the auction into an absolute frenzy.
Lady Uriel and I felt like we were dreaming.
The amount of money not only covers our deficit but is also enough to comfortably run the family for years to come.
As Uriel blushed, Roy continued, "This is the young lady's way of showing her gratitude. Please accept it."
Deculian flashed a bright smile and said nothing, merely nodding his head.
"The meal is wonderful."
Uriel, still acting feisty, let out a soft huff. "Humph, looks like you actually know what you're doing after all." The two dined in silence, sharing a rare moment of harmony that looked like a warm family portrait. But Deculian suddenly spoke up, his voice teasing, "You're holding your knife wrong, Uriel."
The scene shifted to Deculian's office at the academy,
where he held a stack of documents, letting out a weary sigh.
"This is absolute garbage from the old Deculian, just a complete mess."
With midterms right around the corner, Deculian was working tirelessly to draft the exam questions. To find some inspiration, he reviewed the old questions written by the previous Deculian, only to get thoroughly annoyed. These are nothing but questions designed to torture students.
He just wanted to brag, "I am the noble Deculian, the ultimate mage. Taste my exam and despair."
These questions only served to expose his petty arrogance. Deculian shook his head. He thought the difficulty of an exam proved his superiority.
"But I am different. I want meaningful questions that challenge yet inspire. The process of solving them might be grueling, but once they succeed, the students will feel admiration and gain enlightenment like a true mage." He glanced at the last document box, feeling hopeful. "Is there anything useful in here?"
Deculian picked up a question, his eyes widening in pure surprise.
"This question is completely different. It's sophisticated, profound, as if written by someone else entirely." The image of Ephorine's father flashed across his mind.
He muttered, "Perhaps this is a document the old Deculian stole from him." Even though the difficulty was just as high,
this question sparked an intense wave of interest. If a student could comprehend it and channel their mana correctly, a miracle would occur. Suddenly, from the piece of paper in Deculian's hand, a vibrant, multicolored burst of mana exploded, spreading across the entire room, before coalescing into the lifelike form of a woman made of pure magical energy. Deculian looked up, his eyes shining brightly. Fascinating. Solving it correctly and channeling mana creates this image. Each color represented an element, blending together to create a thrilling sensation. This was the perfect tool for teaching pure elemental magic, exactly what he had been looking for. Deculian's body trembled as a sudden wave of jealousy surged within him. The old Deculian must have realized how exquisite this question was, but he couldn't replicate it himself. Wait a minute, who is this woman? If the question was written by Ephorine's father, this figure could very well be her mother. The scene shifted to the principal's office, where she held the magic conference document, speaking softly. Interesting. The issue regarding the blood tribe had been postponed to the next meeting, signed by the Grand Elder of Bert, Drezekin. The principal muttered, to think the discussion turned out like this. It must be because Professor Deculian strongly opposed the suppression. What a bizarre change of direction. She looked at the people standing behind her, her voice dropping low. Not just Deculian, but everyone here is completely caught off guard, aren't you? The principal of the Imperial Academy's Magic Tower went by the name of Adrian. As the head of the Magic Tower, she was one of the heavy contenders for the title of Archmage. She possessed an incredibly massive amount of mana, but in stark contrast, her personality was surprisingly lively and cheerful. She was so fascinated by other people's business that she frequently went around eavesdropping. What the heck, Professor Deculian and Knight Julie fought? Professor Rellin failed his diet again? Oh my goodness gracious. Her intense curiosity about the world and her love for gossip actually tied directly into the secret of her lineage. The truth was that she was a half-elf, which explained why she had such a personality. Of course, that was also the source of her virtually limitless pool of mana. Even someone like her had to reluctantly wait on a day like today. Today, sitting relaxed in her chair as tower head, she spoke softly through her magic. Deculian actually protected those belonging to the bloodline? Well, isn't that fascinating? Once a month, the professors gathered to sing praises to the tower head. As always, if there was anyone absent, it was bound to be Deculian. What? A noble Uckline like me has to go flatter someone else? Deculian had once said. However, this time was different. An unexpected suggestion was brought to the table while Deculian was away. I heard that Lord Lewina will be participating in this upcoming mage conference. Lewina? The one who had dueled Professor Deculian for the position of senior professor, the one who willingly gave up the title due to Deculian's schemes? I thought that person had already returned to the kingdom. This sounds intriguing. Why would Lord Lewina suddenly do this? Has he already arrived in the Empire? If there's a stable position open, he'll be back here in the blink of an eye. If that happens, our magic tower will stand to gain a massive benefit. After all, Lord Lewina is highly respected and virtuous within the kingdom. Compared to Professor Deculian, you actually protected the bloodline tribe? Not that I'm trying to trash talk our current senior professor or anything. Oh well, if Lewina really does return, I'll consider that matter later. The moment the tower head finished her sentence, a wave of relief washed over the professors' faces. It seemed Deculian was quite heavily disliked. That's all for today, I have things to attend to. Whichever professors haven't submitted their exam drafts yet, better hurry it up, alright? Yes, ma'am. Sitting alone in the tower head's room, she thought to herself, Deculian's movements have been a bit strange lately. The exam questions Professor Deculian turned in are so good I can't even believe he wrote them himself. Someone else definitely drafted them for him. Should I go stir him up a bit? If those two archenemies, Lewina and Deculian, ever cross paths, oh man, that would be incredibly entertaining. A few days later, the midterm exam on pure elemental magic theory officially began. An uproar echoed throughout the lecture hall. Is this info legit? This is supposed to be an exam? What kind of test is this anyway? I heard Professor Deculian's questions were quirky, but this is just plain ridiculous. Ugh, I give up. To calm the situation down, Professor Deculian's teaching assistant quickly spoke up. Alright, everyone settle down. The structure of this exam is different from the usual, so I understand why you all feel confused. But this is indeed the actual test paper.
The midterm exam for pure elemental magic theory will take place over the course of 10 days, with the deadline set for midnight on Sunday, when the Magic Tower officially concludes its teaching schedule.
Each student will complete the exam in their assigned private room.
Naturally, you are permitted to take other exams while this test is ongoing, and you can eat and sleep during this time as much as you like.
However, taking the test papers out of the room is strictly forbidden. As I mentioned earlier, this exam will be in open book format. Ephraim and her friend grew exhausted just listening to the rules being laid out. An open test? For a whopping 10 days, just how difficult must these questions be? Even the final assessment is this much of a headache? Classic Deculian, even passing down these bizarre regulations is left to his assistant, while he doesn't even bother to show his face.
There is one more important matter that the professor mentioned. If any of you manages to get a perfect score on this exam, he will personally write a recommendation letter for you under his name as a senior professor.
Upon hearing this news, the entire hall fell dead silent in absolute shock.
Having a senior professor personally write a letter of recommendation was an incredible honor.
The ranking of mages was structured as follows. The first tier consisted of immortal mages, also known as archmages, while the lowest tier was the 11th rank, reserved for novices.
Climbing the ranks was by no means easy. It wasn't something achieved simply by attending classes and letting time pass by. To attain each rank, one had to undergo a specific advancement exam, and just passing it was a monumental challenge.
But what if one could secure a recommendation letter from Deculian, a monarch rank 4-star mage?
It was a highly prestigious advancement credential, an absolute power play of a card.
Ephraim narrowed her eyes, thinking to herself, what? A recommendation letter from Deculian? Right, like that mortal enemy of mine would ever promote me? Just hearing it saps all my motivation to do this test. I don't want anything to do with him. But wait a minute, what if I actually get a perfect score and force a recommendation out of Deculian? Haha, if you hadn't written me that letter back then, you wouldn't be kneeling at my feet like this right now, you idiot.
Sir, please have mercy on me. The brat's imagination had already wandered that far ahead, a smug smile stretching across her face at her own fantasy. Cuckoo, how incredibly satisfying. Deculian, just keep your eyes open. I'm gonna get a perfect score just to rub it in your face. Sitting right next to Ephraim, her red-haired friend couldn't comprehend what on earth she was scheming to be laughing like a cartoon villain. The scene shifted to the 4th day of the examination. Inside her designated testing room, where Ephraim was tearing her hair out because she couldn't solve the problem.
This is too damn hard.
Glancing at the remaining questions beside her, she mentally calculated her time. 1 hour, 4 hours, 10 hours. Do the questions just keep getting harder and harder? Look at this scratch paper. Though, the questions drafted in this exam are truly magnificent. The process of solving them is pure agony, but once you crack it, it brings about an enlightenment that the solver has never experienced before.
Did Deculian really write this?
The joy of discovery is completely unstoppable, no matter how painful it gets.
Deculian, just you wait, I am definitely getting that recommendation letter from you.
But seriously, I've been staring at this question forever and I still have no clue how to do it.
Whatever, I should go get some fresh air to clear my head. If I keep forcing this, my brain is gonna short-circuit.
Outside in the lush green garden, Sylvia was sitting under the refreshing shade of a tree, taking in the crisp air. She stretched her tired body and sighed. Phew, finally finished solving it. A single question had taken her a staggering 30 hours to crack.
I definitely need to rest for a bit.
She recalled the words the assistant had spoken that day. If anyone achieves a perfect score on this test, Professor Deculian will personally write them a letter of recommendation. Sylvia smiled faintly to herself, murmuring, such meaningless things, acting like it's a grand favor. Anyone who can get a perfect score on this exam on their first try would never fail an advancement test.
Simply put, that letter is utterly useless.
But despite that, I still want to get a perfect score on this test, not for the grade or the recommendation letter, but for myself. Every question is so incredibly refined, each one acting as a key to open up a whole new horizon of understanding. If I can solve it all the way to the final question, I will undoubtedly reach the level of a true mage. While she was still deep in thought, an unexpected voice suddenly called out, "Oh, Sylvia."
It was none other than Ephraim.
She had also intended to come to this spot to take a break.
Spotting her, Sylvia's curiosity flared up. I wonder what question she's on. By the way, what question are you on?
The two blurted out the exact same question simultaneously, as it seemed both desperately wanted to know what their rival was up to. That sudden synchronization made both of them feel a little self-conscious.
After all,
They were rivals, not close friends, so matching up perfectly like that was a bit awkward.
Sylvia broke the ice first. I'm currently working on question number 8. Hearing this, Ephraim instantly screamed, "What? You're already solving question number 8?
No, I'm still trying to solve it, but that's still considered fast.
I've been stuck on question number 7 for ages and can't seem to get past it." Despite still maintaining her lead, Sylvia didn't let her guard down, thinking, "What? Ephraim is only a single question behind me. Is she lying to me? Whatever, this isn't the time to relax anymore. I've gotta go solve the rest." "Wait, did you just stand up to leave because I came here?" "I only wanted to rest for a bit, it's nothing." While the exam was fiercely underway at the Magic Tower, Deculion felt a massive upheaval drawing very near.
Holding the report of the information he had recently gathered, he thought, looks like it's starting.
Emperor Kribame is currently in critical condition.
In his office, Deculion was trying to recall the storyline he had created. Emperor Kribame was in critical condition. He was famous for his gentleness and mild manners, which was why he always sought a balance between divine power and imperial power.
He didn't implement hostile policies against the Blood Clan.
The problem lay with the new emperor, the one taking over the throne after his death. The emperor was always the most important issue and factor in this world, meaning solving it would also be the hardest.
If I remember correctly, his name is Sophia Katerina August von Gibran.
Soon, this world will go through a massive, unprecedented change. Time flew by, and the final day of the midterm exam arrived.
By this time, a huge number of students had already given up on Deculion's marathon exam.
However, the gap between the high ranks and low ranks was clearly defined. Regardless of their scores, all the students bragged about finishing this exam as if it were some legendary achievement.
After the exam ended, the students didn't just kick back and relax, instead, they reviewed what they had learned.
This was pretty unusual and caught everyone else's attention. Even the professors of the Magic Tower wanted to check out the rumored exam. It was so good that it left them jaw-dropped and speechless. In the end, the number of students who made it to question number 8 was down to just 2 people, the bitter rivals, Ephraim and Sylvia. Sitting at her desk, Ephraim muttered in frustration, "This damn question number 8.
Is this the final roadblock I have to get past? I have to solve this."
After chugging all that coffee, there was no way she could back down now.
Her face looked gaunt, like she had pulled multiple all-nighters for this exam. "If I just focus a little bit more on the question, I can definitely do this."
Out in the hallway, Deculion and his assistant were keeping a close eye on the remaining 2. Suddenly, a light flashed from one of the rooms, signaling success.
Alan quickly spoke up, "Professor."
"Yeah, one of them solved the final question." Deculion's face remained calm, but the thought crossed his mind, "I knew she could do it."
Deculion quickly walked over to that room and opened the door.
Inside the room, a brilliant light was enveloping everything.
Deculion walked in and spoke softly, "I knew you could solve it, Sylvia. Congratulations on your success."
Hearing those words, Sylvia quickly turned around, her eyes welling up with tears of happiness.
Could the final question really be this beautiful?
The magical light filled the space, painting a gorgeous picture, then Ghost Starry Night elevated into reality magic. The bright colors were infused with elemental magic, and you could even feel a warmth radiating from the blue color beneath the glowing stars, carrying hope within the darkness. It was a sophisticated, artistic blend of hot and cold colors. It wasn't just visually stunning to look at, it actually gave off a real sense of warmth. This was truly a masterpiece of humanity. Deculion reached his hand out to catch the twinkling stars, a warm smile gracing his face. Even though Deculion was the one who created this question, he couldn't materialize it himself because his own talent had its limits. Somewhere deep in this mind, Kim Woo-jin could be found at the very end of the question. He had always dreamed of becoming an artist, even though he lacked the necessary talent. He always wanted people to be moved when standing in front of his artwork. He wanted to keep pursuing painting, that was Kim Woo-jin's real dream. Now, Deculion's sense of aesthetics had harmonized with his. Because of that, Deculion, who loved beauty, and Kim Woo-jin, who dreamed of going to art school, were both satisfied and content with how things were turning out right now. After taking in the beauty, Deculion turned to leave, saying, "Great job, Sylvia.
And also, thank you for that." Hearing this, Sylvia's face filled with shock. She didn't understand why Deculion was thanking her.
Before she could say a word, Deculion was already gone, leaving her standing alone with her racing thoughts.
"Me too. I wanted to thank him, too."
Sylvia walked over and touched her own creation. The words and expectations everyone placed on her felt like an undeniable burden.
"You have to become a great mage. Sylvia is truly a rare, natural-born talent. Who knows what she'll achieve? As expected of a descendant from a family of great mages, looking at the beauty of the magic in front of her, it seemed Sylvia had chosen her path. No, the magic itself was just stunning and perfect. At the same time, Alan went to Ephorine's room to break the news. Student Ephorine, time is up. Despite giving it her all, she couldn't finish the last question. Ah, I see. This is so embarrassing. Alan walked over and said, "You did great, Ephorine." Even until the very last second, only 2 people were actually working on this question. Hearing that, Ephorine blurted out, "What about Sylvia? Did she solve it?" Alan nodded gently in confirmation. "Ah, she really is a monster. I'm so jealous I could die." Before she knew it, her thoughts about the recommendation letter and Deculion completely vanished. The only thing left was Ephorine's burning curiosity as a mage, and a pure hunger for knowledge. She wanted to answer everything, every single question on this test. Ephorine snapped to her feet and said, "Well, even though the exam is over, the question is still right there, isn't it? I am definitely going to solve this." With that, Ephorine flashed a bright smile. "I'll just try harder next time." Alan sympathized and understood her mood right now, saying, "Good luck, I'm rooting for you, Ephorine." "Thank you." After wrapping up the exam, Ephorine trudged down the academy road, exhausted. "I'm dead tired, damn this marathon exam. If I had answered all the questions, I'd probably feel better right now thanks to a sense of victory. But the only thing waiting for me after a brutal exam is a vandalized door and a cold bed. This is hilarious." While she was still wallowing in her misery, a voice called out from somewhere, "Ephorine." It was her closest friends, who had been waiting here for quite a while. Seeing her best friends there, Ephorine couldn't hide her happiness. "Julie, what's wrong with you? Ephorine, you look like a walking corpse. Was the exam that hard?" She looked at Ephorine with pity. "Alright everyone, since Ephorine worked so hard, let's go grab a bite to celebrate. Of course, Ephorine is paying, huh? I never agreed to that, hey." A few days after the exam ended, Ephorine finally solved the last question she had missed. Staring at the shimmering light in front of her, Ephorine let out a happy smile. Her eyes sparkled with joy at her achievement. Choking back her emotions, she softly gasped, "It's so beautiful." Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind the door. "Ephorine, you ready yet?" It was Julie, her best friend. Ephorine lightly wiped a tear from the corner of her eye, smiled, and called back, "Julie, I'll be right out." The two walked over to a cafe near the academy, where they poured their hearts out, unwinding after the stressful exam. "Feels so good to be done, right?" "Yeah, but we'll probably get busy again soon. These days are so precious. I'm really looking forward to the upcoming meeting." Julie nodded in agreement. "Yeah, me too." Ephorine's face fell slightly. "I'm glad I didn't give up this time and pushed through to the end. This has definitely been the best experience I've ever had with magic." Suddenly, Julie cut into Ephorine's thoughts, her eyes sparkling. "Have you heard the news?" Ephorine blinked, startled. "What news?" Julie pointed up at the sky, her voice dripping with mystery. "It's about Professor Deculion. Word is this exam caused a massive stir everywhere." Ephorine was surprised. "What do you mean?" Julie continued. "Rumor has it the professor was summoned to the Sky Island." "As in, the floating island itself." Ephorine's face went completely blank with shock. "The floating island?" It was an island that floated permanently at an altitude of 1,500 meters, the ultimate brainchild of geniuses in magical engineering, and a gathering hub for mages from all over the world. This place held all the knowledge and magic in the world, operating independently from the ground system and serving as a neutral zone that honored the individualism of mages. Naturally, it became a hotspot for eccentric weirdos who were genuinely obsessed with researching knowledge and magic. Professor Deculion's exam was highly praised for its creativity and difficulty. It quickly became a hot topic on the Sky Island, which led to the professor being invited to give a special lecture on his exam questions. Cutting over to the floating island, Deculion showed up, surprised that his exam questions were popular far beyond his expectations. This teaching gig didn't just bring him fame, it also boosted his mana by 30 points. Lucky me. Plus, the pay for this is incredibly generous, equivalent to 1 billion Korean won. Maybe I should consider focusing on this path in the future. Not bad at all. Deculion set the exam paper down and began his lecture. In the hall,
Familiar faces like Professor Rel Lin and mages from the Imperial University were out in full force.
Deculian stepped up to the podium and spoke. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Today's speaker was the head professor of the Imperial Magic Tower University, a monarch rank mage, and the master of elements, Deculian.
The topic of today's lecture was the Magic Tower University's midterm exam, scheduled to last for 2 hours.
Before we dive into the questions, I'll start with a brief explanation of pure elements.
Right as he started, Principal Adrian giggled and whispered to the person next to her.
Have you seen the exam?
A cold voice replied, yeah, it's just plagiarism.
How could Deculian come up with such a brilliant topic on his own? The speaker was Lewena von Schrott McQueen, a mage who had previously lost the race for the head professor position to Deculian.
Despite the whispering, the lecture proceeded very smoothly. Deculian made sure to help the audience grasp the core issues by connecting them back to the knowledge he had previously taught during his classes at the Magic Tower. Even the attendees were captivated by the unprecedented, fresh, and systematic presentation, hanging onto his every word.
Now then, let's take a look at question number 6.
Just as he was about to break down the question, Adrian's sharp voice rang out.
Professor, I have a question.
Deculian turned his gaze toward the principal, who was eagerly gesturing. She drew a magic circle in midair and asked,
like you taught, if we distinguish pure elements from magical traits, how would one use the sixth magic by combining it optimally with the destruction system? Deculian paused, using his comprehension trait to analyze it. A faint smile played on his lips as he thought to himself, even the principal showed up?
Well, the reason she's here is pretty obvious.
The principal was notoriously mischievous, and remembering Deculian's past self, it made perfect sense why she'd doubt the exam. Shall we play along a little just to be polite?
Deculian drew a straight line through the magic the principal had just created, overwriting it into his own.
Just adding a core circuit in a straight line like this is enough. Deculian's answer left the principal stunned. She stammered out, oh, wait. You're right.
Thank you, Professor.
However, Adrian didn't stop there.
Armed with childlike curiosity, she kept throwing one curveball question after another at him, but Deculian stayed perfectly calm, relying on his comprehension trait to smoothly handle every single challenge. Gradually, the looks from the mages in the room shifted from attentive to annoyed, feeling like Adrian was disrupting the lecture. Realizing this, she had no choice but to quiet down. With only 10 minutes left in the lecture, Deculian packed up his notes and said in a low voice, I spent too much time on the Q&A, so I won't be explaining the final question separately. Every eye instantly darted to Adrian, who puffed out her cheeks in frustration but could only bite her lip and stay silent. Suddenly, another voice rang out.
Professor, I'd like to ask a question. Did you really come up with question number 8 yourself? The person asking was Lewena.
Her eyes were burning with pure hatred.
Deculian frowned, remembering that he had kicked her out of the magic tower before. Please specify exactly what you mean by that. Unflinching, Lewena stood her ground.
I just want to know if you actually wrote question number 8 yourself.
That's the only thing I want to know.
Hearing this, the lecture hall erupted into murmurs.
What is she implying? Is it plagiarism?
Deculian replied coldly, taking inspiration from others is a common practice. However, he unleashed his magic across the room, painting a gorgeous picture that mirrored Van Gogh's The Starry Night.
This entire question was created completely by me.
This is a piece I just crafted right here on the spot.
It is entirely different from question number 8 on the recent exam.
Having said that, Deculian turned to look at Lewena and countered.
Is that answer enough to satisfy you, Professor Lewena?
Lewena's face twisted with bitter resentment as she gritted her teeth in anger, but things had already spiraled way out of her control. The lecture concluded, mission accomplished.
Mana increased by 30 points.
On his way back, Deculian thought to himself that according to the plot, his relationship with Lewena was definitely not a good one. Even though things went smoothly today, he figured trouble would probably crop up down the road. Say what you want, Deculian was always surrounded by surprises. He stopped in his tracks in front of a mysterious person walking by.
Oh, who's that?
Her face looks kind of familiar. The woman turned around and glared at Deculian with a sharp, murderous gaze, as if she had loathed him for a long time.
Deculian felt a pang of anxiety, thinking to himself, what is this? Her face is so scowling, it looks like she's about to punch me right now.
The two just stood there staring at each other with annoyed expressions for a while without saying a single word. He ransacked his brain and finally remembered that she was Deculian's classmate back in his college days. He stepped forward and extended a friendly hand. Long time no see, Charlotte, her eyes filled with confusion.
Oh boy, Deculion.
I don't think we're close enough to be on a first-name basis.
He calmly shot back, should I call you Princess Mayho then? Do you really not care whether Deculion and Charlotte are close?
The most important thing is Princess Mayho, the one protected by Charlotte.
With how things currently stood, Emperor Creebane would pass away soon.
When that time came, it would mark a major turning point in the game. Many named characters would face life or death situations, and new incidents would unfold. This time, the person he needed to save was named Mayho. She was one of the characters he had personally created. She would become a key player, positively influencing the main quest in the second half of the game.
Because of her complicated bloodline, Mayho's life was constantly in danger.
As second in line to the throne of the Urin Republic and third in line for the Ryok Kingdom, she was a princess with royal blood coursing through her veins. Right now, she was staying in the Empire under the pretext of studying, but once the Emperor passed away and she left the Empire, she would be in grave danger. Charlotte's face twisted in annoyance. You're still great at forcing people to say harsh words even after all this time, Deculion. Suddenly, he held out a crystal ball toward her, leaving Charlotte stunned. He continued to explain, don't get too worked up. I'll be a lifeline for a comrade who chose a path toward death.
Charlotte couldn't make heads or tails of what he was talking about.
She went back to her room, clutching Deculion's crystal ball in her hand. Charlotte replayed the earlier conversation in her head. This was a communication crystal ball. Once you decide what you need to do, contact me. Charlotte snapped at him in a fit of rage.
You want me to ask a guy like you for help? Not a chance in hell.
Hearing that, he just said calmly, there's no time left.
I'm sure you already know that, but if you still don't want any help, then I can't force you. It's up to you.
With that, he coldly turned on his heel and left, leaving Charlotte alone with her thoughts. She let out a tired sigh, lost on what the right move was. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her, Charlotte, you don't look so good.
It was Princess Mayho, the very person he was supposed to protect soon.
Charlotte scrambled to her feet and replied, I'm fine, it's just that I know what's going on. Don't stress yourself out, Mayho. Mayho's gaze turned sad as she looked off into the distance.
My brother's henchmen will be here soon. They'll try to use me or get rid of an eyesore.
Who even cares about the line of succession anyway? She turned to Charlotte and whispered, I'm so worried. I fled to the Empire using studying as an excuse, but the truth is, this place is really nice to live in.
More importantly, it's very safe.
I fled to the Empire using studying as an excuse, but the truth is, this place is really nice to live in.
More importantly, it's very safe. Still, the succeeding emperor won't leave me alone. So, we have to get out of here right away.
Charlotte held her head in deep thought.
Yes, I understand.
The princess seemed to notice Charlotte's exhaustion and preoccupation as well. She grabbed a suitcase and walked over.
This is the money I've saved up until now.
Huh?
But why are you giving this money to me?
The princess calmly replied, I know you don't have enough money to hire mercenaries to escort us back, Charlotte.
No, not at all, princess. I can handle that money on my own. Mayho turned away and spoke up, don't shoulder everything on your own like that. This money belongs to everyone, so it's not a waste or anything. Hearing that, Charlotte didn't argue any further. I get it, princess.
It might be wrong of me to say this, but I'll use this money to hire more mercenaries. Outside the window, a figure loomed in the distance as if spying on something. No matter how dangerous it gets, we'll get through this together. Charlotte's eyes seemed to catch on to something unusual. She ran over, threw the door wide open, and yelled, Who the hell are you? The person immediately bolted without saying a word. Charlotte's face filled with deep anxiety.
This is bad. Things were getting riskier by the second.
If she didn't get help, the situation would only get worse.
Meanwhile, back at the Deculion estate, inside his study, Deculion was completely absorbed in reading a book. Jeriel walked in and teased, You're reading a ton of books. I don't remember you ever being this into reading. Brother, at least give me some kind of response.
She walked around him and continued, I heard you were invited to lecture at the floating island, right?
And apparently, you got paid a pretty penny for it too. He calmly shot back, I'm not giving you a single dime. Jeriel, huh? What do you mean by that? I wasn't even thinking about that.
She moved on to another topic.
Anyway, an official document just came in.
The freshmen from the Magic Tower University want to visit our land during their field trip. But before she could finish, he flatly refused.
No way. Huh? You could at least consider it.
He imagined those students getting wasted, blacking out, and throwing up all over the estate, and it was an instant no.
We can't be cleaning up after those kinds of trips. I won't allow it.
Jeriel was baffled.
What are you even talking about?
She slipped her hand into her pocket, about to pull something out.
Stop joking around and look at this document.
We aren't doing this for free, and besides, this is a chance to showcase our magic to the freshmen. But he immediately held up a hand to shut her down.
Get out, Jeriel. Huh?
Just take a quick look at it. But his face turned unusually serious.
Hurry up, right now. Though confused, she reluctantly agreed. Fine, fine.
Jeriel turned and left in a huff.
He really is stubborn.
He watched her retreating figure to make absolutely sure there was no one left in the room. He slowly pulled out the communication crystal ball in his hand, his voice dropping to a low tone.
Speak, comrade.
On the other end was Charlotte.
As much as I hate to admit it, I think we have to leave right away. There's no time left. Help me, Deculion.
He turned and used his mana to grab the map lying in the corner.
Very well. You'll have to listen to everything I say, got it? What do you mean by that?
He looked down at the map on the desk and continued, Princess Mayho has only one escape route. It's an incredibly dangerous path, but that's exactly what makes it safe.
What is it? He calmly shot back, the Crevasse Canyon.
His answer caught Charlotte completely off guard.
What? That place is heavily contaminated with demonic energy. Someone like you should know that perfectly well, Deculion. He scoffed in annoyance. Did you really think you could avoid a deadly path just by taking a normal route?
Trust me, Charlotte, we will get through Crevasse Canyon safely. Trust me, Charlotte, we will get through Crevasse Canyon safely.
The rugged mountain terrain was an incredibly dangerous place. The demonic aura here was so thick it was basically a demon's den. In fact, some people said demons even showed up there from time to time.
This place didn't belong to any country, so it wasn't bound by any rules or laws.
That was Princess Mayho's only escape route.
Once they crossed the Crevasse Canyon, the Urin Principality would be right in sight. Charlotte's voice rang out filled with skepticism. It's not like we haven't considered those kinds of geographical advantages before. But when you factor that in, you clearly didn't think a member of the Urin family would be involved. He spoke up to reassure her, no need to worry, I'll lead the way myself.
Huh? You're going to lead the way personally?
Hearing that, Charlotte froze. She questioned him, why are you going this far, Deculion?
What do you even gain from this trip?
He leaned back in his chair and calmly replied, I'm a man who highly values politics, Charlotte. And intellectually or perceptively speaking, I am always miles ahead of you.
What? Are you trying to brag about your accomplishments right now?
Deculion's eyes narrowed, his voice dropping to a low tone. I only want Princess Mayho to survive because it benefits my family and my territory. This is a matter of business and mutual benefit, not kindness, so don't overthink it.
Charlotte fell silent for a moment before pushing further. Then where is the meeting point?
Deculion answered quickly and decisively, 3 days from now, at the entrance of the Crevasse Canyon.
If you can't make it there, then you guys aren't even worth saving.
Charlotte fired back sharply, I get it. I just hope your skills are as reliable as your big mouth.
A system interface popped up, independent quest, escape.
Shop reward, 4, additional achievement reward.
3 days later, in the territory of the Urin family, cheers echoed all around. Wow, is this Hydecane? Looks like it. It feels like being in a completely different country. Yeah, right? The scenery here is truly gorgeous. Hydecane was the capital of Deculion's family territory, a tourist city packed with endless entertainment and amazing food.
It was modeled after famous, highly livable cities from real life. Still, despite multiple requests to host the gathering here, Deculion had always refused until now.
Jeriel chimed in from beside him, mocking, what made you suddenly change your mind? You used to say gatherings shouldn't be held here. Didn't you keep nagging about how dirty they are? He sank into deep thought.
The reason was that Hydecane was located close to the Crevasse Canyon, the meeting spot, just a 3 to 4 hour horse ride away. When the time came, he would make a clean, quiet exit.
Deculion turned to look at Jeriel and asked, Where will the newcomers be staying?
She answered quickly, I booked an entire floor of the High-Cane Romance Hotel for the incoming students and professors. The standard rooms default to 4 people, but if they pay out of pocket, they can opt for private rooms.
Very well. Hee, of course.
Afterward, in his capacity as an academy professor and the Lord of High-Cane, he gave some baseline guidelines to the guests.
A gathering should always be free and comfortable.
I won't interfere no matter how much fun you guys have.
However, I do have a few non-negotiable rules of my own.
Deculian's face turned completely murderous, his voice chillingly threatening. If anyone dares to defile my hotel or my territory, you can forget about enjoying the rest of your life at the Magic Tower. Afterward, he spent time laying the groundwork and turning High-Cane into a strategic field base.
Everything was perfectly set up.
Jeriel brought over the city's mages and bragged proudly, how about the mages from our High-Cane Tower?
Clearly the best among the regional towers, right?
He didn't say anything, just quietly observed. With the combination of his heavenly eye and his talent intuition, he could see a shimmering golden aura around the talented mages. He pointed toward the mages and said, give this mage a raise, and that one too, and fire the one wearing glasses.
Huh? What? Why would you do that?
He spent his time meticulously like that, and before he knew it, dusk had fallen. The whole crowd gathered around a massive bonfire.
The professors sat up straight as if they were proctoring an extra exam. The first one to step up was Sylvia. She shot something up into the sky.
A series of explosions went off, painting shimmering flowers across the dark sky.
The brilliant light completely illuminated the space.
The old professor showered her with praise, as expected of Sylvia, absolute perfection.
10 points.
The female professor next to him was no exception. The fireworks are so beautiful.
10 points.
Julie let out a weary sigh. Why does the professor have to give us homework even on these trips? Making us do actual magic firework experiments out of nowhere is just cruel.
Ephorine was equally gloomy. Seriously. The next group up was Ephorine's.
She quickly started explaining her fireworks. We combined destruction magic with harmony magic too. But before she could finish her sentence, a professor's voice cut her off.
Enough, spare me the boring explanation and just shoot it already. Ah, right.
Ephorine ignited her firework, and it soared high into the sky. A brilliant explosion lit up the entire sky in a dazzling display, easily matching what Sylvia had just done. Even the students below gasped in admiration. Wow, that's gorgeous.
Ephorine's group did amazing too,
But the old professor looked annoyed by her creation. 6 points. The bang was way too loud. The female professor next to him was even harsher. 4 points.
Julie wanted to speak up and protest. What? Why?
Ephorine stopped her. It's fine, Julie. Suddenly, his voice rang out, breaking through the atmosphere. 10 points.
It's a flawless balance between destruction and harmony magic.
Both professors next to him gaped in utter shock at the score he just dropped.
Ephorine's face filled with disbelief. A perfect 10? Once the evening assignment wrapped up,
he quickly walked over to where he had prepared his horse.
Finally, everything is taken care of here, and I can leave.
I just hope Charlotte makes it to the location safely.
Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind, startling him. Is it because of guilt?
He turned around to look and said, what are you doing out here at this hour?
Get back to the camp immediately.
Ephorine voiced the thoughts she'd been harboring. Please tell me.
During the disciplinary hearing, in the club incident, and even today, why do you treat me this way? Is it because of my father?
He quickly climbed into the saddle and spoke.
Go figure it out yourself.
You're not a throwing tantrums kid anymore. Hearing this, Ephorine could only grit her teeth in bitter resentment. She watched Deculian's silhouette fade into the night and yelled at the top of her lungs.
I'm going to apply to be your assistant. Professor, I will absolutely find out the truth. Why did my father commit suicide? Why did he have to do that? No matter what, I am going to surpass you. I will become greater than even Professor Deculian.
With that said, Ephorine was left standing there all alone. The profound silence seemed to highlight the loneliness inside her small, solitary heart. She reached up to wipe away her tears and walked back to the camp.
At the same time, Deculian was wrestling with his own chaotic thoughts. Ephorine is going to follow me as an assistant? But my villain fate hasn't even triggered yet. What exactly did I do to Ephorine's father? That's something even in this lore I don't know yet. But what if I really did something unforgivable? If that's the case, I'm dead meat.
He dismounted at the meeting spot and gave instructions to his horse before sending it off. You can't go any further because of the demonic aura here.
Go back to the stable and return here by noon. With that, he turned to scan the area. Has Charlotte's group arrived yet?
I should contact them through the crystal. But before he could, Charlotte's voice rang out, Deculian.
He replied smoothly, getting here must have been quite a rough journey for you guys, huh?
Right, Charlotte? She appeared alongside Princess Mayho, left with only 2 guards whose bodies were pale and covered in wounds, thankfully, none of them fatal. After arriving at the pre-arranged meeting spot, Deculian successfully met up with Charlotte's battered group and Princess Mayho. He stepped closer and offered a polite, refined bow. I am Deculian von Greyhan Yuklin, the head of the Imperial Royal Magic Academy. From this moment on, I will clear an escape path for the princess, so please put your mind at ease. Princess Mayho quickly replied, I express my deepest gratitude to you.
Deculian continued, the journey to get here must have been brutal.
You look incredibly haggard. Suddenly, Charlotte stepped forward and handed a letter to Deculian.
What's this? Keep it, it's a slip of paper I took from those mercenaries.
Deculian silently read the letter and pondered. He crushed it into pieces and said, absolutely disgusting.
Those bastards really don't know their limits. Charlotte asked anxiously, are you going to be okay? Of course I am. Just stick close to me and everything will be fine. Hearing this, Princess Mayho looked completely dazed and confused. Deculian turned back and announced, if there are no further issues, let's move out.
The group began their trek through the canyon. The 3 in the back had to cover their noses because the surrounding area was about to be flooded with demonic energy, though Deculian alone had no need for such a thing.
The princess turned to Charlotte and asked, Hey Charlotte, what was written on that paper just now? I noticed Professor Deculian's expression looked pretty grim after he read it. Charlotte glanced at the princess anxiously but still answered her question.
Because that paper said there are as many as 37 assassins and a creature called Dianan hunting us down.
Dianan?
Charlotte's eyes darkened as she explained slowly, yes, he's a crossbreed between a demon and a spirit, which makes destroying him with physical force or magic extremely difficult. That's why compared to the horde of assassins, he's a much more troublesome threat.
No, it can't be.
Furthermore, the most disgusting part is that Dianan is a creation born from a contract.
A contract? Dianan can only be summoned using a dark magic called demon invocating.
They use human bodies and demon horns as materials for the summoning spell. In other words, they use dark arts that only the most vicious warlocks would dare touch just to hunt us down.
And people like that want to become the ruler of a kingdom?
However, if there's still one thing left for us to hope for, it's the fact that the man we are traveling with right now is a member of the Yuklin family, a long-standing lineage renowned as a prestigious family of exorcists spanning centuries. A system notification popped up.
The bloodline of the Yuklin family is an asset that displays overwhelming power when eradicating evil spirits. When confronting a demon or when the density of demonic aura becomes thick, a person carrying this bloodline can purify the surrounding demonic aura and convert it into their own mana. The purified mana will have its quality enhanced to level 1. The deeper they went into the canyon, the more Deculian realized that Kravis Canyon didn't earn its reputation as a monster's den for nothing. The demonic aura here was so thick you could physically feel it on your skin. A normal person would undoubtedly suffer immense pain just from breathing in this place, but for Deculian, it was completely the opposite.
This was an unbelievable advantage. Due to the influence of the dense demonic aura enveloping him, even if only temporarily, the quality of Deculian's mana had shot up to level 4. Mana quality was such a critical factor that a difference of just 1 level was enough to create a massive gap in skill between mages. Mana quality was typically divided into 10 levels. Average people only had a level of 9 or 10, and just having a mana quality of level 7 or higher was enough to qualify someone to try becoming a mage or a knight. From level 5 and up, the number of people who achieved it dropped drastically. Figures famous across the entire continent usually had a mana quality around level 3 or 4. Level 1 was a symbolic concept reserved for gods, a realm that no human had ever reached. Even at level 2, there were only 4 people in the entire continent who possessed it: Decan of Bert, the Imperial Guardian Knight Creed, the Great Mage Deman, and finally, the principal of the Imperial Royal Magic University, Adrian. With his current level 4 mana quality, dealing with someone like Dianan was entirely within his grasp, as long as there were no massive variables, everything would be fine.
From behind him, Charlotte spoke up anxiously, Deculion, can you pick up the pace a little? Deculion turned back to look at her and replied calmly, Charlotte, have you let urgency cloud your judgment? Keep your composure.
If you rush too much, you risk getting corrupted by the demonic aura.
Charlotte's expression darkened,
and suddenly the princess tugged at her sleeve. The princess's voice was gentle as if trying to soothe her. Charlotte, everything is going to be fine.
Don't worry too much. She quietly looked at Meiho with a sorrowful gaze, thinking, Princess, you truly have such a kind and warm heart. Even though you yourself are undoubtedly trembling and more anxious than anyone else here, you still care about the feelings of your subordinates like this. I will definitely not let anyone harm you.
Suddenly, Meiho shrieked and pointed up ahead. There's something over there. A swarm of gargoyles flew in out of nowhere, aiming straight at the moving group to attack. Though their individual strength wasn't great, their numbers were overwhelming.
Charlotte gripped her sword and said, they're finally here.
But before she could draw her blade, Deculion stepped in to stop her. Leave them to me.
Deculion utilized his telekinesis ability to prepare an attack,
using a barrage of sharp stones he had set up beforehand.
Without hesitating for a single second,
they launched toward the swarm of gargoyles at a blistering speed.
The razor-sharp edges made the stones more lethal than ever.
The gargoyles were bombarded from all sides, left with no way to dodge. Some were sliced clean in half, others had their heads blasted off, raining down onto the ground like autumn leaves before they could even get close or do a single thing.
Having cleared everything out, Deculion calmly turned back and said, let's keep moving. We don't have much time.
The crowd behind him gasped in awe, wiping out an entire swarm of gargoyles in a single strike. As expected of Professor Deculion, he really was extraordinary.
Indeed.
And just like that, the journey continued,
and any monsters that lunged out to block their path were sent to their graves by Deculion in the blink of an eye. A guard wondered out loud, low-level monsters keep flocking to find us, but we haven't run into any truly concerning threats yet, have we?
Suddenly, Deculion noticed something, his eyes narrowing in disgust.
Humph, how utterly unrefined.
Let me tell you right now, if anyone dares to step closer, I will tear you to shreds on the spot.
Charlotte and Princess Meiho grew tense and alert.
Deculion calmly scanned the situation, not a single hint of hesitation or surprise showing on his face. From up on the canyon walls, the sound of constant footsteps echoed. An assassin sent to kill them sneered, hee hee, for someone on the brink of death, your senses aren't half bad. Up on the cliffs, dozens of assassins began to show themselves. They had been lying in ambush here since the afternoon.
Since that's the case, I assume you all know what's about to happen to you, right? Deculion turned around calmly and spoke.
Charlotte, take the princess and head to the Urin Principality first.
Charlotte's face filled with shock. What? Then what about you? Deculion quickly shot back. Are you implying that I should show concern for myself? Unfortunately, that is unnecessary.
Charlotte screamed in anger. Your arrogant mouth is truly beyond help.
Deculion pointed toward the assassins and said, look over there. Deculion aimed his wand directly at the assassin's position, completely threatening.
In the next second, an explosion tore through the entire area, taking down the assassins with ease.
They dropped one by one, not even understanding what was happening.
Sharp stones sliced through their bodies like unstoppable bolts of lightning. The entire group was neutralized in an instant, slumping into pools of their own blood.
Watching this, Charlotte couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Deculion spoke up, are you more decisive now? What you need to do right now is get out of here as fast as humanly possible.
Charlotte's eyes narrowed in deep thought. Then she turned around and called out, Princess, we need to go now.
But suddenly, Meiho spotted something. Hey, look over there, Charlotte.
She whipped her head around in the direction the princess was pointing. On the cliffside stood a mysterious figure shrouded in a thick layer of demonic mana, carrying a terrifying gloom. Standing among the assassins, he looked down at the group below with an arrogant, overly confident gaze.
The princess frantically asked, Charlotte, what is that thing? Damn it, that's a dangerous guy.
Ignoring Charlotte's anxiety, Deculion remained as unfazed as if nothing had happened. The plan remains unchanged.
Take Princess Meiho to the Urin Principality immediately. But you can't beat them alone.
Charlotte worried. Deculion remained composed, his voice smooth. Humph, I will kill that guy.
The swordsman beside them added, I'll help the professor too. Please get out of here quickly, Charlotte. Charlotte's face went dark, a wave of guilt swelling up in her chest.
Sensing that, Deculion continued, there's no need for you to feel down or guilty. Once Princess Meiho reclaims her power, you can repay the favor to the Yuklin family then. I'll deploy a few summons to escort you, so stop wasting time. Charlotte gritted her teeth, infuriated by her own helplessness. She grabbed the princess's hand and bolted, making sure to leave her parting words, "See you in the Urin Principality." The low-level assassins quickly gave chase behind the two. After them, don't let her escape. Ha, how far can those two women really run anyway? But suddenly, Deculion cut in. You'd better worry about yourself first. He glared intently at Deculion and barked, arrogant mage, do you really think you can kill this body with just a few summons that don't possess a single drop of mana? Your magic won't be much better either, because in this place, mana and spells will all be drained dry by the demonic aura. So what exactly do you plan to kill me with? He stood there proudly, every single word dripping with pure hubris. Deculion slowly evaluated him and thought, confident to the point of being conceited. But the guy wasn't entirely wrong. It was virtually impossible to kill someone like him with ordinary physical attacks or mediocre spells. He was almost liquid-like, and this place really wasn't suited for casting spells. However, that applied to other mages, whereas for the Yuklin family, it was completely the opposite. He wasn't the only one who gained an advantage in this place. My mana quality isn't the only thing that gets a boost here. Even my mana recovery speed is enhanced. Throughout the entire journey here, Deculion had layered mana onto his summon items to reinforce them. Therefore, the opponent in front of him wasn't going to be a problem. A summon materialized right above the enemy, ready for a preemptive strike. Instantly, the stone shot down at a blinding speed, slicing his head clean off. But his body wasn't like that of a normal human. Deculion knew perfectly well that wouldn't be enough, so he pressed the attack, relentlessly shredding the monster's body. The creature retaliated with a blast of dark mana, but Deculion blocked it effortlessly. The swordsman behind him said anxiously, "Professor, even though that guy's body is sluggish." "I know, stay focused on the battle." Deculion's eyes flared with determination. "Just keep attacking continuously until he's completely dead." He summoned dozens of sharp stones all at once, preparing for a finishing blow. The moment Deculion brought his arm down, the onslaught officially began. Before the monster's body could even piece itself back together, dozens of stones rained down, hacking him into hundreds of pieces as he writhed helplessly. All that was left were agonized screams of pain and utter despair. The swordsman cheered, "You're amazing, Professor." As the final shard drove straight into the enemy's head, the battle finally came to an end. Meanwhile, over on Charlotte's side, she had painstakingly finished off the trailing assassins. She rushed over to the princess and shouted, "Princess, are you okay?" Mayho slumped onto the ground, her face pale with exhaustion. "I'm fine, just a little nauseous." Hearing that, Charlotte realized it was an early symptom of demonic aura poisoning. "We just broke out of the canyon, please hang in there just a little longer." Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind them. Mayho turned around to see the familiar figure of her maternal grandfather. He was Ji-run, the Minister of Internal Affairs for the Urin Principality. Seeing him, she felt a wave of relief. Mission accomplished. He walked up to Mayho and said, "You girls worked so hard. Please forgive me for only being able to wait for you here." "It's fine, Grandpa, I understand. If anything, I'm just grateful." He turned to Charlotte and asked, "And who might you be?" Charlotte bowed politely and replied, "I am Charlotte, Princess Mayho's escort." "Is that so?" "Thank you, Knight Charlotte. Did you escort Mayho all the way here by yourself?" Charlotte's face darkened slightly. "No, sir. There were others who helped us." She turned around and gazed thoughtfully toward the canyon they had just escaped. "Minister, could you please wait for them for a little while?" "Of course." And so, the group stood waiting from early morning until dusk, but Deculion and the swordsman had still not appeared. There was only a quiet, deserted road with not a soul in sight, illuminated by the bright red glow of the warding light. Princess Mayho asked anxiously, "Will Professor Deculion be all right?" Charlotte's expression grew solemn. "He truly risked his life to protect you, Princess." Ji-run lightly patted the princess's shoulder and said, "We should get moving." The group quickly walked inside the city gates. Their lingering glances still held on for a few brief moments, and living up to their expectations, the people they had been waiting for finally arrived. Deculion advanced slowly, his crisp voice echoing through the air, "It seems you made it here safely as well." The swordsman scratched his head and smiled sheepishly, "Ha, we're still alive." The two ran over to greet them joyfully under the setting sun, their emotions surging as if they were meeting for the very first time. After dealing with all the assassins and bringing the princess to safety, Deculion quickly said his goodbyes. "I will be heading back now." Charlotte asked hurriedly and anxiously, "What?
Don't you need to rest for a bit?
Deculian lightly brushed off his coat and replied, no need.
The job is done, you can hear the details from Jirun.
With that, Deculian turned and walked away, leaving Charlotte and Princess Mayho behind to watch him silently. Charlotte's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. She had harbored many doubts before starting this dangerous journey.
At first, she thought Deculian only intended to mess things up,
but he had truly risked his life to help her and the princess reach safety. He shouldered all the danger alone, guiding everyone to a safe haven. Despite their past disagreements, she absolutely had to thank him now. Charlotte quickly reached her hand out and called, Deculian. She flashed a gentle smile, filled with relief.
Thank you, but the only response was Deculian's familiar indifference. He replied in a cold tone, fine. Looking at your appearance, you must have just arrived and haven't even had a chance to wash up yet.
I cannot shake hands with hands covered in blood like that. Hearing those words, Charlotte froze. She gnashed her teeth in anger, thinking to herself, this damn guy truly never changes. Deculian walked slowly along the path bathed in the morning sun, his silhouette gradually fading into the quiet distance. Suddenly, Charlotte shouted his name again, making Deculian find it incredibly annoying.
What is it now? She raised her voice enthusiastically, safe travels. I will definitely repay this favor one day. Princess Mayho also waved cheerfully. Thank you so much, Professor Deculian. Deculian just watched silently with an emotionless face.
He turned away without answering, only giving a gentle wave as a sign of goodbye.
A notification popped up, independent quest complete. You have received 4 shop credits and mana increases by 30. Time passed quickly until evening at the minister's mansion.
A familiar voice called out, Minister, it's Charlotte.
All right, come in.
Charlotte walked in slowly, offering her usual bow, then sat down in the chair across from him. Right now, her mind was filled with worries.
I wonder what he intends to say. Could it be that the Principality of Yuren won't accept us either? Or is there another hidden conspiracy? No, that can't be it. If they wanted to harm us, they would have done it the moment we met.
Minister Jirun sat down in the adjacent chair and spoke up, Charlotte, what I am about to tell you next.
Please listen calmly and don't be too shocked.
He spoke calmly and solemnly, the Grand Duke wants Mayho to be his successor. The Grand Duke's family is a founding clan of the nation, completely independent, and not subject to the royal family like ordinary dukes. Hearing those words, Charlotte froze for a solid 5 seconds. She had no idea what the hell she had just heard.
Charlotte stammered in response, yes, so you mean the princess will be the next Grand Duke? That is correct. Perhaps even before receiving Mayho's letter, he had already made up his mind.
It seems he doesn't quite trust his own nephew.
Jirun continued, anyway, this matter is top secret.
Aside from him, only you and I know about this.
Charlotte's eyes narrowed with worry. Is this even possible?
Just a short while ago, the princess almost lost her life in a succession feud. A penniless, small, and weak person. Yet now, right after arriving in the principality, she has been chosen as the successor. Everything was happening so fast that she couldn't even wrap her head around it. Suddenly, Charlotte realized something and asked hurriedly, Sir, does anyone else besides me know about this?
Jirun lowered his gaze and replied slowly, What are you talking about? That's impossible. Even I just heard it from the Grand Duke a few minutes ago.
Hearing this, Charlotte accepted it, but deep down, she still held an inexplicable doubt. The words Deculian had said to her before echoed in her mind.
I only want you and the princess to survive because it will benefit my family and territory. I am not protecting her.
I am simply making a profitable deal for myself.
So, don't overthink it. If you feel guilty, you shouldn't.
Once Princess Mayho gains power, come back and repay the Yuklin family. She is an incredibly important ally. The more she thought about it, the more confused Charlotte became.
What on earth did his words mean? He acted as if he knew this would happen all along.
I am someone who is all too familiar with politics. When it comes to intellect or insight, I far surpass you, Deculian had once said. At first, Charlotte thought it was just arrogant boasting, but could it be that he knew everything and calculated it all carefully from the very start? Charlotte's expression darkened as she muttered to herself, he really is a monster.
But what Deculian did was still an undeniable fact. Charlotte gave a gentle smile of relief. She wondered if Deculian had made it back safely.
At that exact moment, back at his mansion,
Deculian was lounging on his warm bed. He sat up after a brief nap, I only slept for about 2 hours? He looked out the window. The sun hadn't even fully risen yet. Deculian put on his pajamas and thought, my Iron Man trait wipes away all fatigue with just a short nap. No matter how brutal yesterday was, his body was fully recovered by now. That reluctantly forced Deculian to get out of bed. First of all, I should test my telekinesis ability again. He thought to himself, modern people would surely be jealous of this Iron Man trait. Suddenly, Deculian stopped as something welled up inside him. He sighed wearily, I wish I had trained like this sooner. Waking up and immediately training, then training again, never resting, never stopping, always searching for his own weaknesses to fix. This habit probably formed because Deculian was always close to danger. But that alone wasn't enough to explain it. The habit of discipline, the unyielding will, the iron spirit, those things helped him live a life that wasn't wasted. Deculian looked up at the ceiling, musing, if only I had been like this back then. He recalled when his girlfriend looked at him with a weary gaze. What's wrong? Is there something you want to say? No. I'm leaving. Oh, okay. At that time, he didn't even realize how pathetic he was, focusing only on useless things. If Kim Woo-jin had been like the current Deculian, maybe she wouldn't have left him like that. Deculian lamented aloud, it's hard to even sleep more. Having the Iron Man trait turns out to be inconvenient. For someone trapped in a game like him, 22 hours a day was truly way too long. The scene shifted to the pier, where the students had returned to the capital. Wow, that was so much fun. I actually miss it already now that we're back. Yeah, totally. Next time, we should definitely bring the whole family here. In a small alley, Ganesa was stealthily hiding from something. The kids with her were ecstatic. Whoa, there are so many mages, I want to see too. Those are the rookies from the magic tower who just came back from the canyon. Ria, standing in the corner, looked baffled. But why are we sneaking around and hiding here? Ganesa turned around and gave a forced laugh. Aha, it's just too crowded. We're just dodging the crowd for a bit. Who's hiding? But Ria muttered, very suspicious. Ganesa glanced toward the train station gates. Damn it, why is Deculian here right now? Even though there are rumors lately that he has changed, appearing publicly with the target of the previous quest isn't a good idea. Still, that face is so handsome that I want to keep staring at it even while I'm sneaking around like this. How can such a beautiful person exist in this world? While Ganesa was still lost in his good looks, Ria casually walked past. No matter how crowded it is, it's not as annoying as squeezing into this alley. I'm going out. Ganesa quickly tried to stop her. You can't. But her shout caught Deculian's attention. He looked over in her direction. Damn it, he spotted me. The little girl beside her looked dazed, as if she had just encountered something bizarre. Ganesa's face turned into utter shock when she saw the person in front of her. At that very moment, images from the past came rushing back relentlessly into her mind. It arrived suddenly like an unannounced tidal wave, tearing down all the memory barriers she had wanted to bury for so long. Her eyes suddenly welled up with tears. The 8 years they had spent together would never, ever fade away. Why is that image popping up in my head? He is clearly just a character in a game. So why do I miss him this much? On the other side, Deculian was no exception. He looked at the girl in front of him. She looks exactly like Uera. That smile as bright as the sun, the very thing that helped him push through so many hardships in his past world. The two stood silently staring at each other, without a word, as if space itself was frozen in that fateful moment. The two of them looked at each other for a long time, their eyes filled with utter astonishment. He suddenly turned his head to look away, thinking to himself, I'm letting my mind wander over a game character again. Ria also turned her face away, brushing the thoughts aside. Snap out of it, oh my god. He's just Deculian. She stretched and walked away as if nothing had happened, while Ganesa watched her with a slightly judgmental gaze. Meanwhile, to shake off the awkwardness, he turned to remind his student, I will deduct points if you eat while walking and drop crumbs. Watching him, Ganesa thought to himself, he clearly saw it but didn't say anything. Has he really changed? Is that really Deculian? The scene shifts to the city a few days later, where a carriage is currently speeding down the road. Uriel sat inside the carriage, her entire body trembling violently with fear. Seeing this, he spoke up to remind her, calm down, Uriel. Stop shivering like a dog caught in the rain. She turned to him, but we are on our way to meet the new emperor. It would be weirder not to be scared. He continued to reassure her, all you need to do at the coronation is bow your head. We aren't having a private audience, so don't overreact. Then he held out a stack of papers. Here, take this. She took it, questioning, what is this? He explained, an analysis.
I deduced it by factoring in various conditions, including the new emperor's temperament.
Keep this in mind when managing the territory.
He thought to himself. 12 days ago, the late Emperor Kribame passed away. The progress of the front lines will accelerate once the new emperor is crowned, so I recorded the important events in advance.
If Uriel follows them, she can lower the difficulty of future quests. Reading through it once, she was startled. Huh? Are you a fortune teller or something? Stop faking it.
He didn't answer directly but reminded her, I'll check on it later.
This left the girl with nothing to do but laugh it off. At the Imperial Palace, a soldier was currently guiding them. Members of the Eucline family, please step this way.
The two walked forward as Uriel looked around, exclaiming, there are already so many people here. As they were walking, someone suddenly cut right across their path, giving him a slight start.
That person was none other than Julie. She looked at him, gave a slight nod, and kept walking. He also felt a bit awkward, thinking to himself, is she still having trouble with that Varen guy?
While he was still lost in thought, a commotion broke out from behind the crowd. The two turned around and found that the emperor's carriage had arrived.
He and everyone else bowed their heads in reverence.
A pair of petite feet stepped out from inside the carriage. The new emperor began to head inside to proceed with the ritual. She walked straight toward the throne up ahead.
After that, the inauguration ceremony commenced.
In front of the throne, the crown was placed upon the new emperor's head. The sound of drums echoed alongside the cheers of the citizens who had come to welcome their new ruler.
And just like that, a new emperor was born. She was Emperor Safian Yekater August von Gibrain.
Going through a tedious inauguration ceremony made Safian utterly bored. She let out a long yawn, completely oblivious to the fact that all eyes were fixed on her. Uriel observed, she is yawning.
The new Emperor Safian, despite possessing a status of unparalleled power, she is always bored.
And the reason lay in her character design. In the game, she possessed the most magnificent talent. If she wanted to be a knight, she could have become a guardian knight, and if she had followed the path of magic, she would already be an archmage. She had incredible talent in every single aspect, but precisely because of that, she wasn't interested in anything at all.
Of course, there was an even bigger problem, which was,
suddenly, he felt an immense pressure directed right toward him.
He broke into a sweat. What? I feel like someone is staring intensely at me. He glanced around, scanning. Who the hell is it?
He also realized where the crimson gaze was coming from.
It was right from where Safian was sitting on the throne.
Unaware of that overwhelming pressure, Uriel spoke up. Her Majesty is observing the nobles. She has been looking this way for a while now. Meanwhile, he denied it in his mind, uncertain. She is looking toward me. But why on earth is she looking at me like that?
Holding a chess piece in her hand, Safian mused gloomily, what a boring ceremony. I was actually hoping for an ambush or a bombing.
Charon, who was by her side and well accustomed to this personality of hers, didn't say a single word.
He was Safian's personal bodyguard. Safian continued, but there is one person who has piqued my interest.
I heard about testing this little thing.
Do you remember?
You told me it caused an uproar with just a simple phrase.
I have found the person who created it.
She smiled faintly, that is why I am looking at him. This should be his first time meeting me, but he seems to know me very well.
Charon chimed in, who wouldn't know your Majesty?
She explained, no, he is very different. I can't quite explain it, but he is clearly judging me. His eyes didn't waver even when he realized I was staring at him. She smiled, ha, how interesting.
It feels like I just ran into an old friend. Understanding her point, Charon nodded, I understand, your Majesty.
Then she stood up, took a few steps forward, and turned to tell him,
now that I am the emperor, I should get to work.
I ought to abolish the unwritten laws that have existed for so long.
Yes, I am talking about the imperial classes.
The scene shifts back to the academy, showcasing an incredibly peaceful scenery. He was with his assistant Alan, beginning to prepare for the new semester. As they walked, he spoke up, even though the new semester has started, the students are as foolish as ever.
Alan laughed it off, I think the newcomers will need a bit more time to get used to things.
While moving along, they noticed a crowd gathering in one spot.
Alan wondered, why are there so many people in front of the department door? He calmly replied, I don't know. After that, the two stepped inside his office.
There, Charon was already present along with some imperial soldiers. He thought to himself, the crest of the imperial palace.
Why is a member of the royal family looking for me as well?
Charon then took out an imperial decree and read aloud, Deculian von Greyhan Eucline. Please receive this with respect. Without a moment's hesitation, he and Alan immediately dropped to one knee, respectfully receiving the order. Charon continued, the imperial family intends to grant the head of the Eucline family, who is also a senior professor of the Magic Tower, Deculion, the honor of sharing and discussing magic with His Majesty the Emperor.
Professor Deculion has been placed on the short list of candidates for His Majesty's magic instructor position.
Therefore, please prove your capability by solving the problem presented by the Imperial Palace mage, George.
He was a bit surprised by this offer. What? The Emperor chose me?
The Empire had a tradition where the Emperor would learn about the world through external professors for 1 year after ascending the throne. Knights, mages, and scholars selected through respective examinations would handle the teaching. Charon continued, Professor Deculion is already named on the candidate list for His Majesty's guiding mage position. Therefore, prove your ability by solving the problem drafted by Court Mage George.
He evaluated in his mind, the Emperor chose me? I didn't think Deculion would get this development. How interesting. Normally, I wouldn't even care. But if an event like this falls right into my hands, there's no reason for me to refuse. Quests related to the Imperial family always come with hefty rewards. Furthermore, perhaps I will find out why Safian has her eye on me. Looking toward him, Charon went on, will you accept the challenge? If you feel your skills are insufficient, you may forfeit.
He replied right away without a hint of hesitation, I accept the challenge. Then he handed over a piece of paper on which the test problem was written. Take it.
And that was that.
After taking a few steps, he turned around to look toward him, thinking to himself, recalling what George had once said, that it was a problem they would have to rack their brains over for at least 3 days, but candidates must solve it to be qualified as an instructor. Charon thought, this is the problem that Lord George declared to be highly difficult.
Let's see how long the rumored Deculion will take to.
Suddenly, a blinding light flashed from the paper, giving Charon a bit of a start.
He calmly observed.
At this moment, a stream of mana rose up from inside the scroll, and formed the image of George.
He spoke cheerfully, congratulations, mage.
I am George, a mage of the court. I will evaluate your capability based on the time it takes to solve this problem. If you can solve it within a day, it is already considered quite fast. The soldiers were buzzing with chatter at this point. Oh my god, look, he already solved it?
Another soldier nodded in confirmation, that's right.
He turned to tell the soldiers, it wasn't an easy problem. I solved it only because I recently researched ancient runes.
It was just pure luck.
From behind, Charon offered words of praise, even so, it is truly magnificent. He explained to himself, the ancient runes in the problem are a difficult type of script, found only in ancient texts.
But it's different for me.
I was the one who tweaked this rune font back when I was a game designer. Even though it was a very long time ago, with my memory and understanding, a question of this level is just a piece of cake. Seeing that he had solved the problem, Charon walked up and presented a letter.
Deculion von Greyhan Eucline, this is an invitation from the Imperial family. You are fully qualified to participate in the examination. He accepted the letter and replied, thank you. Returning to the Imperial Palace, after hearing the story from Charon, Safian remarked, he solved it within 5 minutes?
He nodded in confirmation, that is correct.
Safian continued, then there is nothing left to consider. We will choose Deculion. Charon immediately tried to stop her, the Emperor's instructor position is too hasty.
I think we should observe a bit more. She turned to question him, what else is there to observe? The fact that he resolved a problem George swore was highly difficult in just 5 minutes is more than enough. She let out a helpless sigh, pondered for a few seconds, and spoke up again.
Ah, you once supported the woman named Luina instead of Deculion, didn't you?
However, that female mage took a whole 4 hours to solve the problem. 4 hours would probably be excellent if no one had solved it in 5 minutes.
But the result is already glaringly obvious. I just thought of a great idea. Charon, execute my orders immediately.
Seeing his plan exposed, Charon could only stand there utterly dazed. The scene shifts to the Freeheim Legion. Julie was still diligently training down in the courtyard. The onlookers watched with great anxiety. Isn't the captain pushing herself too hard? The blonde guy chimed in, true. Her complexion doesn't look very good. The black-haired guy continued, at least she can still hold a sword. Before this, I actually thought she was going to faint. The only thing that can lift Captain Julie's spirits is probably. As if catching his drift, the black-haired guy replied, the news of finding Varen's body, right? But since it's a cliff, the search will definitely be extremely difficult. Then from the outside, a soldier ran inside breathlessly.
Captain, he was saying something to Julie.
Upon hearing these words, her eyes turned wide with shock. A clear voice rang out, Julie von de Frieden, you are granted the honor of conversing and sparring with Her Majesty. You have been selected for the shortlist of candidate instructing knights to explain swordsmanship to Her Majesty.
Please pass the examination and prove your capability. The girl replied with fierce determination, understood. After receiving the decision, she was currently traveling up to a house on top of a snowy mountain. As soon as she opened the door and stepped inside, a voice rang out, long time no see, Julie. She glanced inside. 3 people were already sitting there waiting. She also nodded in response, yes, it has been a long time, seniors. The blonde youth replied cheerfully, I had a hunch you'd be among the candidates. Have a seat, make yourself at home. He began to chat animatedly, I wonder what the test will be like? Gathering like this reminds me of doing group projects back in school. Doesn't it?
This short-haired girl was the Holy Star Knight, Gwen.
She replied, I don't know about that.
But I won't go easy on anyone, so brace yourselves. This large youth, the fierce power knight Raphael, also nodded in agreement, of course.
We are all here for a single purpose.
After a brief conversation, the room returned to its natural state of silence. Then the blonde youth directed his gaze toward the chair located at the center.
The examiner's chair must be over there. They are running a bit late, aren't they?
Gwen chimed in, I heard Vice Captain Isaac, who was supposed to be the examiner, is resting due to an injury, so who will come to replace him?
Raphael shook his head, who knows?
Then the sound of the door opening drew the attention of all 4 people in the room.
Looking toward the door, Julie's gaze was intensely focused.
Then a pair of calm feet stepped inside. The moment she saw this person walk in, Julie gasped.
He slowly took off his hat and spoke, hello. I am the temporary examiner for the Instructing Knight Selection Exam, Deculian. Not just Julie, but everyone present was utterly shocked by his appearance. He walked past Julie's position with a few thoughts running through his mind. Julie also had thoughts of her own, a mage coming to examine a knight's exam? How can that be? Why? What are you plotting this time, Deculian?
In the doorway, a figure emerged. His jet-black cloak contrasted sharply with the white expanse outside.
It was Deculian.
His appearance was like a splash of cold water thrown directly at the pride of the elite knights present. Every eye fell on Deculian, whom everyone knew to be a high-ranking mage, a noble notorious for his arrogance.
Fierce power knight Raphael could not contain the rage bubbling up in his chest, slamming his hands down as he stood up and roared. You're the examiner? What the hell do you know about a knight's spirit to be grading us? How dare you? Despite that hostility, Deculian didn't flinch.
He walked inside, leisurely took off his gloves, and sat down in the center chair with a terrifyingly composed demeanor. His eyes were as calm as a frozen lake, glancing at the knight who was losing his composure.
Correct, I am a mage, not a knight.
Therefore, I will not evaluate you based on flashy swordplay, but based on the professional standards required by the palace. It seems you are displeased with me sitting in this position. But remember, I am already Her Majesty's official instructing mage, and my presence here is a direct order from her.
Do you intend to use that sword to go against the imperial will?
The room fell instantly silent. The authority of Her Majesty's command was like an invisible rope tightening around the throats of those who intended to resist.
The knight stammered, his face flushed red with resentment. Had he already been chosen as the magic instructor? Him?
At this point, Julie's senior high knight narrowed his eyes at Deculian, his voice dripping with sarcasm.
Then, Lord Examiner, will this exam truly be fair? You wouldn't happen to favor anyone due to personal relations, would you?
The whole room whispered.
Everyone knew full well the complicated history between Deculian and her.
Julie could only remain silent, her hands tightly clenched under the table, lowering her head to endure the gossip.
Deculian casually closed the folder, his icy voice echoing out.
I am merely the supervisor and recorder.
The final result is still determined by Her Majesty.
The test will begin early tomorrow morning. Now, everyone go get some rest.
All right, we need to rest well to stay in good health. Let's go, everyone.
The group walked up the stairs, the sounds of murmuring still constantly buzzing. At the end of the day, he still didn't dare claim it's fair.
Whatever, the final decision is made by Her Majesty anyway.
Deculian's eyes narrowed as he thought to himself. What they said was true. This test was unfair from the very beginning. But contrary to what they were predicting, I am not here to help Julie, but to do everything possible to eliminate her from the selection process. That night, the blizzard roared relentlessly outside. Deculian sat alone by a flickering oil lamp, turning the pages of ancient books. The dancing firelight cast shifting highlights and shadows across his sharp features. He looked out the window where the night was swallowed by the white of the snow. As expected of knights, whenever they meet, they just have to spar first before doing anything else.
Watching Julie, who was charged with absolute determination, brought back memories of the imperial palace with its deep corridors.
The only reason I accepted this ridiculous examiner position is because of you, Julie.
A mage who knows nothing of swordsmanship having to grade knights, what a farcical play. But you absolutely cannot step foot into that palace right now.
Down in that basement, there still exists the greatest variable that could end Deculian's life.
The abyss of Ferdin. That magical mirror.
At this point in the plot, she absolutely must not encounter it.
Before that mirror shatters, I will absolutely not let Julie enter the imperial palace.
Deculian sat before the knights and loudly declared the contents of the exam.
The first challenge, observation skills and perseverance.
In this snowy mountain area, there are many rare types of magical items. I will assign each person a detailed description of the item they need to find. Immediately, he summoned 4 items and handed them to the 4 individuals.
The sole requirement is to bring it back here completely intact.
If even a single petal is crushed, or if there is a tiny scratch on a leaf, your exam will be instantly disqualified. Additionally, I will sit right here in this chair to await the results.
Does anyone object? If so, speak up right now. There will be no second chances.
The knights looked at one another, the atmosphere sinking into a tense silence. Deculian coldly pulled out his pocket watch and announced, "Good, since everyone has agreed, you have exactly 24 hours.
The exam begins." Amidst the blinding blizzard, Julie was struggling to walk.
The snow was knee-deep, and each step felt as heavy as lead. The wind howled through the gaps in her clothes, bringing a bone-chilling cold that threatened to freeze the very blood in her veins. The thing I need to find is an ice flower, a transparent flower that grows on precipitous cliffs at the heights of the snowy mountains. Because it is a flower that only grows in harsh environments, harvesting it is by no means easy. But since up to 10 flowers bloom and wither each day, it isn't impossible.
Julie encouraged herself.
Her eyes frantically searched the vertical cliff faces.
But did Deculian really come here solely on Her Majesty's orders?
After hours of battling the elements, Julie let out a soft cheer as she spotted a crystal-clear ice flower shimmering beneath the layer of snow.
It grew right on the peak of a towering rock outcropping.
She held her breath, using all the dexterity of a swordsman to pluck it down, and dashed like the wind back to the log cabin.
However, when the flower was handed to him, Deculian didn't even bother to touch it,
merely glancing over it before coldly stating, "It's damaged." Julie froze, her heart tightening.
"Huh? What did you say?"
"I made it clear that you must find the item intact, without any damage."
"Look at it." Deculian pointed to a petal.
On the edge of the third petal, there is a microscopic cut, less than a millimeter wide. Julie gritted her teeth and looked closely at the flower. There was indeed a scratch nearly invisible to the naked eye. She swallowed her bitterness, thinking to herself, a careless mistake. I should have checked more carefully before giving it to him.
She looked up and stared straight at Deculian. "I will go get another one." With that, Julie quickly turned around and lunged back into the white shroud of snow.
The second time, she found another flower on a cliff face that was even higher than before. Julie tried her best to climb up with great difficulty.
Found it, thank goodness.
The freezing gusts of snow blew past, causing her to almost slip and fall.
Julie brought the flower back, but Deculian maintained that same icy attitude.
Its leaf is missing a small corner where it was cut by the snowy wind. Beside him, her senior, who was sitting leisurely enjoying a hot meal, remarked, "There are even defective goods."
Julie's empty stomach began to rumble in protest.
Her head felt a bit dizzy from exhaustion and the sub-zero temperature. Deculian looked at her, his voice ringing out with absolute sternness.
"You will not be permitted to touch food until you complete the task or give up." "Well, will you give up?"
Julie shouted, her determination blazing.
"No. I will go find another flower." Julie plunged into the freezing wind once more.
The blizzard began to rage harder. Even though I am fighting off the cold with the power of my armor, I can't hold out much longer.
If I don't find an ice flower quickly. The third time, Julie found the most flawless ice flower.
Her gaze narrowed with resolve, as if this were her absolute last chance. She cradled it like a treasure, using her entire body to shield the flower from the wind and snow, allowing the snow to freeze into ice on her shoulders. When she brought it back, she was certain she had succeeded this time. But Teculian looked at it for a moment and still let out harsh words. It's still ruined.
No way, there's no way that's possible.
He brought the flower closer to Julie and continued. There is a tiny crack on the petal. Julie nearly collapsed onto the wooden floor, tears of frustration welling up.
How can this be? Why? What happened?
There clearly wasn't a single scratch on the outside.
Why on earth does it keep getting damaged?
Suddenly, her eyes looked up and noticed something. Her gaze swept over the room and finally stopped at the campfire blazing in the middle of the room.
A flash of realization sparked in her mind. Could it be? Julie didn't say a word.
She stood up, her eyes flashing with fire.
For the final time, I request permission to go again.
She turned her back and walked away once more to find the flower. But this time, she didn't head toward the old cliffs. Teculian watched her slender yet unyielding back as she left, evaluating her in his mind. It seems she has realized the rule. But even if she realizes it, it's useless. That palace was a place she was absolutely forbidden from entering. At the knight's examination center, the air was thick with anxiety.
The knights were restless, their eyes glued to the white snowstorm outside as a female knight muttered, "Will Julia really make it through?" Julia Sr. clenched his fists, his voice filled with uncertainty. I don't know either.
Right then, a shout cut through the howling wind from behind. Julia's here. Julia appeared, panting heavily, carefully cradling a shimmering flower in her hands. Chief Examiner, I've brought back the ice flower.
The knights gasped in joy. She made it.
Teculian remained motionless inside the shelter, his voice chillingly cold as he spoke. Bring it in here, Julia.
But Julia didn't move forward.
She stood frozen in the snow, her voice trembling but firm. Please step outside.
This time, there are absolutely no flaws on this ice flower. In the dim light, Julia looked completely miserable.
Her clothes were filthy, a thick layer of ice coated her cloak, and her face was pale from the biting cold. In her heart, she mocked herself.
I'm so foolish. Why am I only realizing this now?
If you bring an ice flower into a warm room with a fireplace, it'll melt and ruin instantly.
That was the trap of this exam. Yet, Teculian didn't budge an inch.
He responded in a frosty tone, I refuse. I recall making myself clear from the very beginning.
I will not step outside even a single inch until the exam is over. Anger flared in Julia's eyes. She gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, Teculian, you never wanted me to pass this exam from the start, did you?
As if reading her mind, Teculian casually continued, before we began, I asked if any of you had questions or objections. She had remained silent back then. Now, failing to closely observe the environmental conditions was entirely her own fault.
Yes, it is my fault. Julia shouted, but I'm not giving up here.
Teculian was slightly surprised by her sheer willpower. Right after that, Julia placed the ice flower onto the block of ice beneath her feet.
She began to channel her mana. A powerful wave of energy erupted.
The looks on everyone's faces inside were filled with utter shock, but sudden pain flashed clearly across Julia's face. In an instant, a violent storm of energy completely enveloped the shelter. Frost began to form on the walls, driving out the warmth inside. Teculian observed the scene, evaluating it in his mind.
Is she planning to use her mana to freeze the entire space? The heat is completely gone now.
Once the indoor temperature dropped below freezing, Julia finally stepped inside and held the flower up in front of Teculian.
It should be fine now, right? The room fell into silence.
Teculian stared at the flower for a long moment, then gently shook his head. His voice was as heartless as ever.
The flower is still flawed.
You used mana to protect it, but that very flow of mana disrupted and altered its structure, ruining the flower.
Julia froze. Every last bit of her strength seemed to drain away. No, that's impossible. She didn't even have the energy left to defend herself.
Her vision blurred, and her body collapsed onto the cold floor right in front of him. All her efforts were in vain. She was disqualified.
Julia was taken to a quiet room to recover. Outside, the knights whispered among themselves, how is Julia?
She fainted from exhaustion. Her body temperature dropped too low, and right now, she doesn't have any strength left to even leave this place. Another knight spoke up, filled with resentment. I've never seen such an unfair exam.
This is truly too cruel. This doesn't make me feel good at all. Meanwhile, Deculion stood in a dark corner, his eyes narrowed in deep thought. This is the first time I've seen Julia use her mana directly like that.
But my eyes saw something very strange.
What was that thing I just saw with my magical eyes earlier?
A status window appeared before him.
Abnormal status, mana damage. Deculion was shocked. Mana damage? Does that mean her core is severely damaged? An injury to the core isn't a common thing. It definitely couldn't be caused by ordinary impacts. In the game's storyline, I've never heard of Julia carrying such a heavy injury while still becoming the greatest knight. What on earth happened? Right then, Julia's senior walked over inside. The difficulty of that exam was truly too high.
Even I didn't notice the temperature trap of the ice flower.
The reality is, no one could have passed it.
Deculion looked at the man in front of him, thinking to himself, they are both classmates and seniors to Julia.
Maybe they know something. He decided to ask directly, has Julia ever been severely injured before?
The knights turned to look at him with eyes full of fury mixed with astonishment.
The senior gritted his teeth. Hey, do you really not remember anything? It was all because of you, that escort mission in Merrick back then. Is it possible that after all this time, the aftereffects are still haunting that girl even now? Deculion was stunned. The Merrick escort mission.
This was a setting from before the game started that he had never known about. He turned to look at the person next to him and spoke, Raphael, Julia used to spar with you.
Didn't you notice anything unusual? Raphael stammered in response, I'm not too sure either. When sparring with her, I did notice that Julia always intentionally held back from using her mana.
She's very good at using sword intent, but she never dared to push her mana to its absolute limit. Maybe she really is carrying an incurable condition.
So, did you do all of that because Julia was injured?
Deculion remained silent for a long time, then gave an order, everyone, return to your rooms.
Once the disqualified candidate leaves this place, we will begin the second exam.
A while later, as the sun was about to set behind the mountains, Julia woke up and stood outside the shelter. She looked so lonely and disappointed. A long sigh made that obvious. Deculion stepped out from behind her, his voice softening just a bit.
This result is truly a pity.
Julia lowered her head, her voice choking up.
No, you're right.
This was just a test, and I failed because of my own shortcomings. I should have checked everything thoroughly the moment I received the exam topic.
Deculion looked at her and remained silent. Julia, before you leave, may I ask you a question? Do you want to ask about your duties as an examiner? Or, tell me about the promise I broke first. I want to hear it again from your own mouth. Julia was stunned by that bizarre question.
Deculion thought to himself, that promise had already shattered a long time ago, the very thing that made her hate him to the bone.
Why on earth am I holding her back to ask this? Maybe I'm just looking for an excuse to look at her for a little bit longer. Or maybe I want to provide a justification for myself, for the version of Deculion that I have become. Julia was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. It's already been half a year, hasn't it? Where should I even begin?
Back then, I received a letter from the members of the Luna clan. It was a letter sent by the mother of the mage who committed suicide under your command.
In that letter, the evil deeds you committed were recorded. I asked you to explain whether the things in the letter were true.
But you burned that letter right on the spot.
For me, that was the deciding reason to break off the engagement.
She looked at him with painful eyes.
You can't break off the engagement.
I'll do whatever you want, so please forgive me.
Only then did you promise that you would clear up the truth and apologize. But why are you asking about that now? What's the point at this stage? But Deculion's response caught Julia by surprise. That was my fault. Back then, it was entirely this Deculion's fault.
It's just that the research is still being carried out.
The research he started, I am still continuing to perfect it. Naturally, he will be the co-author of this work. If there is any income, I will divide it equally among everyone. And I will also help his clan rise once again.
On the day this research is published, I suppose I will also be able to send my apologies to him. I hope I will be qualified to receive his forgiveness."
Hearing this, Julia shouted in anger, "Why didn't you just say that back then?"
"If you had said it sooner, then maybe." Deculion cut her off.
"I'm sorry, it's just.
I can only justify it by saying that perhaps the me of today is no longer the Deculion of the past."
The atmosphere fell into an absolute stillness.
Julia stared at him blankly, as if standing before a completely foreign person. Deculion took another step closer, his voice dropping into a firm tone. "Julia, starting today, I will try my best not to love you anymore."
"Huh? What are you talking about?"
"Let's just walk our separate paths.
You will no longer have to bear any burdens because of me. I will try to change my heart, and one day, that will become a reality."
After saying his piece, he quickly turned to leave, but didn't forget to leave behind a parting word. "You've worked hard.
Go home and get some good rest." Julia's heavy footsteps left deep prints stretching across the white snow.
"I will try my best not to love you anymore." Julia let out a soft, bittersweet yet entirely relieved smile.
Walking through the snow, she wondered in her heart, "Have you really changed, Deculion?"
Standing by the window, Deculion watched Julia's small figure gradually disappear behind the white curtain of snow.
Even with Deculion's immense mental strength, were his feelings for Julia still something he couldn't control?
The 3 days of the intense selection process had passed, and now all final evaluations were finally complete.
An official document was published. It displayed the portraits of the 4 knights chosen to represent this era as training knights of the royal palace.
After a grueling screening process, the council decided to select all 4 candidates, including Raphael and even Julie.
His gaze slid down to the section for the guardian mages. He saw his own name and portrait. As for the training mage, the result was already completely clear.
But as he read further, Deculion's eyes widened slightly in a rare moment of surprise.
He stared at the paper for a long time, deep in thought.
The scene shifted to the magnificent interior of the royal palace.
The atmosphere was heavy with royal authority, the massive doors being pushed open as the first name was called out. Deculion von Greyhan Yuckline.
He stepped forward with absolute composure. The sound of his footsteps echoed on the marble floor as he approached the throne.
Sitting upon it was Queen Sophian.
She looked completely indifferent, resting her head on her hand and letting out a long, tired yawn.
Once Deculion was in position, the herald called out the next name. Rowena von Schlott McQueen.
Deculion kept his gaze straight ahead, but his mind focused on the woman who had just stepped in beside him. To think he would have to take on the role of training mage alongside Rowena.
Both of them knelt before the queen to show their formal respect. Rowena was someone Deculion could absolutely never develop any goodwill toward.
Ever since the incidents at the floating island, it was a stroke of luck if they didn't run into each other. It looked like the upcoming days were going to be incredibly exhausting. Rowena adjusted her glasses, her sharp golden eyes darting coldly toward Deculion. To her, seeing Deculion here was a bitter reminder of the past between them. She had to face off against him in this place again. Memory flashed back to a few years ago, during the professor promotion evaluation at the university, the hallways filled with the whispers of the faculty. A group of professors surrounded Rowena, expressing their enthusiastic support.
"The head professor position naturally belongs to you, Rowena. Do your best." "Me too, you definitely have to push through."
If a bossy and arrogant guy like Professor Deculion takes power as the head professor, just thinking about that scenario makes it unbearable.
Their contempt for Deculion was crystal clear. Rowena accepted the praises with a humble smile. "Thank you everyone for your support."
At that time, the competition for the head professor position was essentially a duel between Deculion and her. It was a close battle, but for different reasons.
Deculion possessed incredible magic analysis skills, a deep understanding of theory, and the overwhelming influence of his family bloodline.
On the other hand, Rowena led in overall research achievements. She believed that the fundamental difference in their personalities would give her the upper hand. She had the respect and backing of the other professors,
while Deculion stood entirely alone with his arrogance. She was completely confident that the head professor position of the Magic Tower would be hers. However, all of that had caught Deculion's eye, and of course, that was never a good thing.
A few days later, at the estate of the Rowena clan, the peaceful atmosphere was shattered by chaotic footsteps.
"Hurry up, there's an emergency." A panicked Rowena stopped someone. "What's going on that has everyone in such a rush?"
The man looked at her, his face pale and drenched in sweat, stammering over his words, unable to explain the urgent situation that had just struck.
The news that reached Rowena was nothing short of a nightmare.
The head of the family has been severely injured, milady.
But the tragedy didn't stop there. A barrage of reports about disasters began to pour in. Each one was more devastating than the last. Her brother's business was on the brink of collapse as all partners suddenly terminated their contracts inexplicably. Her younger sister met with a horrific accident, and even their ancestral land was no longer safe as bandits began to invade the territory. Finally, news arrived that even the lady of the house was in danger. Rowena stood alone in the dark grand hall of her private residence.
The weight of a crumbling legacy pressed down on her shoulders. It all started with her father being heavily injured and losing his mana, but the subsequent calamities kept crashing down like an endless storm.
For Rowena, the answer wasn't hard to find.
In the shadows of her mind, a single name loomed over all this destruction: Deculion. She stood with her head bowed, her expression hidden in the darkness.
She didn't want to submit to him at all.
To her, Deculion was the embodiment of evil, and she feared that if she bowed her head to him now, her family would never be able to rise again. She told herself, I have to endure this, my family can get through these consecutive disasters. But the reality of the situation was far more brutal than imagined. Rain began to pour down on the McQueen estate, a cold and relentless downpour reflecting the family's despair. Inside, her father sat in the dim light, his body wasted away and his spirit broken. He looked at his daughter, knowing full well what the head professor position meant to her.
Can you give it up, Rowena? Your career is important, but our family's survival must come first. Rowena had no choice left. By the time she looked back at everything they had lost, the entire clan was standing on the edge of a total collapse.
They simply did not have the strength to fight against Deculion's powerful hand. Under the rainy, windy night, Rowena made her way to Deculion's estate. At the gate, the guarding knights blocked her path.
Their armor flashed coldly in the rain. You are not allowed inside, leave immediately.
I have an important matter to discuss, please let me see him just once.
We told you to go home.
She was desperate and soaked to the bone. Rowena screamed, her voice cracking with anger, calling Deculion out to face her. Finally, the doors slowly opened.
Deculion stepped out into the rain, completely dry under an umbrella held by his subordinate.
He looked down at her with utterly blank eyes, devoid of a single shred of sympathy.
Rowena, what kind of mess are you trying to cause right in front of someone else's door?
Trembling from both the cold and the humiliation, Rowena shouted, I will give up that position. I beg you to stop the attacks on my family right now. I will yield the position I've fought for so long. A long, heavy silence passed, with only the pitter-patter of the falling rain. Deculion tilted his head slightly, a faint, patronizing smile appearing on his lips.
What exactly am I supposed to stop? I have no idea what you're talking about. Rowena could only stare at him in sheer shock.
What? Deculion continued, his tone shifting into cold authority. Since you came here so suddenly, I expected an apology.
Turns out I was mistaken. An apology? That's right, hasn't the McQueen family survived up until now precisely because they've received support from the Yucklin family for the longest time?
Yet a mere servant dares to act like an ungrateful dog after surviving thanks to my family's grace. Naturally, I should receive an apology. As Deculion turned to walk away, Rowena remained frozen in the rain. The insult burned through her, the absolute arrogance in his words as he called her family ungrateful dogs after blatantly destroying their clan.
All of that ignited a blinding, white-hot fury inside Rowena.
It truly was a foul set of words, and something she had never imagined facing. It truly was a foul set of words, and something she had never imagined facing. Deculion observed her with a cold, scrutinizing gaze as she trembled. With no other choice and desperate to salvage what was left of her family, Rowena let her body collapse. Her knees hit the soggy ground with a heavy thud. Bowing her head deeply in earnest submission, she whispered her words into the rain.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'll do whatever you ask, as long as you stop.
The humiliation was absolute.
Rowena felt the sting of it even more than the cold water soaking through her clothes. She constantly told herself that no matter how much her pride was trampled upon, she had to endure this to protect her family. Deculion looked down at the figure prostrated on the ground, his expression holding nothing but disgust and contempt. What a truly pathetic and lowly creature. Without warning, Deculion's boot stomped hard onto her body, inflicting sharp pain. The force of the kick caused a painful groan to escape her lips.
Deculion towered over Rowena's head.
His shadow cast a deep, dark void over her. You are nothing more than a miserable insect from a family with no roots, no history to speak of. It's disgusting that someone of your status dares to crawl before me without knowing their place.
Does even a dog want to sit on its master's head?
Deculion coldly delivered his final order of expulsion.
Get lost.
If you truly want your family to recover and survive, don't ever let me see your face again. Having said that, Deculion turned his back and walked away, leaving a broken Rowena on the ground. Her knees were bruised and smeared with black mud as she sat in the relentless, pouring rain. The memory of his cruelty was etched deeply into her soul. Back in the present, both of them were kneeling in the grand hall of the royal palace.
Rowena looked down at the floor, the memory of that day as vivid as if it had happened yesterday.
She had never forgotten the weight of Deculion's boot or the contempt in his voice. Her teeth clenched tightly, her eyes overflowing with hatred.
This time, I will never lose again.
The humiliation I suffered that day, I will definitely make him pay back 100-fold. The scene shifted to the next day, at the Imperial University, where the air was thick with tension.
Is that really true?
Yes, exactly. I heard that person suddenly vanished without a trace.
No, that part is clear, but I mean, is this really Professor Deculion's doing?
As Deculion walked through the hallway, the crowd parted to both sides in silence.
What is everyone whispering about?
Oh, the thing is, there's a rumor going around that Lady Rowena has gone missing. In the massive lecture hall, Deculion stood at the podium. His calm, steady voice echoed among the hundreds of students listening intently. In this world, countless types of magical disasters exist: mana storms, fire rain, poisonous dust fog, and many more. But if you are a true mage, do not look at them as disasters. They are merely a pure combination of the elements. He continued his lecture, but his mind was elsewhere.
Rowena had disappeared, which was why everyone was staring at Deculion.
Being scrutinized like this was incredibly annoying, feeling like thousands of needles pricking his skin. He'd honestly rather face the ignorance of the clueless rookies who didn't know any better. That felt much more relieving.
Well, it's not worth paying attention to anyway.
That matter has absolutely nothing to do with me.
The truth of the incident will soon be brought to light.
He maintained a calm expression as he continued the lecture. We need to look at the phenomena around us through the eyes of a mage. Only then can we grasp the true essence.
Cut to the next day at Deculion's office. The door burst open suddenly, and an assistant ran in frantically. Master, you need to step outside and see. Someone from the Bureau of Magical Security is here to meet you. Deculion frowned slightly, stepping out into the hallway. The person waiting for him was a middle-aged woman with a cold aura. Deputy Director Lilia Primian of the Bureau of Magical Security. Professor Deculion, it's been a long time.
He cut straight to the chase, his voice devoid of emotion.
What is so important that the Deputy Director had to come here in person?
Lilia looked straight into his eyes and replied, I came here for one reason only.
Miss Rowena has gone missing. Deculion raised an eyebrow. What does that have to do with me? Are you casting suspicion on me? Not necessarily. I'm just gathering clues for the investigation. Since there's a high probability that Professor Deculion was the last person to see her.
Lord Rowena began her royal training on the same day as the professor, and since that very moment, no one has seen a trace of her.
Has your lordship noticed anything unusual?
Her gaze was clearly implying Deculion himself. He retorted instantly in an icy tone, No, I have nothing to say.
Lilia fell silent for a moment before nodding. Is that so? I understand.
She turned and walked away, leaving Deculion standing alone in the quiet hallway. Back in his private chambers, Deculion closed the door and let out a soft sigh.
The feeling of being suspected by others really wasn't pleasant at all.
Although he denied it verbally, naturally, if it were the old Deculion, causing such trouble would have been well within his capabilities. Suddenly, he noticed a strange flow of mana gathering in front of him.
A magic circle appeared, emitting a faint, ethereal glow. Inside the circle, words hung in the air, Have you abandoned us, Master? We are still following all your orders.
Deculion finished reading and narrowed his eyes.
We are still following your orders. Who left this here? Content like this was surely related to Deculion's past. Or perhaps it was from some underground network.
Receiving a message like this, right when Rowena had gone missing, felt ominous.
Could the person who kidnapped Rowena be?
Suddenly, he sensed a presence behind him. A blurry figure formed entirely from a magical phantom appeared.
My master. Deculion turned sharply, his heart skipping a beat. Was it a magical phantom? He understood everything now. The kidnappers of Rowena were none other than them. The guiding phantom nodded and vanished, leaving behind a faint streak of light as a trail.
The scene shifted to a dark slum on the outskirts of the city. Deculion followed the light, moving deep into the damp alleyway where crooked houses were packed tightly together.
Malnourished children and sick elderly people all lived in extreme poverty.
The phantom appeared once more, its voice echoing, "This magnificent empire always has two sides, light and shadow, existing side by side. If the capital of Imperium under the Emperor's rule represents the light, then the clan region where we dwell is the dark side." The streak of light stopped before an old iron door leading to an underground basement.
We have arrived, master. Please, go inside.
Having said that, the phantom vanished completely.
Deculion pushed the door open and stepped down.
The musty air, the smell of blood, and the mixture of mana made him knit his brows. Inside, two mysterious people in black cloaks stood waiting.
They simultaneously knelt on one knee. Welcome back, master. Deculion looked at them, his voice cold. Is it really you people? We are still carrying out your orders. Then speak, what order did I give you? One of them nodded. That's right, master.
Your order back then was if Rowena ever set foot on that land, the order was absolutely not to let her survive.
Deculion thought to himself, just as I predicted. Everything was carried out by Deculion's secret network in the shadows. Fortunately, I don't see any death variables appearing on them, although, in the way they acted and spoke, there didn't seem to be any absolute loyalty to Deculion. Take me to Rowena at once. They led him into a deeper room.
In the middle of the room was Rowena, tied tightly to a chair, her head covered with a cloth bag, unconscious. The man in the black cloak spoke up. We have injected anti-mana toxins into her body, so she won't be able to use magic for the next few days. Deculion stood silently, watching the motionless Rowena, a flurry of questions swirling in his head.
How should I handle this? It was unexpected that Deculion's subordinates were bold enough to kidnap even Rowena.
The villain's destiny is rising strongly within Rowena now. She is unconscious, but she will certainly conclude that Deculion is the mastermind behind this.
How can I extinguish this misunderstanding and eliminate the death variable?
The man in black stepped forward and handed him a stack of papers.
Master, this is what we needed to give you. Deculion took them and carefully flipped through each page.
After reading only a few lines, his eyes widened.
This is,
but he said nothing, just silently folded the papers and handed them back.
Well done. Thanks to this, I've found the key to solving it.
You all step out for now, I have a few words to speak privately with Rowena. The two looked at each other in surprise, but still bowed and left the room.
Your subordinates will take their leave.
The door closed, and Deculion became more serious than ever.
If this isn't handled well, I'm a dead man.
A while later, Rowena slowly regained consciousness.
She startled, struggling frantically against the ropes.
Deculion reached out and used magic to gently remove the cloth bag from her head.
Rowena saw his face and immediately screamed. Deculion, do you think everything will go the way you want? I am now a royal instructor. If I report this to the imperial family, do you think you'll be safe? Deculion interrupted, his voice cold as ice. Rowena, you had better choose your words carefully. You are currently shackled, and you can't even use your magic.
Rowena stiffened, her eyes filled with helplessness. She looked around the dark room and then at Deculion. The cruel truth weighs heavily on you.
Is it because of the grudges you've held against me? Or is it because of the competition for the head professor position back then? You've already trampled my honor so miserably, and it's still not enough? What is this all for? Deculion remained silent for a long time before speaking in a low voice.
That head professor seat, feel free to sit in it.
Rowena's eyes widened, and she shouted in a panic. What the hell are you talking about? You were the one who kidnapped me here, why are you doing this?
Deculion didn't answer immediately. In his head, he had only one thought.
I can't change this.
This is the only method to wipe out the death variable this time. Before starting the conversation with Rowena, Deculion had received a report from his subordinates. It was a history of crimes, a notebook recording the brutal acts of the person whose body he was occupying. It was a long list of violent acts, extortion, and barbaric kidnappings carried out by nameless henchmen. Looking at those blood-red words, he immediately came to a cold conclusion.
No matter what he said, Rowena's deep-seated resentment couldn't be resolved with nice words.
Her hatred had been carved into these pages. A blood debt that cannot be erased just by words. Now that the conversation with her had begun, Deculion looked at her with a calm and calculating gaze. He knew that dealing with her right here wasn't a wise choice. Her role in the main mission was too important to lose. He had to find a way to keep Rowena alive but under his own tight control.
I remembered telling you never to set foot in the capital again. So what did you come back for? Rowena, do you think my warning was just wind blowing past your ears?
Rowena muttered, I remember your warning clearly, but because I have paid off all the debts for the Yin family, your threats are no longer valid.
Deculion breathed out a sneer. Paid off?
You're uttering such irresponsible words.
Rowena, what are you talking about?
I clearly paid it all off, even the interest was paid fairly.
Deculion leaned close to her face and began to explain. Fairly? Don't make me laugh, Rowena. Deculion leaned close to her face and began to explain. Fairly? Don't make me laugh, Rowena.
In this world, there is something called compound interest. The 100 million DLNE that the Yuckline family lent to the McQueen family 15 years ago. With an interest rate of 20% per year, you have to pay over 1.5 billion per year, he announced bluntly. Because she hadn't paid in full, she had officially violated the agreement.
I will begin seizing your residence in the Empire starting tomorrow. Rowena screamed in protest. What did you say? How can there be such an unreasonable law? I will sue you to the Imperial family. You can't do this.
Deculion remained unfazed, thinking to himself, of course, this is a predatory clause. The clause that Deculion drafted was essentially a sneaky way to include a compounding feature. He had intentionally written it in a way that would make it easiest for the reader to get confused. The contract's interest rate was calculated monthly, but the accumulated amount was adjusted quarterly to serve as the basis for the next calculation. It's true that I have to acknowledge the cruel tactics of Deculion in this matter.
But even with this unreasonable logic, I still have to put pressure on Rowena.
After all, the current situation forces me to play the villain. Seeing her despair reaching its peak, he finally offered an exit.
However, there is still a way. If you help me become the chairman, I will wipe out all your debts. A heavy, suffocating silence blanketed the room.
Deculion continued, of course, the head professor seat will belong to you.
Rowena bowed her head, her spirit temporarily crushed under the weight of an impossible choice.
Deculion reached into his inner pocket, pulled out a piece of paper, and said, because I know you're a person who doesn't keep their word, we must first sign a contract.
It's your coercion tactic again. Rowena gritted her teeth.
She lifted her head as Deculion threw the documents onto her lap.
Read it. Article 1, absolutely keep silent about what happened today.
Article 2, comply with the contents of this contract for 5 years. If the above conditions are violated, the penalty will be the destruction of the magic core.
Destruction of the magic core? Rowena's voice cracked, a horrified scream echoing in the small room. Deculion, this is too unreasonable. Don't you think you're being too excessive?
But before leaving, he threw out one final sentence. If you agree to sign and comply with that contract,
I will return what your family has lost.
The secret magic of the McQueen family. Rowena froze, the air feeling as if it had been sucked out of her lungs.
The desire to reclaim the family legacy overshadowed everything else. The family treasure was forcibly seized when Deculion trampled over the McQueen household.
That was the source of Rowena's resentment, and also what she craved the most. Deculion placed his hand on the heavy wooden door latch. Think about it very carefully. He stepped into the hallway, and the door slammed shut with a heavy sound. The sound of the lock turning decisively left Rowena alone in the dark to grapple with her future. As Deculion climbed the stone stairs to leave Rowena's holding room, his mind was chaotic with thoughts.
I've temporarily used the family heirloom to threaten and shake Rowena, but will it succeed?
If this method still doesn't eliminate the death variable, then, suddenly, a blue notification flashed before his eyes. Result,
successfully eliminated one death variable. Reward, 2 shop currency points.
A faint, satisfied smile appeared on Deculian's lips when he realized his gamble had been a complete success. He pushed open a heavy door, stepping into another room where the two subordinates were waiting in silence. As he stepped in, he scanned them with a cold gaze.
Well done. Deculian threw out the compliment as quickly as his intention to leave,
but the subordinate stepped forward, his voice sharp and desperate.
Wait, do you intend to leave like that?
Deculian stopped, turning his head with an icy gaze.
Is there anything else that needs to be said?
The woman wouldn't back down, shouting, "We didn't do your dirty work just to receive empty words.
You have to keep your promise.
You clearly said that when the job was done, you would pay and let us go." Tension erupted as the older brother suddenly stepped forward and slapped her, causing her to fall to the floor. She looked up at her brother with a look of astonishment and whispered, "Brother, why?" But the man ignored her and turned to Deculian to beg for forgiveness. "Please forgive my sister's rudeness.
It won't happen again." Deculian looked at the siblings with complete indifference. "It's fine. Continue speaking. What did I promise you?"
The man confirmed the agreement. "We were promised freedom and a large sum of money in exchange for our service."
Deculian observed the siblings carefully. "So that's how it is."
Although he stopped his younger sister, that guy seemed quite dissatisfied with Deculian as well. They were people who used to specialize in cleaning up trash for the former Deculian, and they were also harboring dissatisfaction, so it was truly a bit daunting. But the ability of these two siblings seemed quite useful. He felt the aura of a wealthy tycoon radiating. "As for the dirty work, from now on, if I don't order them to do such things anymore, that's it."
Capable of controlling them,
he quickly made a decision. "From today, I am officially taking you on, of course including the promised compensation."
"What I mean is exactly what I said. From now on, I am your boss." They bowed deeply, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, master, and one final condition. Furthermore, all the orders I gave before today will be cancelled." "Understood. My master, then you may withdraw. Tomorrow, just come to the mansion and find me."
After the two of them left, the room was left only with the lonely figure of Deculian.
He sighed wearily.
A series of unexpected problems had made his mind a bit tired, but fortunately, in the end, everything seemed to be resolved smoothly.
Scene transition to the Magic Tower dormitory.
Ephraim and her friend were walking along the hallway, exhausted by the high costs of magical materials. Suddenly, Ephraim stopped at the sound of surprised voices.
"Ha! I think I see some kind of magic circle." "Really? Let me see."
Ephraim looked closer and was startled in horror to realize where they were standing. That was the location where an unknown, mysterious magic circle had appeared since the beginning of the semester.
The magic circle that was supposed to have been completely wiped out.
Before they could react, the air exploded in a violent burst of brilliant red light. The magic circle that had been erased suddenly came back to life with terrifying power. A massive pillar of dark energy shot straight up, covering a portion of the dormitory and swallowing everything in its path with blinding light. Deculian's car headed straight for the Magic Academy. He sat in the back seat with a calm expression, his gaze directed toward the new driver.
"Run, is being a driver okay?"
Ren replied without hesitation, his eyes still fixed on the road.
"Of course, master." Deculian looked at Ren, his heart thinking about the changes in the family. The two brothers, Ren and Enan, now lived in the Yin mansion, always following his every order without hesitation.
He remembered before, they used to do many bad things under the orders of the old Deculian, but he was determined never to use them in that way ever again. Deculian remembered the time when the two brothers didn't trust him at all, their faces always full of hostility. But now, since he treated them fairly, they had begun to see him as their true master. Even Jeep, who used to be the old driver, had found a new position and was promoted to head of the administrative department.
"Ah, my life is finally turning around."
When the car stopped in front of the academy with a sharp squeal of brakes, Ren reported, "We have arrived, master."
"Very well." Deculian stepped out of the car and looked intently at the academy.
Immediately, he sensed a terrifying flow of energy enveloping the entire place. A system board appeared before his eyes.
Main mission started. Objective is clear. Completion reward, 2 shop currency units. Chaos enveloped the academy building.
Students screamed in terror as red walls sealed off every exit.
What the hell is happening?
Ephraim gritted her teeth, frowning at the terrifying flow of energy and the frustration of knowing that this building was mostly populated by commoner students.
Why did this barrier fall right on Area 3?
She turned to a professor who was cowering and shouted, "Professor, we need to storm inside right now."
What? Why? Why do you dare to order me? You brat, you're a magic professor, aren't you? Do you intend to abandon those inside? Professor Claire, you're an expert in the destruction branch, right? The professor trembled, sweating as he stammered for an excuse. My health has been poor lately. Then what about the chairman?
Ephraim clicked her tongue in frustration, witnessing the cowardice of the adults. Seeing the helpless professors, she shoved her bag into her friend's hand.
Julie, hold my bag for a moment. What are you going to do? I'm going in alone.
No, that's too dangerous. But our friends are still trapped inside. Suddenly, a cold, arrogant voice cut in, "Stop."
Sylvia appeared behind them and stared intently at the two.
Ephraim glanced at her with hatred.
Patience has reached its limit. If you're not going to help, then shut your mouth, don't interfere anymore. I don't have time to argue with you.
She was furious with the aristocracy. They were indeed a bunch of useless people. Those professors, all those nobles, always acted arrogant in normal times, but whenever a crisis occurred, they only knew how to cowardly hide. When only commoners were in danger, no one bothered to budge. Ephraim prepared to charge at the barrier, but Sylvia stopped her again.
I told you to stop. Hey, why do you like to get in my way so much? In a bored tone, Sylvia said, I'm not interested in you enough to mock you. Don't be rash. Just stand and watch closely.
Having said that, Sylvia waved her hand toward the barrier. A mana vortex exploded from her hand and shot straight toward the barrier.
The air shimmering with primal power left Ephraim completely surprised.
When Sylvia's magic collided with the strange red wall, her magic was immediately blocked and dispersed.
Sylvia analyzed, demonic energy has been mixed into this barrier.
Mana will be dispersed, so conventional methods won't work.
She coldly warned, you are the one who needs to exercise restraint so you don't ruin the bigger picture. This is not a problem that a beginner can solve on their own.
Ephraim gritted her teeth, clearly feeling her own helplessness against the intensifying magical pressure. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted, and heavy, authoritative footsteps echoed throughout the hallway.
What on earth is happening here? Everyone turned around to see Deculian approaching with his suitcase.
The panicked students and staff immediately scrambled to both sides, whispering in amazement and hope, "Deculian, it's Deculian." Deculian observed the chaotic scene with a cold expression. "You are all making an intolerable amount of noise." He stared intensely at the swirling crimson energy flow, but his ability to comprehend it had no effect on this specific thing. It turned out to be a magic barrier, but the foundational information required to apply his understanding ability was too scarce.
The processing efficiency would undoubtedly be significantly reduced.
He decided to change his approach. He reached out his hand and utilized Rockaloc's cleansing staff. This scepter carried special power for exorcism and purification, which was perfectly suited for the current situation. He felt the weak flow of demonic energy pulsing inside the barrier and prepared to make his move. As the staff swung down, the barrier punctured, creating a hole just large enough for Deculian to step through.
Everyone held their breath. Ah, what is happening?
People around began to collapse, clutching their throats as the magical aura suffocated them when the barrier opened. Deculian didn't care about the surrounding chaos. He stepped straight into the center of the danger without a second's hesitation.
The onlookers stood frozen, watching him enter the barrier, leaving everyone else behind in the silent hallway. He walked right into the barrier.
Inside the barrier, the world was submerged in heavy energy. Deculian stepped out from a space rift and landed in the middle of the hall. He saw a group of students huddled in a corner, their faces pale as ghosts. When they recognized him, their fear instantly transformed into an explosion of hope. "Professor Deculian, we're saved."
"Oh, this is wonderful." Deculian stepped closer and asked, "Is this everyone?"
The dormitory manager trembled and replied, "There are still a few more who seem to be trapped on the upper floor."
"I understand."
She warned him, "Going deeper is very dangerous."
"Do you intend to go find them alone?" "It's too risky. We have no idea what is lurking ahead." Deculian remained calm. "It's fine, I have my own way."
He unleashed his magic. The steel shards inside the suitcase began to revolve around his body.
"I will find everyone soon." Just stay here. He recalled his training process. Despite his busy schedule, he had never neglected his personal development. Thanks to that, he had unlocked many new skills: basic mental telepathy, firepower control, fluid manipulation, and his metal reinforcement had reached 33%.
During his training, he had pushed his body to the limit, carving the concept of metal reinforcement into the very essence of his mental spirit. He even shared a portion of this magic with his weapons to reduce the mental burden. Finally, the system granted him a special reward thanks to his relentless training process.
Now was the time to use it. Thanks to his new skill, he quickly located the remaining people.
It was the sensory ability of Mok Kwang Thiat, wood steel. When his profound understanding of the pure elements he manipulated combined with his rich combat experience, this special privilege was activated. Now, he possessed a second sensory organ capable of transcending spatial trajectories. Upon entering the next room, he found a group of students trapped. They burst into tears of joy, knowing they wouldn't die.
Deculian looked at them, but his mission was only half complete. However, a new problem arose. He was fine, but other mages couldn't withstand an environment flooded with such dense demonic energy.
He saw students coughing violently, their lungs unable to take it. The remaining time didn't allow Deculian to slowly calculate and decode the barrier. He had to find another path. Suddenly, a realization flashed in his mind. Wait, a barrier matrix of this scale couldn't operate solely by magical formulas. There must be an activator nearby acting as a switch. Deculian looked around once, thinking to himself, it's highly likely that they are hiding right here. He used his object manipulation skill. It must be right here. The moment the target was revealed, steel shards shot forward.
Ah, what the hell is going on? Professor Deculian.
Deculian's face took on a savage look as his prey was exposed.
I know the target has arrived.
Found you. He observed everyone, thinking to himself, among these people, there is definitely someone hiding who activated the barrier. After just a few seconds of thought, he made his decision.
If so, then,
Deculian used mana to control the magic stones, making them fly in a circle in the air. They drifted past each student who was wondering what was happening.
What is this? What is the professor doing?
The magic stones grazed the faces of each person, causing a few strands of hair to fall.
Looking at the red strands showing abnormalities, the corner of Deculian's mouth curled up.
Found you. He looked at the red-haired girl and delivered his cold verdict. So you are the one who activated the barrier.
The manager, right?
Seeing herself suddenly accused, the red-haired girl confusingly explained, after what?
What is the professor talking about? Deculian interrupted, don't bother trying to justify it.
Your origin is etched on your body, no matter how much you try to hide it, you can't.
Deculian interrupted, don't bother trying to justify it.
Your origin is etched on your body, no matter how much you try to hide it, you can't. There is ash falling from your hair.
So, enough with the acting. The girl still grimaced and denied it.
Deculian's voice became contemptuous, O mage from the pile of ashes. Hearing this, her complexion darkened. Then her eyes widened with extreme coldness. Hearing this, her complexion darkened. Then her eyes widened with extreme coldness. But most mages are terrified or avoid mentioning its existence. That is because the pile of ashes is the lair of black mages and rogue sorcerers.
Faced with this incredibly clear explanation, she could no longer deny it. She let out a frustrated sigh. I don't know how you figured it out.
But there is one thing you don't know, Deculian. She waved her hand forward, beginning to summon magic. Those who hail from the pile of ashes will never spare the lives of those who dare call them ashes. While she was chanting, Deculian's magic stones suddenly shot toward her. They didn't attack her but flew directly behind her, grabbing the shirts of the students, making them scream in fear.
Deculian did this to save them.
Just a second later, the students appeared behind his back with eyes full of astonishment.
The action just now made the red-haired girl even angrier.
She clenched her fists.
You're still being awfully relaxed. Then just go die.
As soon as the words left her mouth, fire magic attacks were created by her, striking straight at Deculian and the students. A fireball appeared in the depths of Deculian's eyes, but then suddenly, as they came into close contact with his body, these attacks were immediately neutralized, dissolving into the air.
Deculian's voice carried a hint of sarcasm, still daring to be relaxed. You said you wouldn't let me live, but you only threw a flame like this?
Being provoked made her even angrier.
That was just a greeting. As she prepared to launch the next attack, she thought to herself, what is this? Is it my fault? Or is it? This time she threw an ice arrow straight at him. Take this. The result of this attack was similar to the fireball. It vanished instantly when it was only a few steps away from Deculian's body. This made the girl even more enraged. She immediately switched to attacking with black magic, but the result was the same. Now she finally understood the problem. That guy, is he neutralizing all of my magic? Seeing her attack vanish into the air, the girl angrily shouted, "Damn it! How could this happen?" Contrary to the girl's angry attitude, Deculian maintained a calm expression, thinking to himself, magical aura is covering this place. Thanks to that, my magic power has become infinite. And the quality of my magic power has become purer than ever. At this moment, a notification board appeared, Yuckline Pawn Bloodline Description, Bloodline exerts power when destroying evil. When facing demons or when the concentration of magical aura in the air becomes thick, one can purify surrounding magic power into their own to use. Magic power purified in this way will have its quality increased by 1 level. Don't worry about an incoming attack, he was still lost in his own thoughts. It's a pity, Mage of the Ash Pile. Ending his thoughts, he swung his hand hard. Instantly, the attack was shattered. In this place, you can never be my opponent. After launching consecutive attacks but having them all blocked, the red-haired girl panted, exhausted. Damn it! Deculian's voice now became serious. That is precisely why everyone calls you the Pile of Ashes. This remark was like an insult, making the red-haired girl angrily clench her teeth. What did you say? He continued to unleash verbal attacks. Trash, you're even worse than waste. Scum rejected by society. Your talent stops at the level of weak struggle. That filthy and cowardly nature of yours is beyond salvation. The girl listened to it all but just laughed it off and replied, you talk a good game. If you're so talented, why didn't you break this barrier before the kids all died? Or is it that you can't do that either? Deculian exhaled helplessly. Then let me point out the mistakes from your stupid brain. Immediately, he launched the magic stones straight behind the girl. They pinned firmly into the floor. He explained, because you are infinitely stupid and dull, you established a connection to this building instead of space. The magic stones are now launched to every corner of the building. He continued, the barrier will disappear immediately if this building is destroyed. That further proves that your intelligence is pathetically lacking. This action made the girl startle and shout, haha. You're craving death like crazy, aren't you? You plan to destroy this building to neutralize the barrier? Not wanting to prolong the time, Deculian spoke a name, Aloes. Hearing this name, the red-haired girl froze, flinching in surprise. He continued, don't think I didn't recognize you. Saying this, from the magic stones, vibrations along with rays of light began to appear. Immediately, the magic stones exploded, creating loud noises. The girl screamed in fear, crazy. Do you really intend to find a way to die? Deculian could guess her next plan. You're just going to return to your original body anyway, aren't you? Seeing all her moves captured by him, Aloes stammered in fear, how did you? Without a second's hesitation, Deculian reached out his hand, creating an arrow made of mana. The magic stone then shot off at dizzying speed straight toward Aloes. It immediately pierced through the girl's body, sending her away a distance. The moment Aloes lost consciousness, her body transformed into the shape of a puppet. The problem was solved. Deculian turned back to remind the students, everyone, gather here. Outside, vibrations began to appear, making everyone extremely terrified. Ah! It's shaking. It looks like this building is about to collapse. Julie immediately pulled her friend's hand and reminded her, Ephorine, hurry up. Seeing that, the girl also nodded and replied, okay. In just a few seconds, the whole building completely collapsed, creating a massive earthquake. The entire building collapsed. The students were in chaos, standing and looking at the rubble, their lives almost taken. The red-haired girl hurriedly shouted, hey Ephorine, look over there, it's Professor Deculian. The others were safe too. The students were helping each other leave the thick smoke and dust. I'm still alive. Ephorine hurriedly ran over, smiling. Everyone, Ferret, are you okay? The two hugged each other tightly, moved. Oh, Ephorine, I was scared to death. Suddenly the whole dormitory area turned gray. It's okay, it's okay. It's good that you're safe and sound. You're not hurt anywhere, are you? I'm fine. Professor Deculian came and resolved everything smoothly. The one behind this was a mage from the Ash Society. Hearing that, her eyes turned back to Deculian alone. Did he really solve everything single-handedly? Wasn't he just a useless person who only knew how to brag? At the same time, Sylvia approached and spoke. Are you okay, Professor? Yes. A notification board appeared, main mission complete, beginning. While everything had just returned to normal, in some hidden corner, a cold voice rang out. You failed? How pathetic. A blonde girl stood there, her expression not satisfied at all when being scolded. The mysterious hooded guy continued, I didn't expect us to be defeated at the hands of a pampered rich kid who only knew how to live in luxury like him. That is why the people's trust in us is wavering. Hearing that, she replied, how ridiculous. A pampered kid like Deculian possessing such formidable energy? If you encounter him, it's best not to underestimate him. Then she slowly took out a vial containing liquid as red as blood. Anyway, we have achieved our goal to a certain extent. The mysterious guy took the vial and marveled, oh, although not fully completed, this result is not bad at all. Yes, even if it's just a small step, it's a way for us to reach the final goal. Just blame everything on the demons and that's it. The souls and magic power of mages will be perfect ingredients for crafting puppets. I leave it to you. He held the vial in his hand as if it were something extremely precious. The path of faith is indeed full of thorns, even saving a body is hindered. His eyes widened as his voice became hysterical. But for the manifestation of that person, we must never give up. This is the true path to enlightenment. His eyes widened as his voice became hysterical. But for the manifestation of that person, we must never give up. This is the true path to enlightenment. She thought to herself, poor fanatics, those ignorant people still refuse to accept the truth that their God is dead, only to dream of resurrecting a soulless body. I pretend to go along with this farce only for my own great cause, but every time I see these people, I feel nauseous. Forget it, don't waste time thinking about it. As long as I can craft puppets more easily, anything goes. We just keep using each other like this. We just keep using each other like this. He slowly announced to the students, I believe all of you already know what was found in the ruins of dormitory number 3. No need to pretend to be ignorant, because I know everyone is already buzzing about it. A magical formula was found inside the ruins. Its structure is completely different from the formulas I used to learn at the magic tower. Its shape is very strange, quite similar to something that Ephraim will one day successfully restructure. And after restructuring the formula and channeling magic power inside, a line of characters appeared before his eyes. Prepare yourselves for the judgment of the ashes. The moment to test your fragility and weakness has arrived. Prepare yourselves for the judgment of the ashes. The moment to test your fragility and weakness has arrived. However, whatever happened, let the professors and superiors decide. So stop worrying about useless things, just focus on your studies. Besides, I have another announcement to disseminate. According to the latest imperial decree, a practical exercise has just been added to the curriculum. Whispers immediately arose. What? Homework that is an imperial decree? Deculian looked straight down at the crowd and announced, that is the practical session at Dark Mountain. The scene shifted to the gloomy forest of Dark Mountain. Ephraim was standing alone in the dark space. She silently recalled with a smile, who would have thought I would have to return to Dark Mountain? This place was once temporarily cordoned off due to the appearance of demons. The new emperor wanted the royal mages to hone their strength to be ready to fight against demons. Because the official recommendation letter had been issued, all recruits were not allowed to avoid Dark Mountain but had to participate in training there regularly. Because the official recommendation letter had been issued, all recruits were not allowed to avoid Dark Mountain but had to participate in training there regularly. Because the official recommendation letter had been issued, all recruits were not allowed to avoid Dark Mountain but had to participate in training there regularly. Ephraim sighed and said, luckily, I haven't encountered any phenomenon that is too dangerous yet. Suddenly from the nearby bushes, something moved, making her startle. She hurriedly shouted, what? Demon beasts appearing? Come out now. I'll beat you to a pulp. But from that bush, Sylvia quickly poked her head out, surprising Ephraim. Sylvia, you silly Ephraim, you're going to beat me to a pulp, huh? After that, the two continued walking together. Already wanting to finish the assignment? You're still not neglecting anything, are you?
Even when you already took first place in the midterm exam.
Hearing that, Sylvia coldly replied, "What's wrong? Afraid I'll crush you again?" This kid is still as annoying as ever. "So have you finished any of the 3 assignments yet?"
"I've witnessed a magical phenomenon, now I just need to reorganize my notes and submit them."
"What? So fast? Time in this place is being disrupted. It's been 20 hours since I started wandering around Dark Mountain."
Ephraim heard that and was skeptical.
"What the hell are you talking about? How can that be? Obviously we just got out of class less than 20 hours ago."
Ephraim heard that and was skeptical.
"What the hell are you talking about? How can that be? Obviously we just got out of class less than 20 hours ago." Suddenly from behind, someone's voice suddenly interrupted. "I think the reason is me."
Both startled and turned their faces to look at the voice, only to see someone's figure slowly appearing. At the same time, at the academy, the guard's voice rang out in a panic.
"Professor, Head Professor Deculian." He turned back and replied, "What's wrong?" "Emergency situation. We really hope to receive your cooperation. Speak, there is urgent secret news from the intelligence agency.
Dark Mountain has now been infiltrated by Lohaken."
Hearing that name, Deculian immediately turned pale. Lohaken? The great master famous for his cruelty?
He recalled that Dark Mountain was currently concentrating a large number of students for practice. It would be very bad if they accidentally bumped into him.
A notification board appeared, Intermediate Boss Event of the Ashes. Reward for destroying the intermediate boss, 1 shop item catalog page. Deculian's eyes narrowed. So that's it, the intermediate boss event has been activated, has it? Alright, let's go to Dark Mountain. The soldiers replied, yes. Returning to Sylvia and Ephraim's side, an old man appeared from the bushes and spoke.
"The reason time is disrupted is most likely due to my barrier. It's not a natural magical phenomenon of Dark Mountain. It seems you've been caught in it."
"I'm sorry."
Ephraim fearfully pointed at him and stammered,
I just asked who you were."
He was silent for a moment, then slowly replied, "My name is Merkin." The intelligence agency discovered that he was claiming to be Merkin. Since then, all the knights and members of the intelligence agency were led in the wrong direction to this location.
That's all the information we have. I understand. Suddenly Deculian's eyes widened as if seeing something.
He immediately used magic to dash off at full speed, leaving the soldier running after him.
On this side, Sylvia felt something wasn't right. This guardian, his aura of magic power is not ordinary at all. This feeling is like that of a great mage.
He opened his mouth and continued, "I was enchanted by such pure magic power, to then accidentally bump into you too.
Therefore, I want to ask you two for a favor. If you agree, I will give you both a very generous gift."
Behind him, countless corpses were scattered on a pile of blood, a truly horrifying scene. Hearing the invitations from Rohakan, Ephraim's eyes lit up with excitement.
"Oh, good stuff. What is it?"
"I have to check first, right?"
He laughed helplessly. He. "This girl, okay, I'll show you."
His hands interlaced, magic power blended and created 2 little spirits. They immediately shot over and entered Ephraim and Sylvia's bodies. The 2 startled and backed away.
What is this?"
Sylvia tried to regulate her aura, absorbing energy from the spirit.
Rohakan saw Ephraim seemed worried, so he gently explained, "Don't panic, take a deep breath and accept it."
Although still skeptical in her heart, eventually she sighed and did as told. 2 energy sources exploded immediately, one blue, one yellow, illuminating a whole jungle area. After the energy source gradually dissipated, both Sylvia and Ephraim were gasping in exhaustion.
"What just happened?" Rohakan smiled and said, "They are spirits that will help your development. Only those with talent like you can accommodate them."
Sylvia's eyes narrowed, thinking to herself that it was a light spirit, an ultimate spirit created from the combination of water, wind, earth, and fire attributes.
Did he casually create 2 spirits at once? Who on earth is he? Rohakan took out a letter and gave it to the 2. "So can you deliver this letter to my family?
This old man has his own troubles."
Ephraim stepped up and received it. "Yes, I can.
It's a pity it's not money, but I also got good stuff."
"No, that's much better."
Suddenly from behind, Deculian's voice cut in. So you are here. He appeared with his suitcase, ready for an uncompromising battle. Long time no see, Rohakan. That name rang out like a thunderclap to the ears. Sylvia and Ephraim were startled and turned their heads in absolute shock. Rohakan, one of the greatest mages on the continent and also the worst criminal of this era. A wanted criminal belonging to the ranks of Black Beasts, an organization with only 10 members. His crime was assassinating the Empress. A blue system board appeared before Deculian's eyes. Main quest, Rohakan's story. Goal, receive an item from Rohakan. Reward, 1 item catalog plus shop currency unit plus 1. He glanced over and thought that he was also an important figure in the main quest. Sylvia turned back, panicked, and asked, Head Professor Deculian, is what we just heard true? Is that Rohakan? Hearing that title, he couldn't help but be surprised. Oh, you've become a professor? From what I saw when I was still teaching you, your talent should not have been enough to reach that position. Many things have changed. Changed? Talent doesn't change that easily. Did you trample on someone to win that position? Deculian still calmly replied, there are things that truly change. For example, the fact that I entered your barrier without any obstacles. Hearing that, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Oh, so that's how it is. Deculian said clearly, Sylvia, leave the Black Mountain immediately. But earlier, the spirits he gave us were inside our bodies. He replied with a very normal smile, don't worry about it. You'll keep your promise, right? Ephraim answered honestly, I will. I'll trust you, sir. Deculian pointed toward the forest and ordered, hurry up. If you hesitate and get caught up in this, you might lose your lives. Hearing that, the faces of the two immediately turned pale with fear. I'll use a metal shard to guide you. Follow my directions, and you won't get lost in the forest. Before leaving, Sylvia left a word of encouragement, don't lose, sir. Hurry and go. Deculian gripped the scepter in his hand, his eyes sharply focused. Countless magical steel shards floated around him, while Rohakan remained as calm as if they were nothing. And then, suddenly, he said, 157 people are hiding in the barrier. 23 are trying to dispel it. 37 are using force to break out. The east, south, and north have been surrounded, and the royal knights are gathering their forces. Rohakan calmly asked, are you trying to stall for time? No matter how many people come, they won't be able to help you. I have already buried many intelligence agents. I don't want to kill anymore. Deculian replied seriously, from the very beginning, I had no intention of losing. So what do you intend to do? Because I'm not going to fight. His answer startled him with surprise. What? Deculian continued, did you come here to destroy the temple? Head northwest. The security system there is still lax. Rohakan sighed, his voice full of skepticism, you seem to have changed. This is the last time I'm letting you go. So is this time for the sake of old times? I have no affection whatsoever for the person who assassinated the Empress Dowager. Hearing that, the atmosphere suddenly sank into complete silence. And then Deculian spoke to finish, there's no time for small talk. Leave here now. I'm leaving. Having taken a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Do you believe in gods, Deculian? A faint smile curled his lips. That is a question that strikes straight at the core of the main quest. Deculian's gaze looked straight ahead, his voice as firm as an affirmation. I only believe in myself. Rohakan looked at him, calculating in his heart. And then he smiled as if satisfied. That answer is very much like your style. An excellent answer. He handed him a strange book. I want you to take this. It's the story of the fanatics who exist in this world. Read it when you have time. My Yedalji Expedition Notes, an expedition log written by Rohakan. It records the habits of the fanatics he observed while crossing my Yedalji. Book classification, special. Having said that, he disappeared into the bushes. Then take care. Having said that, he disappeared into the bushes. Then take care. Deculian's eyes narrowed, thinking to himself, Rohakan is not a bad person. Rather, he is one of the people who will lead the main quest to the end, one of the pillars who absolutely must not die. He must have wandered through the Black Mountain and become curious about the outstanding talents of Ephraim and Sylvia. Hopefully, he won't do anything as dangerous again, although he wouldn't be easily captured. And then a sound rang out from far away, illuminating the entire forest. Deculian showed interest. That old man is as cunning as a snake.
So should I play along a bit?
The next morning, the entire area became ruined, with broken trees lying everywhere. To capture the wanted criminal Rohakan, the guard forces and knights searched the entire Black Mountain for 3 days.
However, in the end, they failed. Is that what you mean?
A soldier bowed his head to apologize to the emperor.
I deeply apologize. Your Majesty, we believe that Rohakan has fled the capital. Raise your head, I'm fine. That report is just a bit boring. It's so long-winded, but the main point is just that we let Rohakan, the assassin of the Empress Dowager, get away. More importantly, I heard that Deculion had a magical battle with Rohakan. That part sounds interesting.
Ah yes, when our knights arrived, the scene was a mess. We believe that a very fierce battle took place. Furthermore, Rohakan left almost no traces when he fled, but we found his blood at Black Mountain.
It seems he was wounded in the magical battle with Deculion, right?
Yes, Your Majesty. An interested smile appeared on the Emperor's lips as she recalled. In the world of mages, there is a Driner. In the world of knights, there is Zeit. In the world of wanted criminals, there is Rohakan.
You are saying that he made a supreme powerhouse bleed? That Deculion?